God-level store manager system chapter 401. Luo Sheng was taken aback, and then furious. You too, system, I know that you copied the creativity from my memory, and you spied on me again. Memory. System, what else do we share between your host and mine? Let's make a fortune together. Probably it is self-knowledge, but the voice of this time system is obviously weak. No, if you spy on my memory next time without my consent, I won't open a shop. Luo Sheng suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to have any particularly good ways to threaten system. But with the stingy character of system, Luo Sheng feels that not opening a store should threaten it. System, host, you should continue to open a store. At worst, I will check it with your consent next time. Sure enough, the system was immediately softened. A little stingy system, dare to fight against a great host. Luo Sheng was immediately happy. System, by the way, host, if you agree, I need an equipment set to connect the pet card changer and the skill system of the New World mode. What? Luo Sheng was visibly confused. The equipment set is the reward Luo Sheng got for completing the task a long time ago, but it's useless that it's all left in the warehouse. I didn't expect to be targeted by this stingy system. Then after system's explanation, Luo Sheng finally understood. The pets from the original pet card summon have no skills available, neither martial skills nor magic. So the system thought of a way to connect to the skill system in the new role mode, so that you can use the skill book to help pets learn martial skills and magic. Then, the price of the skill books in the New World mode will increase again. Thinking of this, Luo Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up. System, can you make a transaction system in the New World mode? System, host, please specify. It's very simple. Players can put the things they need to sell into the trading system, and other players can buy them through the trading system. We only need to take a small fee from it. Luo Sheng is as simple and clear as possible explained it. System, no problem, it's simple. It's better to host your brain. Luo Sheng sneered, said, I said yes before. But I didn't agree in the future. Before, I could not spy on my memory. System, no problem, the host said so. Luo Sheng thought for a while, then said, in the trading system, plus auction options, accept any off-bids and bids. System, no problem. This kind of stabilization system feels really good. Luo Sheng in the heart sighed with emotion. After confirming that the problem was solved, he continued to study the problem of pet cards. In an awakening, based on having a pet card, the pet needs to swallow 10 identical pet cards. The second awakening, on the basis of the first awakening, swallow 20 identical pet cards. 3 awakenings, based on the second awakening, swallow 50 identical pet cards. 4 awakenings, on the basis of 3 awakenings, swallow 100 identical pet cards. 5 awakenings, on the basis of 4 awakenings, swallow 200 identical pet cards. Seeing this number, Luo Sheng was really surprised. Awakening promotion is to improve the overall attribute. It also increases the pet's aptitude, and strengthens the growth value of the attribute. If the asking price of system is too low, Luo Sheng may suspect that this stingy system is fake. Chapter 401, Docking Skill System. God-level store manager system. Chapter 402. It's worthy of being a master of money collection. Luo Sheng asked himself, he has a lot of ideas about collecting money, but he definitely can't do it like a system. In order to earn more spirit crystal through division of labor. System, this is exactly the interpretation of a sentence, only Krypton gold can make you stronger. However, the awakening and promotion of pets is worth the price. Because Luo Sheng only discovered after seeing that, every time a pet awakens, a random skill will be activated. Yes, it's not a martial skill, it's not magic, it's a skill. Skills blessed by power of heaven and earth. Seeing this, Luo Sheng can be completely sure that this pet card will definitely fire. There are so many instructions for the pet card. Then we can move on tomorrow. Can the system, transaction system and skill system be well connected tonight? Luo Sheng scrolled down in the store manager backstage and found that there is no more. System, the host can rest assured, As long as you agree to use a piece of equipment set, your request will be completed immediately. Co-authored this stingy system and I am still thinking about my equipment set. Luo Sheng suddenly felt an urge to curse. But think about it or forget it. Agree, hurry up and finish these things. After finishing, Luo Sheng clicked on the pictorial option of the pet card. This is also something that can only be seen in the store manager background. It records the types of pet cards that can be drawn in the pet card swap machine. Puppet doll, quality B, wood element pet, main attribute, agility. Earth doll, quality B, earth element pet, main attribute, physique. Golden puppet doll, quality B, gold element pet, main attribute, strength. Great earth demon bear, quality A, earth element pet, main attribute, power. Water spirit white fox, quality A, water element pet, main attribute, spirit. Flame tooth dog, quality A, fire element pet, main attribute, strength. Thunder rolling tiger, quality A, thunder element pet, main attribute, strength. Death knight, quality, undead pet, main attribute, strength, spirit. There are currently 8 types of pet cards that can be drawn. Why are there so few? Luo Sheng scrolled down in disbelief, and found that there were really only 8 types. And the highest quality it is only an evil card. System, did you make a mistake? System, the host, you read it right. There are currently only 8 types of pet cards, and they will be added in the future. Luo Sheng is silent. Constant updates are the best way to attract players, and cheating Krypton also needs to be done slowly. Tomorrow, the pet card swap machine will be installed in the lobby on the first floor and placed next to the store door, so that people who come in can see it at a glance. Luo Sheng finally decided to put this one so far. The strongest deception machine is installed in the store. The next day, Xia came down from the second floor, and at first glance, he saw the pet card exchange machine next to the store. The pet card swap machine installed in the store is not the bear look that Luo Sheng looked like when he was researching last night. Instead, decoration is added to the periphery. A death knight riding an oracle horse, wearing heavy armor, holding a night-long spear, and surrounded by black hair, is facing a tiger surrounded by thunder and lightning. Even if it is just decoration, it is also like a rainbow in an imposing manner. Wow, it's only one night, why is there such an extra thing? Xuang Xu saw Death Knight and Thunder Rolling Tiger outside the pet card swap machine, and was released in an imposing manner. The hair on the back is standing up. Calm down. This is a new product in the store. Luo Sheng followed closely from behind, walked down from the second floor, reached out and knocked on Xuang Xu to let it calm down from this state of being on the verge of an enemy. Chapter 402, Scam Krypton Machine. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 403, Store Manager. Is this a new item in the store? Xia was a little surprised. Has the demonic beast been sold in the store now? And these demonic beasts are still types that have never been heard of. These are not demonic beasts. This is called a pet card swap machine. Luo Sheng took Xia to the front of the pet card swap machine and explained the pet card information in detail. Pet card. Xia's eyes began to light up. Store manager, can I try it once? Of course. Luo Sheng generously took out 10 spirit crystals from the cash box. As a great store manager, Luo Sheng certainly doesn't stingy with these trifling 10 spirit crystals. Even more how he has never paid Xia. Moreover, Luo Sheng also wants to see what it looks like after the pet card is drawn out. Xia threw 10 spirit crystals in happily, and after some prayers, he pressed the draw button. A white light flickered on the screen. In the white light, a vast clear spring appeared on the screen. A snow-white fox poked his head out of the clear spring, and his narrow eyes flashed past a touch of sly rays of light. Water spirit white fox. A palm-size card was spit out from the bayonet port, and on it was a little fox-eyed spiritual god. What a cute little fox. Xia happily picked up the pet card that was spit out from the bayonet. The information about the pet card also appeared in Xia's mind. Pet card A. Water Spirit White Fox. Main attribute, Spirit. Number of awakens, 0. Skill, none. Positioning, Water Element. Auxiliary, Magic, Soft Cute. In addition to these superficial information, as long as you click on one of them, you can display the detailed information of that item. For example, clicking the main attribute will show the growth value of each attribute of this pet card in detail. The main attribute of the pet card only represents that the growth value of this attribute of the pet card is a strong point, and does not mean that this attribute is the only one, and the specific attribute growth value of each pet card is different. Will float within a range. But one thing is certain, that is, the comprehensive growth value of the attribute. The pet card with a low quality is absolutely impossible to be a pet card with a higher quality. There is nothing to say about the number of awakenings and skills. The positioning of this pet card is quite interesting. For example, the positioning of the Water Spirit White Fox drawn by Xayah is Water Element, Auxiliary, and Magic. This is telling summoners that Water Spirit White Fox is an auxiliary class pet. It is recommended to learn auxiliary class Magic. When using Water Element Magic, there will be a certain degree of bonus. But the summoners have to let Water Spirit White Fox learn martial skill. That's okay. As for the unsatisfactory effect, it is asking for trouble, and it has nothing to do with the pet card itself. Pet Summon, Water Spirit White Fox. Xayah exclaimed excitedly according to the instructions of the pet card. The pet card in her hand instantly turned into a white light, and then a snow-white little fox was condensed on the ground. As soon as Water Spirit White Fox appeared, and after blinking his eyes twice on the ground, he showed an agile posture and quickly climbed onto Xayah's shoulders. The little furry head rubbed Xayah's cheek affectionately. "Ha ha, it's itchy, come down." Xayah touched the Water Spirit White Fox, with a happy smile on his face. The corners of Luo Sheng's mouth also raised, but after all, he did not laugh. High cold, keep high cold. Chapter 403, Pet Positioning. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 404. Okay, you should already know about the pet card swapping machine now. Just ask someone to tell you the truth. Luo Sheng exhorted. I see, but, store manager, do pets really don't need to eat? Xayah asked with some worry while holding the Water Spirit White Fox. No, if you don't worry, you can take it back into the pet card. Luo Sheng waved his hand. Pets do not need food, but you can feed them demonic beast meat, magic core, medicine pill and pet cards. Swallowing the same pet card can help pets awaken and promote. If different pet cards are swallowed, they will be converted into EXP to help pets upgrade. Xayah's current Water Spirit White Fox is just a level 1 little fox. He has neither awakened nor learned magic. It is basically useless except for being cute. But when the level of Water Spirit White Fox is up, after the number of awakenings and magic learning keep up, it is definitely a big helper. The attribute growth value of a rank pet card is similar to that of a general cultivator, although it is not as good as those who have obtained the enhancement of the rank attribute after possessing the rank. It is not bad. The so-called rank attribute enhancement, for example, it means that the powers attributes of the Berserker rank will grow higher, and the physique attribute of the Knight rank will grow higher. This is another reason why professional rank will be the dividing line of the cultivator. There are new accessories here. If someone asks about it, remember to introduce it. Luo Sheng took Xayah to the shelf again. Introduce the newly drawn accessories last night. The exquisite accessories make Xayah's eyes shine. Don't look at the merchandise in the store with this look. I will give you a set at the end of the year. Luo Sheng didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Really, thank you store manager. Xayah thanked me with joy. Really? Luo Sheng shook the head, shrugged, holding bacon sandwich, found a deck and sat in. Just after entering the new world mode, a message popped up, introducing the newly updated trading system. The handling fee is only 2% of the transaction price. Although it's not high, it can't stand a lot. Luo Sheng is still very satisfied with the speed of system. After the pet card becomes popular, the number of skill book transactions will definitely skyrocket. There is a trading system, Liu Sheng follows He Soup, and can make a lot of money. When Liu Sheng started to wander around the frontline city, Xuang Xu also held a bacon sandwich, ran to the deck next to him, and squatted on the table. No way, if Xuang Xu is on the sofa, he won't be able to touch the crystal ball. Following Xia for half a night, Xuang Xu has fully understood how to play in the New World mode. The only pity is that in the New World mode, system gives Xuang Xu the devouring civet identity. Although there is a skill tree, there is no way to learn martial skills and magic. But this does not prevent Xuang Xu from being a high player in the New World mode. After all, the fighting instinct is there, and there is devouring civet's innate talent martial skill. Store manager, good morning. Good morning. Liu Sheng heard the voice and knew that it was someone from Orchid Leaf Group who came to the store. Xia, good morning. Good morning, Sister Lan Yi, there are new accessories in the store. Xia greeted with a smile. Chapter 404, Give you a set at the end of the year. God-level store manager system. Chapter 405, Water Spirit. White Fox squatted firmly on Xia's shoulders, his sly eyes turned, looking at the few people who came in. Are there any new accessories in the store? I'm going to check it out. Xia, hearing this, immediately turned and walked into the shelf area. Lan Qing'er glanced at the water spirit White Fox on Xia's shoulder, said with a smile, very beautiful little fox. Thank you. However, the attractiveness of accessories to women is always huge. The people at Orchid Leaf Group all chose to ignore the pet card swap machine they saw as soon as they entered the store after hearing that there were new accessories on the shelves. Except for two little Lalai, Lanzaya and Nalan Kinky. They don't seem to understand this. But they really like those cute animals. Sister Xia, can I touch the little fox on your shoulder? Nalan Kinky asked, pointing to the water spirit White Fox. Before Xia could speak, water spirit White Fox jumped off Xia's shoulder and disappeared. Pets will instinctively get close to their summoners, but for outsiders, it depends on the pet's own personality. The character of this water spirit White Fox is obviously not a relative. Nalan Kinky stared at the water spirit White Fox running away, pouting angrily. Elder sister Xia, what about yesterday's kitten? Why is it gone? Lanzaya lay on the counter and asked Xia. Little Xu is over there. It should be next to store manager. Xia pointed to the battle strength to improve the training room area. Lanzaya and Nalan Kinky immediately ran to find Liu Sheng. The ones who follow closely from behind are Lan Yi, who came to the counter to check out with a bunch of accessories. They haven't even understood the function of these accessories. Xia took a look and brought them to check out. They were all necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and rings. As for headbands, belts, and collars, Lan Yi and the others are not interested. Especially for the collar, it looks strange at first glance. As everyone knows, Necklace of Charm is the most valuable secondary skill among accessories. This is Bracelet of Wind. Xia dutifully introduced every accessory that Lan Yi brought. But Lan Yi, they don't know if they listen. Perhaps in their opinion, the beauty of these accessories is already worth the price. As for the skills attached to the accessories, they are all a discount of buy one get one free. Anyway, as long as the customer is satisfied, there is no problem. Xia, what is this? Han Ming deliberately woke up early today. After entering the store, he was immediately named by Death Knight and Thunder Rolling Tiger. Was attracted. With that stunning imposing manner, Han Ming stood at the entrance of the store and dared not go inside. He didn't even buy a barrel of instant noodles. Good morning. This is a pet card swap machine. Xia introduced Han Ming in detail about the pet card information. The content of the introduction is very simple. Han Ming quickly understood what this machine exuding a stunning imposing manner was used for. In other words, the pet card can summon a powerful pet to help fight. Han Ming concluded. Yes. Xia nodded, affirmed. Very good. Han Ming clenched his fists hard, trying to suppress the joy in his heart, but in the end he couldn't help but shouted with great joy. The significance of the pet card may not be so great for the cultivator. After all, the strength of pets, if you want to catch up with some powerful cultivators, you still need a lot of experience to upgrade. Chapter 405, The Value of Jewelry is Worth the Price. God-Level Store Manager System Chapter 406. But for a pampered young master like Han Ming, he is the best bodyguard. And the kind of bodyguard who never has to worry about being betrayed. More importantly, you said that this guy named Death Knight can also be pulled out of it? Han Ming pointed at Death Knight in disbelief. Standing up, asked Xia. This intimidating imposing manner, the black and lingering mighty posture, the cold and severe temperament. As long as you are a pure man, you will never dislike this domineering pet. Yes. Xia gave an affirmative answer. But it didn't say that the chance of drawing out an class pet card is really pitiful. I have to say that Han Ming's vision is still good. At a glance, he saw the only rated pet card. Just know that it can be taken out. Han Ming took out his money bag. Since Han Ming sent a letter to his father, saying that he can be cultivated, Han Ming's father, Han Ninth Layer, was shocked and rushed back to Cloud Mist City overnight. Han Ninth Layer is a pure businessman with no cultivation talent, so he doesn't hold much hope for Han Ming. Although I thought of many ways at the beginning, I gave up later. However, this time, Han Ming's surprise for Han's Ninth Layer was too big. It is definitely a huge surprise for a pure businessman to start cultivated by his own son. Spirit Crystal is absolutely indispensable for the Korean Ninth Layer. Therefore, the Spirit Crystal in Han Ming's hands has become extremely generous. 10 Spirit Crystals were put into the pet card changing machine. Han Ming in the heart prayed twice, and then pressed the draw button. A white light flickered on the screen, and then a marionette fell from the sky and appeared in the center of the screen. Puppet doll. Blank pet card. Come again. Han Ming took the pet card out of the bayonet and took a look at it. He didn't choose to release it, and just stuffed it into his pocket. Make rations for Death Knight at that time. This time, Han Ming directly poured a bag of Spirit Crystal into the pet card swap machine. The lower right corner of the screen shows that you can draw 18 times. I don't believe it anymore. Han Ming pressed the extract button continuously. Muddled doll. Golden puppet doll. Muddled doll. Great Earth Demon Bear. Puppet doll. Flame-toothed dog. The pet card exchange machine produced by System, unlike Luo Sheng's purchase channel, does not have a guarantee mechanism. Here, bad luck is blue sky and white clouds. I am afraid it is impossible to draw an class pet card. Han Ming stared at the pet card in his hand. Blank pet card still accounted for more than half. The chest cavity is really stuffy. Damn, I don't have enough Spirit Crystal. Han Ming didn't think it was bad luck at all. He just felt that he didn't have enough Krypton gold. In the past, Han Ming's father spent much more on Spirit Crystal in order for Han Ming to have a cultivation aptitude. This sentence happened to be heard by Luo Sheng. This is the model customer we need in our store. Luo Sheng is in awe of Han Ming's mentality. But a purse can't hold much Spirit Crystal, so just bring Magic Core over. Han Ming put away the pet card and decided to go back to get Spirit Crystal, vowing to get Death Knight. Luo Sheng feels it is necessary to take care of such a model customer. Han Ming. Luo Sheng got up and stopped Han Ming. Store manager, hello. Han Ming said hello politely after seeing Luo Sheng. Chapter 406, Model Customer. God-Level Store Manager System Chapter 407. Luo Sheng immediately took a simple bronze ring from the shelf, handed it to Han Ming, and said, "Bronze storage ring, come one." Han Ming, what does this store manager mean? Although I don't quite understand the meaning of Luo Sheng, Han Ming directly bit his finger after learning about the function of bronze storage ring and began to drip blood. The storage ring, this thing also exists in this world. But those are extremely precious alchemy creations, and additional space for folding magic is needed on them. Gapingchuan, Lingao, there is no shortage of people at this level, but for others, storage ring is a high-end product that I have only heard of and have never seen. However, in the Luo Sheng store, there are 300 Spirit Crystals each. The internal space is larger than those of the legendary high-end goods. I hope he can bring more spirit crystal and implement the truth that Krypton gold can become stronger. Luo Sheng said silently in his heart as he watched Han Ming walk out of the back of the alley. Less than half an hour. Han Ming came back, and behind him were two pampered young masters, Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing. Store manager, many thanks to your bronze storage ring. Han Ming waved his hand and 3 brave rank magic cores appeared on the counter. This bronze storage ring, Luo Sheng paid special attention to Han Ming before and gave it to him on credit. You are welcome, you are a competent guest, Luo Sheng said pointedly. Han Ming did not hear the second half of Luo Sheng's sentence, but did not follow up. Instead, he greeted Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing and asked them to draw pet cards together. As Cloud Mist City third young masters, they are the same in the cultivation aptitude. Today, I heard Han Ming say that there is another good thing in the Chi Store Manager store, so I can't wait to rush over. The stand-up card between Death Knight and Thunder Rolling Tiger is indeed full of imposing manner. Staring for a long time, there is also an inexplicable coercion, which makes people sweat from behind and chills in my heart. If Luo Sheng knew that Han Ming felt this way, he would probably tell them that this is one of the undead skills that may be activated when Death Knight is awakened and promoted. Death Gaze. Although pets are awakened and promoted, their skills are randomly activated. But this is random and has a range. Passive skills and enhanced skills, most of which are general types, may be activated. But the skills that belong to the pets department are another matter. For example, Thunder Element's Thunder Rolling Tiger, it is impossible to activate the skills of the undead system anyway. But activating skills, in the final analysis, depends on luck. At least Luo Sheng doesn't recommend Han Ming to awaken Death Knight in a hurry. Well, if he can get it. Store manager, for me, pet card is the best product in my opinion. I heard Han Ming's introduction before. Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing also thought it was an exaggeration. After all, taming demonic beasts has long been proposed by the cultivator of human race, and they have all heard of it. But it is very difficult to implement. Because most of the demonic beasts are wild and untamable, the incident was not resolved afterwards. Up to now, the demonic beasts with low strength and docile personality are mostly tamed. The nursing home may not work, but it's okay to pull the goods and drive the car. But now seeing the standing sign in the Luo Sheng store, the suspicion in Qin Shi and Luo Yuanxing's hearts suddenly disappeared. Chapter 407. Bronze Storage Ring. Come 1. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 408. Because of these pets, they are simply not the demonic beasts they are familiar with, especially the Death Knight that Han Ming is thinking of. That mighty and domineering posture is really what their pampered young master wants. Fortunately, Han Ming reminded me that he brought a lot of spirit crystals. Luo Yuanxing patted his pocket, then suddenly looked at Han Ming's finger on the bronze storage ring. But, your ring? Yes, it's the storage ring. Han Ming responded with a refreshing interface. Sire, bring me a bronze storage ring. Qin Shi rushed to Luo Yuanxing's front and shouted these words out. Now the regular customers who come to the store know that unless Luo Sheng takes the initiative to get up, calling Sire is definitely more effective than calling store manager. Please wait a moment. Sire answered with a smile. Let's start. Qin Shi rubbed his hands and came to the front of the pet card changing machine. The spirit crystal is thrown in first, and then put your hand on the draw button. I don't know what Qin Shi muttered in his heart. Anyway, after being silent for a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Come out, Death Knight." Although quality higher the pet card, the more difficult it is to cultivate, but it can't stand the handsomeness of Death Knight. As for the subsequent pet upgrades, Pet Awakening, equipped with suitable martial skills and magic, they are all things that will be considered after the draw. A white light flickers on the screen. Luo Yuanxing and Han Ming are both beside, looking at the screen expectantly. Then under Qin Shi's confident gaze, Golden Puppet Doll. The three of them looked at each other. Qin Ming's eyes were very complicated. Han Ming's eyes were empathetic. Luo Yuanxing seemed to have a smile on his face, the jitter of laughter. Qin Shi's luck is not much better than Han Ming. After spending all the spirit crystal I brought over, I didn't get the Death Knight I wanted. The shipment rate of class pet cards is really terrifying. As for the SR and SSR that will only appear in the future, Luo Sheng can't imagine the probability that can be drawn. I don't have enough pocket money this month. Qin Shi was also assimilated by Han Ming's thoughts. It doesn't matter. There is me. Luo Yuanxing touched the bronze storage ring on his hand. As the Cloud Mist City Lord, Qin Ming directly ordered what he needed to purchase. It is normal for Qin Shi to not get much pocket money. But Luo Boat, the old man of Luo Yuanxing, is the vault administrator of Cloud Mist City. That's the position in charge of finances. Among the three of them, Qin Shi's pocket money appears to be a little tighter. Luo Yuanxing very boldly cast 300 spirit crystals into the pet card swap machine. This is all the pocket money he brought over this time. Then he slapped the draw button in an imposing manner. Come out. In the white light flashing on the screen, a black hair suddenly appeared, accompanied by a dull sound of horseshoes. A man in heavy armor Death Knight appeared on the screen. The white light is covered by the strong black hair. Death Knight, I got it. Luo Yuanxing screamed in surprise, attracting the eyes of everyone else in the store. The pet card swap machine is something you can see as soon as you enter the store. It's just that the people from Orchid Leaf Group were attracted by the accessories before, and then they didn't come to see it again. Now that I was alarmed by Luo Yuanxing's cry, I naturally became curious again. How is it possible that I won the first time? Chapter 408, Blackface is not worthy. Own Death Knight. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 409, You are lucky to travel far. Let Death Knight show us. In the tone of Qin Shi and Han Ming, envy and jealousy chief, excited and anticipating coexist. Seeing Luo Yuanxing get the pet card from the checkout port, hurriedly said, Wait a minute, right now. Luo Yuanxing looked at the pet card in his hand. The Death Knight on it was so uncommon. Martial heroism. Pet card Death Knight. Main attribute, strength, spirit. Number of awakenings, 0. Skill, none. Positioning, undead, knight. Charge, deterrence. Come out, Death Knight. Luo Yuanxing raised the pet card in his hand and shouted the second of them. In the lobby of the store, a black hair appeared out of thin air, and then spread to all around, forming a gate nearly 3 meters high. The bone horse in armor first showed its head from the gate. Immediately afterwards, there was Death Knight wearing a mighty heavy armor and holding a night-long spear. From under the visor of the helmet, only a pair of scarlet eyes was exposed. As the bone horse completely walked out of the gate of black energy collapsed suddenly, turning into a thick black mist, lingering around Death Knight. Make Death Knight's figure faintly discernible. Boom. Death Knight jumped off the bone horse. This muffled sound proved how heavy the heavy armor was. Similarly, the defensive power of this heavy armor is as amazing as its weight. Even if Death Knight is only level 1 now, the imposing manner and the pressure it exudes are enough to make people feel surprised and scared. This is Death Knight. Pet positioning, the meaning of deterrence. There is only one rated pet card, and it looks pretty good now. Luo Sheng also took a look at Death Knight. Only level 1. This coercion can already affect the professional rank's combat performance. Although Grandmaster rank can completely ignore this coercion. But what if the level of Death Knight rises? Luo Sheng does not know this question. But what is certain is that it is definitely not bad. And no matter what, Luo Yuanxing and the three are very satisfied with Death Knight. This imposing manner, this coercion, the appearance of this uncommon martial heroism is far more domineering than the standing card. Perhaps because of wearing a visor, Death Knight does not seem to be able to speak. But after he got off the horse, he came to Luo Yuanxing, Anekni kneels, lowered his head slightly, put the night gun on the ground, clenched his fist, and placed it in his heart. This is an oath of allegiance to Luo Yuanxing. Your luck, it really doesn't work. Luo Yuanxing immediately began to cry. After ruthless taunted Qin Shi and Han Ming, Liu Yuanxing straightened his waist and cleared his throat, said resolutely, "I accept your allegiance, my knight." Death Knight Scarlet's eyes flashed, and then stood up, guarding Liu Yuanxing's side. The bone horse also came over, faintly discernible separated Qin Shi and Han Ming from the side to prevent them from attacking Liu Yuanxing. "Wow, very handsome." Yuju, who is lying on the partition of the deck, has a pair of eyes shining. As an assassin, Yuji has a natural love for this kind of creature in the dark. How is this possible? Although Lan Yi was shocked, his eyes were fixed on the bone horse beside Death Knight. Is this pulled out of that machine? Lan King slightly opened his mouth, looking at Death Knight in the hall in astonishment. It should be. Fex Yu also stared wide-eyed. Chapter 409, I accept your allegiance, my knight. God-level store manager system. Chapter 410. Orchid Leaf Group's shock is inevitable. Luo Sheng, looking at the magician ranks, you know it without the rank of summoner. People in this world don't seem to know summon magic at all. Of course, pet cards are not summon magic. It's just that if you know the summon magic, it's better to accept pet cards. On this side, Liu Yuanxing is still drawing pet cards. After the remaining 29 draws were finished, another Death Knight came out. Qin Shi and Han Ming stared at Liu Yuanxing for a long time, but finally they accepted their fate. What if you can't draw Death Knight? It's boring to use the same pet as you. Han Ming said angrily after drawing 120 times and still not drawing Death Knight. Then I chose one from a bunch of pet cards. Pet card A, Thunder Rolling Tiger. Main attribute, Strength. Number of Awakens, 0. Skill, none. P, Positioning, Thunder Element, Beast, Attack. It is the Thunder Rolling Tiger facing Death Knight on the stand outside the pet card swap machine. Come out, Thunder Rolling Tiger. Han Ming glared at Liu Yuanxing and called out loudly. The pet card in his hand was white. Light flashed and instantly turned into a lightning. Boom! Along with a thunder explosion, a tiger roar rang out in the store. A fierce tiger, surrounded by thunder and lightning, appeared by Han Ming. Between the lightning flashes, the imposing manner is not weaker than the Death Knight on the opposite side. It is worthy of being a pet selected by Luo Sheng to make a standing card. Just right, there are 10 Thunder Rolling Tigers. Han Ming counted the pet cards in his hand, and then took out all the Thunder Rolling Tiger pet cards inside. 10 cards. Just enough for Thunder Rolling Tiger to make an awakening promotion. Han Ming did not hesitate at all. Anyone who knows the pet card knows that a pet that awakens once is definitely better than 10 pets that have 0 awakening. As Thunder Rolling Tiger swallowed the pet card in Han Ming's hand, the lightning surrounding him became more vigorous. The imposing manner exuded has also become thicker. One awakening is complete. Activate the skill. Thunder and Lightning Protection. Thunder and Lightning Protection. Thunder Rolling Tiger body surface attached to the lightning, when under attack, will condense the lightning protection shield and cause high thunder element damage to those who touched the thunder and lightning. 2 messages flashed in Han Ming's mind. The activated skills are not very good, but not bad. They are an enhancement to the lightning surrounding Thunder Rolling Tiger. The thunder and lightning, which was originally only a weak damage, basically used for decoration, has become a very strong defensive skill. Roar. Thunder Rolling Tiger let out a roar. After awakening, it already has combat capability. In this scene, Lan Yi's eyes are shining brightly. Lan Yi's rank is Spear Knight. Unlike most other knight ranks, Spear Knight ranks must have a mount if they want to exert their full strength. However, it has always been a pity for Lan Yi in mind to find a qualified mount. When I saw Death Knight earlier, Lan Yi had been looking at Death Knight's bone horse. I wondered if I would smoke a Death Knight myself, and then borrow his bone horse to use it. But now, after seeing this Thunder Rolling Tiger, Lan Yi feels that his mount in mind has been found. The size of the Thunder Rolling Tiger is a lap larger than a normal war horse. Its battle strength is unmatched by ordinary war horses. Chapter 410, Lightning Bodyguard. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 411. The reason why Lan Yi didn't choose the war horse is because when fighting the demonic beast, the low-strength war horse is easily disturbed by the imposing manner of the demonic beast. Control. But Thunder Rolling Tiger will not. On the contrary, the imposing manner of Thunder Rolling Tiger might even stun the demonic beasts of low power. Sister Lan Yi. Yuji caught a glimpse of the rays of light in Lan Yi's eyes. That is a kind of longing rays of light. Lan Yi seemed to have heard something from Yuju's tone, and then seriously nodded. Sire, what is the machine at the entrance of the store? Yuju asked aloud after getting the affirmation. That's a pet card swap machine. Facts have proved that creatures like Luck Emperor are still rare. Lan Yi only plans to draw a Thunder Rolling Tiger as a mount. But there is no problem. After all, it is just an rank pet card. Not only is it not difficult to draw, but it even awakens directly. But when it was Yuji's turn to draw Death Knight, 3 professional rank magic cores were thrown down, and even the shadow of Death Knight was not seen. For a professional rank magic core, 1000 spirit crystals can be deducted in the Luo Sheng store. In other words, Yuji drew a full 300 times without drawing Death Knight. Then follow closely from behind. Other people from Orchid Leaf Group also came up, as a test of the water, or to see if there are any pets they like. After one round of drawing, Death Knight is still nowhere to be seen. Luo Sheng, who caught a glimpse of this scene, looked at Luo Yuanxing in surprise, and then at Yuji with sympathy. These two people are simply the two extremes of luck. Is my luck really that bad? Yuji couldn't believe it. If it weren't for Luo Yuanxing to get a Death Knight, she would wonder if there is a Death Knight pet card in the pet card swap machine. Yuju, I think you might as well buy one, it's more cost-effective. Fexu seriously suggested. The pet card is bound to the summon only if the pet summon has been released once. New pet cards will not be bound, because Luo Sheng does not intend to restrict transactions between pet cards. You must know that pet cards are just the basics. Awakening and promotion, learning martial skills and magic, are the big heads of Flower Spirit Crystal. Yuji listened to Fexu's proposal, hesitated for a moment, then set his sights on Luo Yuanxing. At present, only Luo Yuanxing has an extra Death Knight in his hand. What should you do now? Ginshi of Cloud Mist City, third young master, who had been paying attention to this situation, suddenly spoke and said to Luo Yuanxing, sell her 10 spirit crystals. Luo Yuanxing answered without thinking, 10 spirit crystals are considered as the cost price of the pet card, and the rest of the luck value should be given away. Luo Yuanxing does not lack spirit crystal, but if you don't accept spirit crystal, Yuji will definitely not ask for it, so it is most appropriate to charge a cost price. What? Ginshi was shocked by Luo Yuanxing's answer. What's your expression? Luo Yuanxing glanced at Ginshi. You told me 10 minutes ago that you are absolutely impossible to sell Death Knight's pet card. You have to keep it for awakening. Now you say you sell 10 spirit crystals. Ginshi pointed to Luo Yuanxing, her fingers trembling. Because Luo Yuanxing refused to sell Death Knight, Ginshi reluctantly developed the flame-toothed dog as his first pet. I plan to cultivate a pet that can only fight. Chapter 411, Don't Smoke, Buy It. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 412. But now, Ginshi can be regarded as getting to know Luo Yuanxing again. You guy, you really have the opposite sex, you don't have a brother. Han Ming on the side couldn't help taking a sip. Luo Yuanxing silently compared a middle finger to the two. This is what I learned from Luo Sheng in the New World mode. Come out, Thunder Rolling Tiger. As the captain of Orchid Leaf Group, Lan Yi immediately draws the first draw. Bring out the Thunder Rolling Tiger summon that I was thinking of. 10 Thunder Rolling Tiger pet cards, take them out directly. One awakening is completed. Activate the skill. Thunder Flash. Thunder Flash, active skill, consume strength of thunder, turn Thunder Rolling Tiger into a thunder and lightning. Perform a short time distance rush. The strength of thunder that skills need to consume refers to the unique strength of thunder element pets. For Thunder Rolling Tiger, the manifestation is the lightning flashing around it. Really strong skills. After Lan Yi received the Thunder Rolling Tiger's awakening message from his pet card, he gave an involuntarily exclamation. Lightning Flash and Magician use different short flashes. Short Flash is just a movement type magic, while Thunder Flash is a skill that combines offense and movement. When Thunder Rolling Tiger turns into thunder, this thunder and lightning does not have low damage. Lan Yi is very satisfied with the first randomly activated skill. Awakening Promotion, random activation of skills. But the biggest difficulty in cultivating a powerful pet, there is no one. Once a tasteless skill is randomly activated, the pet's strength can be said to be immediately reduced by 20%. Sister Lan Yi, this is the Thunder Rolling Tiger pet card we drew. When Lan Yi was still enjoying Thunder Rolling Tiger, Xioya put Orchid Leaf Group. Other people drew Thunder Rolling Tiger pet cards and gathered them all. Because Xioya and the others are not interested in the beast of Thunder Rolling Tiger. They even want to cultivate a Water Spirit White Fox. I still have 4 Water Spirit White Fox on my side. You can take it first. Lan Yi took the thick stack of pet cards in Xioya's hand, and counted them down. There are 4 more than 10. 20 sheets are drawn from them. This is the number required for the second awakening. Help not to let me down. Lan Yi stared at the Thunder Rolling Tiger squatting on the ground, praying silently in his heart. Thunder Rolling Tiger is also staring at Lan Yi, thinking in his heart, why the owner keeps holding the pet card and hesitates to feed it when he wants to eat it. The second awakening is successful. Activate the skill. Pounce. Pump. Active skill. Perform a strong pounce, causing a lot of physical damage, and there is a high probability stun the target. The duration of the stun depends on the strength of the target. It is another active skill. Lan Yi, who received the second skill message, felt a little complicated in his heart. Pounce. This skill can be said to be a very strong single skill. Damage plus control. But this is not what Lan Yi wants. She just wants a mount that can match her and can display the full strength of Spear Knight. However, Thunder Rolling Tiger has gone farther and farther on the road of fighting alone. What's the situation? Has the demonic beast invaded the boss store? Just when Lan Yi was secretly hurting himself, he brought the team members to the store. Xlang, when he saw Thunder Rolling Tiger, was shocked and almost stepped on his right foot with his left foot and threw himself to the ground. Chapter 412, Thunder Rolling Tiger does not want to be a mount. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 413. But Xlang calmed down quickly. If there is a demonic beast that can hit Luo Sheng, I am afraid it will be after Cloud Mist City turned into a pile of ruins. Boss, what's the matter with the demonic beast in the store? Xlang walked into the store, looked at Lan Yi with a dull face in front of Thunder Rolling Tiger, and asked Luo Sheng. Pets, if you are interested, they are right next to the store. Luo Sheng replied simply. Xia immediately introduced the pet card changing machine to Xlang. Good stuff. Xlang came to a conclusion after listening. However, if you want to equip Blood Wolf Group with one, it is simply unreliable. Pets are indeed very strong, but if you want to cultivate a pet with sufficient battle strength, you need a lot of resources. So in the early stage, we can only focus on cultivating a few powerful pets. The other team members can only rely on time to slowly accumulate pet cards. That way, the skill book is very important. Xlang was keenly aware of this, and then his face suddenly became very ugly. Then we sold that many skill books for the game gold coin. How much spirit crystal we have to lose? Xlang is quite distressed at this moment, because when the battlefield dungeon was used before, the number of enemies was not at the same level compared to other dungeons. So even if the explosion rate of skill books is relatively low, there are quite a few. But the skill books that are published are all popular products. The members of Xlang and Blood Wolf Group simply don't need these skills, so Xlang sold these skill books to the store in the New World mode, and then used the game gold coin to exchange new equipment for the people of the Blood Wolf Guild. But now I can't regret it. Cloud Mist City Mercenary Guild. Due to the threat of the Grandmaster rank demonic beast, Mukienkiu used the Mercenary Guild headquarters to issue missions to the Mercenary Guild of other city-states. Request the support of Grandmaster rank mercenaries. So these days, there are more Grandmaster rank powerhouses in Cloud Mist City. Grandmaster rank, whether it is among mercenaries, military, or other fields, it can be regarded as Peak's powerhouse. You know, the entire Desolate Origin Empire, on the surface, has only 2 heroic ranks. There may be other heroic ranks hidden in the dark, but in real terms, they will never exceed 2 hands. The scarcity of heroic rank is not just because of the strong aptitude required, because of the trial crystal of heroic rank. This is how difficult it is for human race to advance to realm. It is precisely because of this that you will have the seal of trial and the skills blessed by power of heaven and earth. In fact, it is more than human race. There are quite a few races. When they are promoted to realm, they need to use trial crystals to open the trial space. And demonic beasts are a unique race. Like variation beast, they do not need to be promoted to realm through trial space. Similarly, they will not have skills. So relatively, the various attributes of demonic beast and variation beast will surpass the races with skills. Therefore, all realm names are universal, because in terms of comprehensive strength, whether it is a race with skills, a demonic beast, or other special races, the same realm is generally at the same level. Of course, special circumstances need to be ruled out here, because Grandmaster rank's dragon race is generally better than Grandmaster rank's human race. Chapter 413, My Skill Book. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 414. Dragon Tooth Mercenary Squad. As the first Grandmaster rank mercenary squad to come to Cloud Mist City, has been here for a long time. But I never heard anything about the heroic rank powerhouse I met in Cloud Mist Forest. But Long Ya is not surprised. If it is a heroic rank who deliberately lives in seclusion, it is easy to be inquired, and it does not deserve to be called a heroic rank. So Long Ya is even more in awe of the heroic rank, who doesn't even know what he looks like. And today, Long Ya got the news. 2 other Grandmaster rank mercenary groups are coming to Cloud Mist City. Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad, Wavebreaker Mercenary Squad. They turned out to be them. I hope they won't provoke the powerhouse of Cloud Mist City. After receiving the report from the team members, Long Ya did not see it very much. Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad is more powerful than Dragon Tooth Mercenary Squad. Captain Yanlu and Vice Captain Zhao Zizing are both Grandmaster rank powerhouses. Wavebreaker Mercenary Squad, Captain Kai Yang, is the Grandmaster rank powerhouse, but the overall strength is better than Dragon Tooth Mercenary Squad. However, the mercenary squad that also belongs to the Grandmaster rank, even if the Dragon Tooth Mercenary Squad is not outstanding. But as long as Long Ya is still there will be no such mercenary squad, and he will risk offending Long Ya to betray the Dragon Tooth Mercenary Squad. So after Long Ya received the news, he didn't have much emotion. Order to go down and let the brothers avoid their people as much as possible. If those 2 guys dare to underestimate Cloud Mist City, let them regret it afterwards. Long Ya, drinking their own wine in the last sip of wine, put down the drinks. He left Mercenary Guild pubs. He didn't want to meet captain of the other 2 mercenary squads so early. Long Ya people, didn't they come to Cloud Mist City a long time ago? Why can't even a Grandmaster rank demonic beast be completed? Yanlu tapped his fingers on the tabletop. His tone of disdain was indescribable. We know the strength of Dragon Tooth Mercenary Squad, so we don't need to say such things here. Zhao Zizing said calmly. Wearing a robe, the hood hides half of his face in the shadows. Am I wrong? Cloud Mist City has not had a Grandmaster rank for so many years, but Long Ya can't even solve the tasks in this place. A group of trash came to a trash city-state. That's all. Yanlu coldly snorted, drank all the rum in the glass. Shut up, Yanlu, this is not what you should say. Zhao Zizing warned seriously. As captain of a mercenary squad, Yanlu's words and deeds represent the meaning of Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad. This kind of express ridicule is very taboo among mercenaries. Unless it is between two mercenary squad, it has been determined that it is a hostile relationship, or both, simply as a mercenary squad that is not at the same level. Hey, Vice Zhao, would you like a drink? Seeing that the atmosphere between Yanlu and Zhao Zizing is a bit solemn, the members of Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad seem to be commonplace. He immediately walked up with the rum. No. The magician needs to keep a clear head. Zhao Zizing refused the invitation of the team members as always, then got up and went outside the tavern. Want to breathe? I saw a few tall and sturdy mercenaries wearing beast leather armors, surrounded by one person. Chapter 414, Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 415. Their leader, with a slender figure, two katanas on his waist, and cold eyes like snakes, is the captain of the Wavebreaker Mercenary Squad. Kai Yang. Zhao Zizing, have you quarreled with Yanlu again? I said long ago that you are not as good as coming to my Wavebreaker Mercenary Squad. Kai Yang saw Zhao Zizing walk out of the tavern. I know what's going on. In Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad, the relationship between Captain Yanlu and Vice Captain Zhao Zizing is not a secret. Many thanks to Kai Captain's invitation, but I just stayed in Broken Rock. I feel very happy. Zhao Zizing without the slightest hesitation declined Kai Yang's invitation. Is it pleasant? Since Zhao Vice Captain said so, then I won't say more. Kai Yang didn't say much to refute. Instead, he took the players behind him and walked into Guild's tavern. However, as long as Vice Captain is willing to come to my Wavebreaker Mercenary Squad, Vice Captain's position is always waiting for you. Waiting for you. Followed. Came out from the pub. Kai Yang's voice was heard. Boom. The sound of a broken wine glass followed. Damn Kai Yang, my Yanlu person, can you recruit? Yanlu suddenly got up, staring sullenly at the Wavebreaker Mercenary Squad who walked into the tavern. Calm down, I don't mean that. Kai Yang's mouth moved slightly, revealing a faint smile. Then what do you want to do? Yanlu asked in a deep voice. I don't want to do anything. I know that Zhao Zizing is too wasteful to stay under your hand. Kai Yang still kept smiling, just one hand, already resting on Katana's knife handle. You, Yanlu. Zhao Zizing stood outside the tavern and stopped Yanlu's preparations. Once Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad and Wavebreaker Mercenary Squad fight here, not only will both sides suffer, but it will also become a joke among the mercenaries. Moreover, the mission that came to Cloud Mist City this time, don't even think about completing it. Yanlu Captain, I'm here, just want to have a drink. I didn't come to a duel with you. Please. Kai Yang smiled and walked away. So that the people of Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad immediately Mercenary Guild's tavern. The mercenaries who followed Kai Yang immediately moved away, leaving away. Yanlu looked at Kai Yang's hypocritical smiling face. No matter how angry he was, it would be hard to make another move. If you do it again, the people at Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad are at a loss. Let's go. Yanlu walked in front with a dark face. When passing by Zhao Zizing, his footsteps paused. Do you really have a relationship with Kai Yang? Only you are the only one who will be provoked by that guy. Zhao Zizing replied blankly. What do you mean? Yanlu frowned. It doesn't mean anything. Where to go next? Zhao Zizing shook the head, and then asked with a serious face. Find a place to live first, and then go to Cloud Mist Forest to check the situation tomorrow. When it comes to business, Yanlu's face has become better. In the tavern, the members of the Wavebreaker Mercenary Squad gathered around the round table and ordered a bucket of rum and half a roast lamb. One of the team members asked Kai Yang, Captain, if Zhao Zizing really makes us break the waves, will you really give him the position of Vice Captain? Yes, as long as Zhao Zizing is willing to come over. Kai Yang replied very quickly and surely. Chapter 415, Provocation. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 416. In Rock Breaker Mercenary Squad, Yanlu is just a grumpy brat. Zizing is really worth winning, thank you. Halfway, Kai Yang stopped and thanked the waiter who brought the wine. You are welcome, this is what we should do. The waiter seemed to be thanked for the first time, and he was the Grandmaster rank powerhouse, with a flattered look on his face. After the waiter left, the team members immediately looked towards Kai Yang. Captain, is there anything special about Zizing? Why is it worth wooing? As for the military force value, Yanlu must be higher. Although Zizing is also a Grandmaster rank, in Rock Breaker Mercenary Squad, it is more of a wise general. But when it comes to tactics, Kai Yang is not Yanlu's kind of martial artist, and he is not bad in tactics. So the talents of Wave Breaker Mercenary Squad will be puzzled. It doesn't help to tell you about this matter. Just remember that it is okay to befriend Yanlu, not Zizing. Interrupted by the waiter after a while, Kai Yang didn't intend to continue talking. Okay, the roast lamb is here. Fill up your stomach first. In the Luo Sheng shop, Huxiu sat on the long leather sofa, looked at the pet card in his hand, and then shouted at Xlang, you have a few Great Earth Demon Bears over there. I will take other pet cards exchange with you. I have more than 10 Great Earth Demon Bears, is that enough? Xlang replied after counting. Previously, Xlang led the players in the New World mode. After 4 hours of today, they began to draw pet cards. Then I happened to see Huxiu coming to the store and recommended it to him. As a result, Huxiu saw the mighty and violent Great Earth Demon Bear at a glance, and decided to cultivate one. So the Lone Ranger is convenient. There are many people in the Blood Wolf group who are preparing to cultivate a golden puppet doll or a puppet doll as an auxiliary. Although the attribute growth value of the Brank pet card is not high, it has enough awakening times. After activating the appropriate skills, the battle strength played out is also quite good. No matter how bad it is also a good choice to use it as an aid. For example, take out the physiques grown-up clay doll to make a meat shield to mock demonic beasts or something. More than 10, that's enough. Plus more than 10, after the second awakening, there are still a few left. Huxiu is very happy to take other pets except Great Earth Demon Bear. The card was given to Xlang. Then came to the front of the pet card swap machine and put a Great Earth Demon Bear pet card in the card slot next to the draw button. To awaken a pet, it is not necessary to summon the pet out. On the pet card swap machine, you can also wake up. For pets to load martial skills and magic, then you must use the skill book on the pet card swap machine. A successful awakening. Activate the skill, the power of the bear. The power of the bear, greatly strengthen the power of the Great Earth Demon Bear. When the Great Earth Demon Bear attacks, there is a small probability of smashing the target's armor and weapons. The second awakening is successful. Activate the skill, the Gift of the Earth. The Gift of the Earth, passive skills. As long as Great Earth Demon Bear can greatly enhance the recovery speed when it touches the ground, and it will become invalid after being separated from the ground. The two activated skills are considered top-grade skills. This made Huxiu so happy that he almost jumped up. This is luck. Huxiu looked at the pet card in the card slot, and the joy in his heart exhibited one's feelings in one's speech. Chapter 416, The Power of the Bear and the Gift of the Earth. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 417. With the two skills of Bear Power and Bonus of the Earth, it is basically certain that this Great Earth Demon Bear pet card is completely it can be cultivated forever. Even if the next activated skills are tasteless skills, it doesn't matter. Look at the pet location of Great Earth Demon Bear. Earth Element, Huge Force, Meat Shield, Martial Skill. Huxiu already knows it, and then inserts his membership card into the pet card swap machine. This is the way that Xia told Huxiu how to log into their character backpacks in the New World mode on the pet card swap machine. Even for convenience, system took over the transaction system under Luo Sheng's suggestion. Skill Book, Charge. Skill Book, Crushed Stone Palm. Huxiu rummaged through his character's backpack, but only found I have written 2 skill books suitable for Great Earth Demon Bear. When choosing martial skills and magic for pets, it is also a time to test the summoner's brain power. If it is a pet that learns magic, it is a better choice. After all, to cast magic, as long as the magic power is sufficient, it does not require high physical fitness. Auxiliary pets learn auxiliary class magic. Offensive pets learn offensive magic, and at most have some requirements for the magic department. Water element pets learn water element magic. Fire element pets learn fire element magic. But if it is a pet that learns martial skill, then the summoner will have a lot of hair loss. Because of using martial skill, it requires the body to cooperate. For example, Thunder Rolling Tiger learned sword martial skill. But Thunder Rolling Tiger can't even hold a sword, so what's the use of learning this martial skill? Useless. Not only is it useless, it may also account for the pet's perception value. No, 2 martial skills are not enough. After careful consideration, Pusu clicked on the trading system in the upper right corner of the screen. Search, Martial Skill Type Skill Book. Conditional Restriction, Martial Skill of Bare Hands. Skill Book. Crushed Stone Kick. Selling Price, 200 Spirit Crystals. Seller, a Little Kitty. Skill Book. Heavy Cannon Fist. Selling Price, 260 Spirit Crystals. Sold by, a Little Kitty. Skill Book. Falling Palm. Price, 420 Spirit Crystals. Sold by, a Little Kitty. Pusu glanced down, the Martial Skill Type Skill Book of Unarmed Type. As long as these 3, the seller is all this person called a Little Kitty. The seller of the trading system can be named independently. This is also to protect the seller's information. But people who take the name a Little Kitty are too weird. Pusu stared, not knowing what to say for a long time, so he glanced at the balance in the membership card. The remaining spirit crystal number, 223, Sire, help me recharge. A professional rank magic core. Pusu shouted towards the counter. Okay. Xia moves quickly. Pusu's movements were not slow. After the recharge was completed, he took all the 3 skill books at one price. Xuang Xu, sitting in the deck next to Luo Sheng, is struggling in the copy. The alert sound of the trading system made it a little stunned. Dear guest, your skill book, Crushed Stone Kick, has been successfully traded. After deducting the handling fee, the remaining 196 spirit crystals have been deposited in your character backpack. Dear guest, your skill book, Heavy Artillery Punch. Dear guest, your skill book, Collapsing Palm. Chapter 417, A Little Kitty. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 418. Luo Sheng, I have earned Spirit Crystal. The method you taught is really useful. Xuang Xu clicked on the information of the trading system, and after repeated confirmation, said to Luo Sheng happily, so fast. Those skill books, you should have just put them in the trading system. Luo Sheng turned around for less than 5 minutes, then turned back and glanced at the crystal ball in front of Xuang Xu. How to use the trading system was taught to Xuang Xu by Luo Sheng just now. I don't know who bought it, but I can eat at night. Xuang Xu seemed very happy. After hearing what Xuang Xu said, Luo Sheng chose to smile silently. According to Xuang Xu's appetite, he must choose rare equipment first. However, it is so little spirit crystal that it is not enough for 142,021 of rare equipment. Store manager, good afternoon. The voice outside the store interrupted the conversation between Luo Sheng and Xuang Xu. Hello, didn't expect the Academy Grand Competition ended yesterday, and you ran over today. Luo Sheng glanced at the door of the store as he replied, and found Ling Xiao is holding a little lily made of pink jade. I can't help but stun. Where did you kidnap this from? Store manager, you see me as who? This is my 5th sister, Ling Duyu. Ling Xiao kind of didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Hello, store manager big brother, I am Ling Duyu. Ling Duyu hides half of her body in Ling behind Xiao, greeted Luo Sheng timidly. Hello, Ling Duyu, welcome to my shop. Luo Sheng looked towards Ling Duyu, showing a kind smile. Chi store manager, the one who can make you laugh is rarely seen. Gepingchuan follow closely from behind, seeing the smile on Luo Sheng's face, cannot help but joke. Luo Sheng's expression straightened immediately, and he returned to his previous expressionless appearance, indifferently said, Dingu, since you are also here, then you are protecting them on the way. On the way. Gepingchuan indifferent expression. Luo Sheng can see clearly. Ling Duyu knows at a glance that he is an ordinary person, whether it is battle chi or magic. There is no trace of circulation in Ling Duyu's body. I don't know if there is no cultivation aptitude or the age suitable for cultivation. But it doesn't matter. Since Gepingchuan can be sent here together, whether it is along the way or deliberately escorted, it can all show that Ling Duyu's status in Flame Sovereign's eyes is still very high. Since the status is very high, it is a high-quality customer. Okay, little Duyu, don't be so shy, the store manager is very nice. Ling Xiao comforted Ling Duyu next to him. The water spirit White Fox, who was squatting on Xiao's shoulders, also ran to Ling Duyu's side in a hurry, raised his little furry paws, and tried to play with Ling Duyu, probably because there is no dangerous aura in Ling Duyu. Previously, Lanzaya and Nalan Kinki couldn't hold it. Because Lanzaya has the breath of Dragon Clan bloodlines, it is quite threatening to Water Spirit White Fox. This is also the timidity of Water Spirit White Fox. If Death Knight feels the breath of Dragon Race, even if he knows he is lost, he will mount his guns and face the enemy head. What a cute little fox. Did you come to play with me? Ling Duyu was really attracted by the water spirit White Fox. Ling Xiao sighed in relief at the same time, but also a little strange. Store manager, when did the store start keeping pets? This is not a pet in the store, it belongs to Xia. Luo Sheng didn't have his head either, speaking back. Chapter 418. Where did you come from? God-level store manager system. Chapter 419. Xia's? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, and then looked towards Xia. Although he did not speak, the look of doubt in his eyes was better than words. Gepingchuan also noticed the water spirit White Fox that suddenly popped out. After taking a closer look, he suddenly said, Chi store manager, this demonic beast, it seems that there is no record. A little paused, Gepingchuan touched his beard again and said, moreover, from it, I felt a trace of magical power. Magic? This time it's Luo Sheng's turn to be dumbfounded. Xia's water spirit White Fox has not learned magic yet. Logically speaking, the energy in the water spirit White Fox is still primordial. The nature of magic should not be imitated. Yes, it's magic, it's very weak. Maybe I perceived it wrong. Gepingchuan felt it seriously, but couldn't capture the breath. On the other side, staring at Ling Xiao suspiciously, Xia also introduced the pet card swap machine aloud. Luo Sheng keenly discovered that Gepingchuan heard the introduction of the pet card and seemed to be more serious than Ling Xiao. Dingu, are you interested in this pet card? Luo Sheng couldn't help but ask. But Gepingchuan didn't reply. Instead, he walked quickly to the pet card swap machine, cast 10 spirit crystals in, and then drew a pet card out. Golden puppet doll. It can be seen that Gepingchuan's luck is not good. However, Gepingchuan didn't seem to care what pet card he pulled out, but looked at the pet card in his hand with astonishment on his face. Then came out the golden puppet doll summon. It's so possible. After confirming the introduction of the pet card, there is no falsehood. The look of shock on Gepingchuan's face becomes stronger. In this scene, Luo Sheng looked at a loss. Even if this world doesn't have summon magic, Dinga wouldn't be so shocked. After all, youngster is more receptive. Luo Sheng sighed silently in his heart. Thinking of Han Ming and the others before, or Orchid Leaf Group and Blood Wolf Group, even though I was shocked by the appearance of the pet card, I quickly accepted it and happily cultivated my own pet. But looking at Gepingchuan's expression now, it seems that I still can't believe it. After a long time, Gepingchuan took the golden puppet doll back to the pet card, took a deep look at Luo Sheng, and said, Chi store manager, Your identity is really getting more and more I can't see through. Dean Gab thought a lot. I'm just an ordinary store manager. Although Luo Sheng didn't know what Gapingchuan was referring to, he still spoke modestly. Since Chief Store Manager doesn't want to say more, then the old man doesn't ask much. Gapingchuan smiled after putting away the pet card. Gapingchuan would not believe Luo Sheng's rhetoric in half a word. An ordinary store manager can bless such a large space folding magic in the store. Gapingchuan took a look at the area where the battle strength is improving, the training room. With this look, Gapingchuan suddenly discovered that that area seems to have become larger than the previous space. Although space magicians are indeed scarce in number, they still exist. However, the pet card that appeared in the Luo Sheng store reminded Gapingchuan of a rank that has long since disappeared in history. Summoner. This is a rank that only exists in long history and should have long since disappeared from history. There is no description even in the ancient book. Chapter 419, Youngster's Receptive Ability. God-level store manager system. Chapter 420. Most people don't know the rank of summoner. That's normal. In a very long history, summoner is an extremely terrifying rank. They can use spirit strength to communicate with another world by engraving the magic array, summon a terrifying monster, and be driven by themselves. Those terrifying monsters have incomparable power and extremely high magic resistance. Almost every summon object can be 1 to 10. Relying on their own abilities, summoners produced powerful summons that do not belong to this world, forming a terrifying army of monsters, sweeping the entire world. That is a dark history. Until a rebel among the summoner appeared, led all the oppressed cultivators, and rose to the ground, and paid countless blood, it overthrew the rule of other summoners. In order to prevent this power from being abused, the rebel among the summoners voluntarily accepted the seal after overthrowing the rule of other summoners, and completely erased the traces of the summoner in history. This is why there is no summoner in the existing ranks. This is why, simply no one will know the reason why such a terrifying rank has ever appeared. Even Gapingchuan, when traveling to the continent, came to know the existence of summoner by chance, in an ancient ruins. But, I only knew that this is all the existence of this rank. However, it now appears that everything shows that behind Luo Sheng, there is probably a summoner of Heaven's Pan. These undocumented demonic beasts. This means of summoning with pet cards. To be precise, the summon array should be engraved on the card as a medium for summon. This high-rank summon magic confirms Gapingchuan's guess even more. But at present, it seems that the summoner behind Luo Sheng is more like the rebel who is willing to sacrifice himself than a wild ambition guy. The rebel, to the summoner, is the rebel. But for others, it is a truly great hero. The reason for this feeling is that Gapingchuan can feel that the pets from the pet card summon are closely related to the summon. This kind of connection is in the first place higher than all other influences. This is what shocked Gapingchuan. Because of this approach, it is exactly the same as that of the rebel in history. After all, no matter how strong a summoner is, every summon thing that summon produces will occupy part of its spirit strength. When spirit strength is exhausted, there is no way to continue summon. But the great hero thought of a way, and that is to connect the summon thing that he summoned with the spirit strength of other people, and cut off the connection with himself. This is equivalent to giving away summoned things to others. For other summoners, this behavior is tantamount to weakening oneself and strengthening the enemy. So they are absolutely impossible to do this kind of thing. But the rebels are different. He wants to use this method to strengthen the power of others and to overthrow the dark rule of those summoners. So although Gapingchuan was shocked by Luo Sheng, there was a summoner. But I don't worry. The summoner behind Luo Sheng will reappear. The darkness that has disappeared in the long river of history. Chapter 420, The History of Summoner. God-level store manager system. Chapter 421. On their contrary, the summoner's behavior can greatly enhance the power of human race against other races. Such a selfless contribution of his own strength. Gapingchuan asked himself to be unable to do this. Gapingchuan also admires this in his heart. However, Liu Sheng has no idea what Gapingquan is thinking. I just saw the look in Gapingquan's eyes, from the initial shock, to shock, to shock, and then to the present respect. Then I heard Gapingquan's voice solemnly say, "This move of Chi Store Manager is indeed a high-meaning move, and the old man admires it." Liu Sheng, what do I do in the end? Why am I being loyal? What are you admiring me for? Although my heart is full of confusion, Liu Sheng's face is calm and his tone is very said in a tranquil voice. Dingu is serious, these all are my own business. Originally, what we pay attention to when opening a store is fair trade. Liu Sheng sometimes even feels that the system's pricing is a bit black-hearted. After listening to Gapingquan's words, Liu Sheng thought that Gapingquan was talking about pet card swapping machines, so there is nothing wrong with this sentence. But Liu Sheng's words are different from Gapingquan. Is 10 spirit crystal expensive for a pet? From Gapingquan's point of view, not only is it not expensive, but it even means half selling and half free. Liu Sheng said the phrase "the matter within the division," and it made Gapingquan see a stalwart silhouette whose mission is to enhance the overall strength of human race. The store of Chi Store Manager, opened in Desolate Origin Empire, is really a great blessing for Desolate Origin Empire. Gapingquan will leave this sentence alone. Enter the battle strength to upgrade the training room area. Liu Sheng looked at Gapingquan's back. His face was unclear. In fact, even if Liu Sheng knows what Gapingquan is thinking, I am afraid he will not care. Not to mention the rank of summoner, it has been wiped out in the long river of history. The current cultivators have basically never heard of this rank. Even if the summoner still exists, as long as he dares to come to the store, it is dead end. The operating mode of the pet card changing machine is much more advanced than summoner. At least the pet card does not need to be engraved with the magic array, nor will it occupy the spirit strength of the summoner, and the pets from the summon can continue to improve their strength. At most, it costs more spirit crystal. After all, if the pet is killed in battle, the pet card will be broken. If you want another equally powerful pet, then prepare to spend spirit crystal and cultivate it from scratch. Liu Sheng slapped his mouth in confusion, thinking that he had to eat something. Then it felt like someone was pulling at the corners of his clothes. Liu Sheng looked back and saw a little ally carved in pink jade, with big bright and intelligent eyes, looking up at him by his side. Ling Duyu is indeed the little princess from the imperial family. The cute little ally is always lovely. Little Duyu, what's the matter? Liu Sheng originally wanted to smile, but when he saw Ling Xiao right next to him, he didn't laugh in the end. It's just that the tone has become a little softer. Store manager big brother, I also want a little fox. Ling Duyu said seriously, her soft voice is very nice. The water spirit white fox of Xia was walking around Ling Duyu's feet. Of course it can. Liu Sheng returned softly. Then I looked up towards Ling Xiao and asked seriously, have you brought enough spirit crystal? You can click on the favorite logbook below chapter 421, Store Manager Gao Yi, God Level Store Manager System chapter 422. I brought a lot of magic core. It should be enough. Ling Xiao didn't expect Liu Sheng to ask himself this question suddenly, and he was stunned for a while. Speak out. The pet card information, Xia, should be very clear. In fact, it is better for Duyu to raise two powerful pets than the guards hidden in the dark. When Liu Sheng spoke, his eyes glanced outside the store. The guards hidden in the dark can't hide from Liu Sheng's eyes. It's just that Gapingquan is there. Ling Duyu doesn't need them to keep an eye on the safety of Ling Duyu, so they are farther away. Store manager's words are indeed true, but Ling Xiao knew what Liu Sheng said was correct. If Liu Sheng had a plan, there would be no need for such a lot of trouble. It's just that Ling Xiao is a little worried about the spirit crystal he brought with him, and may not be able to help such profligacy. Looking at Gapingquan's attitude, you know that pets are certainly strong, but if you really want to cultivate them to be independent, the spirit crystal that needs to be spent is definitely not a small amount. At least for individuals, this is true, let alone a powerhouse that wants to compete with a heroic rank. Let's give it a try. Little you should also want a water spirit white fox. Luo Sheng's tone is so plain that people can't hear it at all. This is actually a sales promotion. Third brother, I want a little fox. Ling Duyu rubbed the head of water spirit white fox by his feet. The smooth fur feels very comfortable in my hand. Ling Xiao was crying without tears by the sound of third brother, and looked at Luo Sheng bitterly. Store manager, you are really cheating. He coming here this time? I am preparing to gather a complete set of rare level equipment in the store. Luo Sheng, as if not seeing Ling Xiao's gaze, led Ling Duyu to the pet card swap machine, and then introduced the pet information. After seeing Ling Xiao following with a bitter face, Luo Sheng said abruptly, actually, you can also raise a pet yourself. Ling Xiao immediately reacted to this. Come here. Yes, since pets are also a great battle strength, then it is enough to train a few by yourself. Gepingchuan is his own strength and he doesn't care about the battle strength of a pet. But Ling Xiao is just a professional rank gunman. So in order to match his rank, Ling Xiao finally decided to train a clay doll as a meat shield, and then train a death knight to cooperate with him in the attack. Luo Sheng was watching from the side, and didn't intend to persuade him. When Ling Xiao realizes that he can't get death knight, he should change his mind. As for raising two pets at once, because of new pet cards in the future, Luo Sheng doesn't know what type it is. So Luo Sheng still didn't say anything. Furthermore, things like cheating Krypton must come in waves. There is no saying that Spirit Crystal is reserved for the next wave. However, I have to say that Ling Xiao is still the younger generation of the Imperial family, and there are more Spirit Crystals. That magic core, I don't know if Ling Xiao grabbed it from the Imperial City Vault. Most of it was professional rank magic core. There is even a Grandmaster rank magic core mixed in. A Grandmaster rank magic core can deduct 10,000 spirit crystals. However, there are many spirit crystals, which does not mean good luck. Ling Xiao leaned in front of the pet card swap machine, and drew more than 2,000 times, but did not draw Death Knight out. Luo Sheng was dumbfounded. The argument from the ancient spear that being lucky is really not a joke. Chapter 422, Matching a Little Fox to Little Lali. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 423. Why don't you forget it? Luo Sheng couldn't bear it. He reached out and held Ling Xiao and wanted to continue the action of drawing pet cards, speaking very seriously. Luo Sheng can't stand this luck anymore. Nearly 2,000 card draws, without drawing Death Knight. This operation is really amazing. But store manager, I am not willing to. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, his face full of stubbornness. Let's do it. I have a suggestion. Luo Sheng was chasing and playing with Water Spirit White Fox in the lobby, beckoning and saying, Little Duyu, come here, your little fox is coming out. Really? Where? Ling Duyu ran over immediately, staring at Luo Sheng expectantly. Press this button and it will come out. Luo Sheng pointed to the draw button on the pet card swap machine and said. Ling Duyu didn't doubt. She stretched out her small hand and pressed it on the extraction button. White light flashed on the screen immediately. The black hair that came out of the white light almost blinded Ling Xiao's eyes. Death Knight. Why? Ling Xiao stared. The expression on his face was full of these three words. It's a good thing to get it. Don't ask so much. Luo Sheng patted Ling Xiao on the shoulder, and kindly comforted him. As for why, that's probably it. Cuteness is justice. But in any case, the nearly 2,000 pet cards that Ling Xiao drew were not useless. At least, the clay doll that Ling Xiao wants is enough to complete 5 awakening promotions. The Water Spirit White Fox that Ling Duyu wants is estimated to be able to complete 4 awakening promotions at least. If all the remaining pet cards are treated as EXP and fed to the Water Spirit White Fox, they can probably reach the 15th level. After all, rank pet card does not give much EXP. Little Fox, Little Fox. Ling Duyu took all the Water Spirit White Fox pet cards from Ling Xiao. Then immediately summon a Water Spirit White Fox out. Little Fox, you will be called Little White from now on. Ling Duyu held a large handful of pet cards, rubbing water spirit white fox's head while feeding it. A successful awakening. Activate the skill, Magic Boost. Magic Boost. The magic released by water spirit white fox will be slightly enhanced. The first skill defines the future development direction of water spirit white fox. In order to fit this skill, it is better to let water spirit white fox learn magic in the future. Moderate general skills. Luo Sheng stood behind Ling Duyu and commented silently in his heart. Then Ling Duyu continued to feed water spirit white fox the pet card. The second awakening is successful. Activate the skill, Spirit Fox. Spirit Fox. Passively increase the agility growth value of water spirit white fox. Active release. You can force to dodge an upcoming the attack suffered. Seeing the second skill, Luo Sheng was in a daze. Passively strengthen the attribute growth of water spirit white fox. Active release can dodge the next attack. If used well, this can almost be regarded as a little magical skill to save life. Is it lovely, people? Is luck really better? Thinking of this, Luo Sheng glanced at Ling Xiao next to him. To be honest, the bloodline of the imperial family always chooses the best, and later it is almost all handsome men and beautiful women. Ling Xiao does not look bad. From this point of view, it is really the wrong rank. While thinking about it, water spirit white fox swallowed another 50 pet cards. Successful awakening 3 times. Activate the skill, water spirit formation. Chapter 423, Cuteness is as Justice. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 424, Water Spirit Formation. Active skill. After release, a continuous formation will be formed around the water spirit white fox, which can be actively closed. All friendly units covered by formation will release the water element. Magic is greatly enhanced, and the damage from the water element is greatly reduced. Seeing this, Luo Sheng was stunned. Range enhancing skills appear on an auxiliary pet, really like a tiger that has grown wings. Although it is limited to only enhance the water element magic, this skill is definitely one of the core skills of the water element magic team when there are more water element pets in the future. Seeing this, Luo Sheng glanced at Ling Xiao with pity. Store manager, what are you doing looking at me like this? I'm a little scared. Ling Xiao was glanced at by Luo Sheng. Some have one's hair stand on end. Nothing, I just hope you will be stronger in the future. Luo Sheng patted Ling Xiao on the shoulder, wanting to comfort him, but couldn't find anything to say. Maybe Ling Xiao's luck is so bad because he gave Ling Duyu all his luck. Then this guy should spoil his little girl so much. Successful awakening 4 times. Activate the skill, the Fountain of Recovery. The Fountain of Recovery. Active skill, condense spring water that greatly accelerates the recovery speed, can be used to accelerate the healing of injuries, restore battle chi and magic power. Finally, it is no longer the rare to terrifying skill before. Compared with the 2 skills of water spirit formation and spirit fox, the Fountain of Resuscitation is really quite satisfactory. But for an auxiliary class pet, it is indeed a high-rank skill. TSK. Loveliness is justice, and the ancients sincerely don't deceive me. Luo Sheng was still amazed here. Ling Duyu began to raise his hand at the water spirit white fox named Little White by her, and said, "Look, Little White, it's gone." In the end, I haven't completed 5 awakening promotions. From the perspective of skills, as long as the level keeps up, Ling Duyu's water spirit white fox is no weaker than an rated pet in terms of overall strength. Little White moved her nose, her pointed triangular ears moved, tilting her head and looking at Ling Duyu. There was a thoughtful look in the small black jewel-like eyes. After a while, Little White suddenly stuck out his soft tongue and licked Ling Duyu's fingers lightly. It doesn't look like a little fox, it looks like a puppy. Itchy, Little White is good. Ling Duyu hugged Little White, rubbing his face against the soft hair of Little White's body, laughing like a nightingale singing. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Duyu with a fond look, feeling that all the bad things had been diluted by this smiling face. Bringing Ling Duyu here is indeed the right choice. At this time, Luo Sheng suddenly said, that water spirit White Fox has a high training value. Well, as long as Dewey likes it. Link Xiao I clicked, nodded and asked curiously. Store manager, you said that the White Fox has a very high training value. Can you tell me how high is it? This is the first time Link Xiao knows Luo Sheng would actually praise something, or a certain life form. It's so high that after your imperial father interrupted your leg, you can save an intermittent pill, which can help you heal it directly. Luo Sheng glanced at Ling Juya before he spared speaking to Link Xiao meaningfully. Store manager, what are you talking about? Why did the imperial father interrupt my leg? Link Xiao looked blank. Chapter 424, You can heal your broken leg. God-level store manager system. Chapter 425. A good pet is definitely a ruthless spirit crystal devouring machine. Luo Sheng's income from the pet card swap machine was the highest in the store on the first day alone. This is completely clear. So after nightfall, Luo Sheng was lying on the bed and could not wait to shout in his head, System, how do I add new pet cards? System, the host only needs to wait quietly, and will update when necessary. This sentence is extremely irresponsible. If it weren't for Luo Sheng to take the system, it had no choice but to let it know who was the host. Therefore, Luo Sheng can only use the old method to persuade the system. System, don't you think that this kind of thing will affect our spirit crystal income if we don't discuss it with me first? Luo Sheng uses we as self-proclaimed, trying to make the system deeply understand that their interests are tied together. System, pet cards are worth the money. Luo Sheng understands the meaning of system, which means that pet cards are good things and don't worry about selling them. Adhering to the principle of not being afraid of the depth of the alleys when doing business, that's not okay. Luo Sheng is also a man who has been subjected to the modern advertising offensive baptism of hiding the sky and covering the earth. If I can know the information of the new pet card in advance, will I have time to build momentum and use the power of propaganda to give them a larger amount of Krypton gold? In the process of inducing the system, Luo Sheng didn't mind to portray himself as a black-hearted businessman. Luo Sheng is not really cheating them anyway. The products produced by system are really good value for money, and there is no fear of depreciation. The spirit crystal that was spent is actually just changed to a more valuable way. That's all accompanied by the customer. In the midst of persuasive temptation, Luo Sheng suddenly found that the system was no longer sound. After a long time, System, host, what you said is very reasonable. But the energy of the Spirit Transformation Stone is only enough to develop 8 kinds of pet cards for the time being. The Spirit Transformation Stone, it is the treasure that Luo Sheng cheated from Xuangsu before. According to system, it is a treasure that catalyzes the rapid promotion of demonic beasts. Is the function of the pet card swap machine based on the transformation of the Spirit Transformation Stone? But those new species that have emerged don't make sense. Luo Sheng has some headaches. Since the system has already confessed to him, it means that there is no need to think about the new pet card. Forget it. Death Knight should be able to last for a while. If what he was trying to do was not achieved, Luo Sheng had no thoughts, and simply closed his eyes and went to sleep. In the depths of Cloud Mist Forest, the howling of demonic beast in the dark appears to be particularly permeating. The gleaming beast pupils can be seen everywhere in the forest, which is daunting. Under the gaze of the demonic beast's beast pupils, a few green-skinned beastmen with fangs protruding from his lips seem to be looking for something in the forest. The leading beastman, the imposing manner exuding from his body, proves his strength. Grandmaster Ankh. After Xuangsu was captured by Luo Sheng, the Grandmaster Ankh demonic beast in Cloud Mist Forest started fighting on their own, dividing their own territories. Faced with the Grandmaster Ankh powerhouse who came to Cloud Mist Forest, as long as they did not invade their territory, they would not attack rashly. The Beastman tribe also guessed this situation. The Grandmaster Ankh followed is just for deterrence. Chief, the Spirit Transformation Stone seems to have disappeared. One of the thin beastmen, after searching for a long time to no avail, reported the situation aloud. Chapter 425, The Role of Treasure. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 426. Disappeared. That is the treasure brought out by High Priest from the ruins. It is the treasure made by the ancient master alchemist. The Grand Master Ankh-Beastman said in a deep voice, his tone quite displeased. The boss is calm. The location we are looking for is not wrong, but the spirit transformation stone seems to have been taken away. The beastman who came over to report said with trepidation, for fear of the Grand Master Ankh-Beastman in front of him. Be angry with him. It was taken away? Grand Master Ankh-Beastman frowned. Yes, we found traces of being broken by a blunt tool in the place where the spirit transformation stone was buried. The thin beastman immediately said what he and the others had discovered. There are also a few demonic beast paw prints. According to the comparison, it should be cat demonic beast. Blunt weapon, cat demonic beast. Does anyone know us? The spirit transformation stone is buried in the cloud mist forest, so we take this opportunity to hide from the hidden powerhouse to steal the spirit transformation stone. Grandmaster Ankh-Beastman frowned and muttered for a moment, said, is there a way to find people out? You can try and use insect. People who break through the rock and soil have used battle chi. Although the remaining breath is very weak, it is still we found out. Thin Beastman answered immediately. Seeking news insect is a demonic beast, deliberately cultivated by the Beastman tribe to find prey that is too deep. But looking for news insect is a very fragile demonic beast, and cultivating a mature looking for news insect requires a lot of resources, and a looking for news insect can only look for prey once in a lifetime. Therefore, to use news insect, you must ask High Rank Beastman for instructions. Grandmaster Ankh-Beastman nodded, said, it is allowed to use, and there is nothing wrong with urging spirit transformation stone. Yes. Thin Beastman taking the command, carefully put back the gravel and soil that had been tainted with the aura of battle chi. Desolate Origin Empire, Imperial City. In the Volid study in the Mansion of the Six Books, the rays of light of the magic lamp emit a faint orange through the window paper. Ling Yun sat on the chair, took a sip of tea, frowned and swallowed, then put the teacup back on the table. Big brother, I really don't understand how you can drink this kind of bland, even bitter tea. Ling Yun smashed his mouth twice and said straightforwardly, he was in the army, and when he was resting, he mostly drank. So Ling Yun is very unwelcome to see this kind of weak tea. It's Huygen. Ling Chenkong replied lightly. Then put away the memorial in my hand and put the quill on the memorial. The fourth brother came to me tonight, not just to complain. My tea is ugly. Ling Chenkong sat upright, remaining calm and composed while handling pressing affairs, said, you and I have not seen each other for such a long time. I just came to reminisce about that's all. Ling Yun said with a smile, since it is a reminiscence of the past, how can there be no good wine and good food? Fourth brother, wait a moment, I will tell you to go down. Ling Chenkong was not in a hurry, and knocked on the table with his fingers. A servant who was guarding the door of the mansion pushed the door in. After getting the order, he immediately retreated. In a short while, a table of wine and food is set out in the study. Ling Chenkong personally poured a glass of wine for each of them. After a cup of warm wine, Ling Yun opened his mouth and let out a sigh of heat, and the chat box opened. Ling Chenkong listened at the table, responding from time to time. There were not many dishes on the table, and soon a few plates were emptied. Tomorrow I will leave for Rivercliff City. Ling Yun said these words abruptly. Chapter 426, Traces. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 427. Rivercliff City is a checkpoint on the western border of Desolate Origin Empire and a city-state stationed by frontier troops. Ling Yun, as a military lieutenant in the west of the town, is in charge of the army in the west, so naturally he will be stationed in Rivercliff City. This time I return to the Imperial City to participate in the Academy Grand Competition. Then this glass of wine, just treat it as a big brother for you. Ling Chenkong knew that Ling Yun had something to say, and didn't ask much, just raised the glass in front of him. The west is getting less and less peaceful, and the surrounding forces are beginning to stir. Ling Yun toasted and drank. The West Frontier Army sent a letter, It was their decision to pass Flame Sovereign and Empire's Guardian Great General first, and then to Lingyan to return to Rivercliff City quickly. After the imposing manor that was suspected of dragon race erupted in Cloudmist Forest, the forces around Cloudmist City quieted down in a tacit understanding. But those forces far away from Cloudmist Forest have begun to take new actions. If it is normal, Lingyan may stay a few more days in the imperial city of Aragon. However, in this turbulent situation, the frontier army must have a general in order to stabilize the military's mind. 3 rounds of wine, 5 flavors of food. Lingyan finished the old story, put down the wine glass, got up and said goodbye to Ling Qinkong. The 4th brother came to me specifically to talk about the past. I'm afraid I will come to explore my bottom by the way. Looking at Ling Yan's back in the sky, he felt like a mirror in his heart. The more turbulent Ling Yan holds the military power in his hand, the greater the higher the probability. Come over and drink with Ling Qinkong to renew the old days, but just want to see how much the Ministry of War has the right to speak, that's all at this time. It's a pity that the imperial father is unpredictable. The way of imperial power lies in checks and balances. After the system confided in the bottom line, Liu Sheng rarely had a good night's sleep. No way, not sleeping is sulking. Early on the 2nd day, Liu Sheng went downstairs and opened a bucket of instant noodles, then grabbed bacon sandwich and found a deck to sit down. Turning around, I found that Xuang Xu was still sitting on the table next to the deck. Are you not afraid of sudden death when you stay up so late? Liu Sheng was a little curious. Don't compare my physique with your weak human race. Xuang Xu shook his 2 small pointed ears and said disdainfully. Liu Sheng was speechless for a while. He has forgotten that Xuang Xu is variation beast, and physique is much stronger than ordinary cultivator. By the way, there may be a large number of newcomers coming these days. With your image, I think it's better for you to find yourself an identity. Liu Sheng bit the bacon sandwich and said slowly, what identity do you look for? Xuang Xu was a little confused. It's up to you to think about it. Liu Sheng entered the New World mode and opened the trading system. There are not many items in it, and the market price is not clear enough. However, Liu Sheng has no way to interfere with the market price. What item does the player need, and the price of what item can go up, although you can stock up on a premium and manipulate the market. But in the New World mode, no such professional businessman has appeared yet. But Liu Sheng doesn't care about this kind of thing, because it is very simple for him to sanction such people. There is no item price. One version cannot hold down. If so, update another version. As Liu Sheng pulled the trading panel, a familiar voice rang outside the store. Store manager, I haven't seen you for many days. I trust you have been well since we last met. Qin Ming took a step closer to Liu Boat beside him and walked into the store, said hello to Liu Sheng. Chapter 427, Reminiscence. God-level store manager system. Chapter 428. City Lord Qin, if you remember correctly, you were still in our shop 2 days ago. Liu Sheng sat on the sofa, returning without any turbulence. I don't see you in 1 day, like 3 autumns. As a city lord, Qin Ming is still thick-skinned. After seeing the pet card swap machine, Qin Ming said again, I said last night that there are new products for sale in Chi Store Manager, which seem to be tamed demonic beasts, so I came here specially. Check it out. Did you say pet card, Xia? Introduced to City Lord Qin. Liu Sheng shouted immediately. Okay, store manager, Xia said with a slight smile. City Lord Qin, please here. Chi store manager, good morning. Liu Boat, who followed him, also greeted him. Hello, Liu Boat, you seem to be a little fatter again. Liu Sheng ridiculed very rarely. If you want to say who has contributed the most spirit crystal to Liu Sheng, there is no doubt that it is the vault administrator of Cloudmist City. Whether it is to replenish the medicine pill for City Guard or to change the equipment, it will require a lot of money. So Liu Boat also ran to the Liu Sheng store in 2 days. Although I have never been eligible for a discount, I have mixed up some friendships. and it is not a waste of time after all. Chi store manager was joking. The weather is getting hotter recently, and it almost makes people lose their appetite to eat. Liu Boat wiped the sweat beads on his forehead and lifted his trouser belt. I feel that I have indeed been strangling my stomach recently. Yes, it's getting hotter and hotter. It's okay not to mention it. When it comes to heat, Liu Sheng realizes that summer is getting closer and closer. It's just that the shop is warm in winter and cool in summer, and the temperature can be adjusted automatically, so Liu Sheng feels nothing. Fortunately, the store of Chi store manager is cool and pleasant, otherwise I would not accompany old Qin on a trip early in the morning. Liu Boat is not a cultivation person like Qin Ming. The resistance is much worse. After waiting for the sweat behind him, Liu Boat went to the snack vending machine and bought all the only 4 kinds of snacks. Why don't you have an appetite? Liu Sheng looked at Liu Boat with a look on his face, and couldn't help but want to ask. Before the pet card replacement machine, Xia has already introduced the pet card information to Qin Ming. The products in the Chi store manager store have always been so amazing and surprising. Qin Ming tried to draw a pet card, and then summon the flame-toothed dog out. Qin Ming was shocked by the result before her eyes. Qin Ming does not know the rank of summoner, but it does not prevent him from having other guesses. For example, the pet card in hand is actually an alchemy product blessed with space magic, and the pet from summon is contained inside and has been tamed demonic beast or other situations. Regardless of whether it is reasonable or not, this is a real thing that really appeared in front of Qin Ming. In addition to making Qin Ming feel shocked and unbelievable, there is also a kind of excitement in it. After being the city lord for so long, Qin Ming's vision is still there. It is difficult to quickly improve the strength of City Guard, not only because there are fewer people with high aptitude in City Guard, but also because the trial crystals are expensive. So if you want to improve the overall strength of Cloud Mist City in a short period of time, even if there is a Liu Sheng store, it is an unlikely thing. But now, there is a pet card. It is entirely possible to quickly improve the overall strength of Cloud Mist City. Chapter 428, Ways to Improve the Strength of Cloud Mist City. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 429. Cloud Mist City is a typical city-state with a prosperous economy and low military force. If Spirit Crystal can be used in exchange for an increase in strength, Qin Ming is definitely 10,000 willing. Liu Boat, come here quickly and calculate for me how many Spirit Crystals are needed to train a pet of level 40. Qin Ming couldn't wait to shout to Liu Boat. How many Spirit Crystals are needed to train a pet of level 40? In fact, you can get the result by asking Liu Sheng directly. However, the pet card is a major event, and it must be discussed with the vault administrator first. Liu Sheng watched Liu Boat calculate the amount of Spirit Crystal to spend according to the rules of the pet card. He wanted to say a few words, but he still didn't say it. Actually, Liu Boat's calculation method has a little error. That is, the quality of the pet card and the number of awakenings are not included. The quality of the pet card higher the number of awakenings, the more EXP per level 1 level. If you simply feed the pet card, the quality the lower the pet card, the less EXP will be given. So simple calculations are actually not very accurate. But there is no doubt that the number of spirit crystals required is definitely a lot. Otherwise, Liu Sheng would not say that pets are just a ruthless spirit crystal devouring machine. Sure enough, at the end of the calculation, the fat on Liu Boat's face was trembling, and his hands became more and more frightened. City Lord Qin, I think it would be better to arm the elite troops first. There is really not so much money in the vault, and we take care of every city guard. Liu Boat had to complain to Qin Ming. If so many spirit crystals are really thrown out, the vault will be empty. Do you want to spend money in other places? You need so many spirit crystals? Qin Ming was also a little surprised. He expected that the products in the Liu Sheng store are definitely not cheap, but didn't expect it to be so expensive. City Lord Qin, it's actually not expensive. If the pet card is really as Xia said, It should be worth the money. Luo Boat did the administrator of the Cloud Mist City Vault for so long still has a vision. Even if he is just an ordinary person, he can see the value of the pet card. At least last night, the death knight that Luo Yuanxing summon came out was worth the price. What you said makes sense. Qin Ming had to accept this. Perhaps the spirit crystal needed to cultivate a pet that is enough to be a unique one is not much for Cloud Mist City. But don't forget that Qin Ming wants to equip everyone in City Guard with a pet. What? Chi store manager Qin Ming looked at Luo Sheng. No discount, City Lord Qin, please do not open your mouth. Luo Sheng immediately interrupted Qin Ming. You only need 10 spirit crystals to draw a pet card, which is already very cheap. The system provides pet cards, which also require energy consumption. AI, Luo Boat, please allocate funds. For the time being, we will provide the elites of City Guard with pets. Qin Ming knows Luo Sheng's character, and it is useless to know more about it. In the end, he could only sigh melancholy. Okay. Luo Boat gritted his teeth, so distressed that the flesh on his body was shaking. Qin Ming and Luo Boat did not leave after discussing the decision. It's all here, so it's not too late to go through the ranks in the New World mode. For Qin Ming, the meaning of the New World mode is of course needless to say. It can quickly increase martial skill proficiency and increase battle chi by the way. No matter what it is. Chapter 429, Luo Boat of Meat Pain. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 430. Although Luo Boat doesn't have much cultivation aptitude, it's always right to add a little battle chi to keep fit. The most important thing is that they need to know the market of skill books. Boss, Xia, good morning. Good morning. It's Huxiu, morning. Luo Sheng saying hello. He leaned back on the sofa. After reaching the limit level on the second big map, Evil Spirit Warrior Frontline, Luo Sheng has been in a state of doing nothing. But this also fits Luo Sheng's mind. Store manager should always eat and wait to die. Boss, you are really leisurely? After Huxiu entered the store, he bought a bacon sandwich, and did not rush into the New World mode, but sat next to Luo Sheng. Something? Luo Sheng asked Huxiu casually when he saw Huxiu sitting next to him. It's okay. I just took an escort mission today. I will leave in 2 days. I will probably not be able to come to the boss store for a while. Huxiu took a bite of bacon sandwich. Speaking of regret, is it far? Luo Sheng asked more curiously. It's not far away. It's in Yantan City of Ancient Gau's Empire. The reward for the mission is very generous. It's compelled by circumstances for a living. Huxiu said to the back, pretending to be helpless and shrugged. There are things you need in the reward. Luo Sheng's door was clear. With Huxiu's strength, it is impossible to worry about livelihood issues in Cloud Mist City. Boss is much smarter than I thought. There are 3 Grandmaster rank trial crystals in the reward this time. I am one of the participants in the mission and can be assigned one. Huxiu did not hidden, carefree said it. Grandmaster rank trial crystal. Luo Sheng repeated. Then I noticed that Huxiu unconsciously has reached level 60 and reached the threshold for the professional rank to be promoted to the Grandmaster rank. All of this still needs to be attributed to the boss. If there is no boss shop, I am not qualified to take this task now. Huxiu said with a smile. Actually Huxiu's aptitude is not bad, but the appearance of Luo Sheng's shop accelerated his growth. Well, I wish you all the best. Luo Sheng nodded, said politely. He didn't mean to mention the trial room. In fact, the original intention of the trial room was specially provided by the system to Luo Sheng to improve the realm. In the beginning, after Luo Sheng opened it to Qin Ming once, it can be seen from Qin Ming's response that the influence of the trial room on this world is really too great. And Qin Ming did not mention this matter again afterwards, because Qin Ming also knows the impact of the emergence of this trial space, which can be formed at any time. So at first made up his mind to rot the matter in his stomach. If it's just the trial space of brave rank, then those powerhouses won't care too much. After all, no matter how many brave ranks, it can only form a threat to the ordinary person. For heroic rank, There is not much difference between brave rank and ordinary person. But if Liu Sheng dared to say that even the trial space of the Grand Master rank can provide the trial room that Liu Sheng appeared in, then he can guarantee that his shop on the second day will be surrounded by a group of heroic ranks. Because this is definitely a force that can change the pattern of various forces. And most importantly, Liu Sheng opened up the trial room. The risk he has to take is not proportional to the spirit crystal he can earn. Liu Sheng doesn't bother to do this kind of thankless thing. Chapter 430. This is still due to boss. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 431. But when I thought of this, and then thought of the 2 skill stones still on the shelf, Liu Sheng suddenly started. Suddenly a flash of light flashed in my mind. And then he quickly grasped it. By the way, system, since you can provide the trial room, you should also be able to directly provide the trial crystal. Liu Sheng called system loudly in his mind. Since skill stones similar to skill crystals can be provided, why not provide trial crystals? And compared to the trial room, the trial crystal is much safer. Even if a lot of trial crystals appeared all of a sudden, and people knew about it, at most they would be surprised by the vastness of Liu Sheng's roads, but there would be no other ideas. On the contrary, because of this, I will be afraid of Liu Sheng's shops, because they can get such a large number of trial crystal shops in one go. Those who dare to make ideas have to weigh themselves, whether they have this ability. System, the host is right. System can certainly provide trial crystals. But before Liu Sheng was happy, the voice in his mind rang again. System, but the host is free from your current thoughts. Trial crystals are also one of the commodities. They need to be extracted from the purchase channel before they can be supplied. Liu Sheng was choked by System's words. However, after the affirmation of System, Liu Sheng decided not to open the trial room. Because of selling trial crystals, you can definitely sell at a higher price. Compared to the open trial room, it is much more cost-effective. Many thanks to boss's blessings, this kind of small task, I still can't trouble me. Kusiu finished the last bite of bacon sandwich, wiped his hands, and walked to the pet card swap go in front of the plane. It seems that I was going to spend all the spirit crystal on my body before the mission, and use it to cultivate pets. Cloud Mist Forest. After a round of consumption of accessories, the Orchid Leaf Group found that its spirit crystal seemed to be insufficient, so it decided to hunt the demonic beast. It is much faster to hunt demonic beasts to obtain magic core than to collect the mission of guild. Because in Cloud Mist City, it is also rare to have high-paid tasks. Occasionally, it is also extremely popular. Lanyi didn't bother to fight for those tasks. After all, they didn't lack such a reward. Now it's just a special situation, that's all. However, after Orchid Leaf Group came to Cloud Mist Forest, it was spotted by another team of mercenaries. It is the Rockbreaker mercenary squad who entered Cloud Mist Forest and prepared to explore the situation of the Grand Master rank demonic beast. The two sides met by chance in the forest. It should have passed by, and there is nothing wrong with each other. At most, it is just because they are both mercenaries and say hello. But after the encounter, Rockbreaker mercenary squad immediately dispersed the formation after a short pause, and surrounded the Orchid Leaf Group with only 7 people. Who are you? Why did you stop us? Lanyi saw that the person was not good, and immediately raised the long spear, put on a defensive posture, frowned and asked. Others also clenched their weapons. Stop you guys? No. Rockbreaker mercenary squad, I won't do this kind of thing yet. Yanlu said quietly. Rockbreaker mercenary squad, it turned out to be you. Lanyi's face became more serious when he heard the name. Grandmaster rank mercenary group, among the mercenaries, are all famous. Lanyi has naturally heard the name Rockbreaker mercenary squad. Chapter 431, Conflict. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 432, Dignified Grandmaster Rank Mercenary Squad. Will it only take advantage of one's position to bully people and bully the weak? Lan Yi couldn't help but sneered too. The bullying of the weak is not something that Yan Lu would do, but that little girl is not in this list. Yan Lu ignored Lan Yi's sarcasm, but stretched his finger. Refers to the object, Lan Zaya. Seeing the person Yan Lu was referring to, Lan Yi seemed to think of something, and his face suddenly turned white. Lan Zaya is a little unclear. Dragon girl, a different species, shouldn't be here. Yan Lu's voice is very firm, and his eyes become extremely hostile when talking about Dragon Girl, vaguely, with hatred. It seems that the rumors among the mercenaries are true. You really come from ruins of Dragon? Lan Yi stared at Yan Lu and spoke slowly. Yes, I come from ruins of Dragon. I hate all Dragon clan bloodlines. Yan Lu said in a deep voice. Ruins of Dragon once belonged to one of the empires of human race. But in the battle between human race and dragon race, this empire was destroyed, and the former 10,000 Li male city is now completely in ruins. The land burned by the dragon's breath, barren. Although at the end, dragon race was driven away by the peak powerhouse of human race. But the former empire is long gone, and those affected by the dragon's breath have also been cursed by the dragon race. The empire that was destroyed is now called Ruins of Dragon. Those survivors who came out of Ruins of Dragon bear a curse, hate dragon race extremely, and hate those who have dragon clan bloodlines. Yan Lu comes from Ruins of Dragon. Among the mercenaries, there have been speculations, but there is no final conclusion. But now it seems that the rumors are true. Can't we just stop here? Lan Yi asked with a raised eyebrow. After the dragon clan bloodlines hidden in Lan Zaya are activated, some dragon race features have been maintained on the body, such as the sharp horn on the side of the head and the tail behind him. Maybe you can take back these features after you have a higher level in the future. But now, it clearly shows Lan Zaya's identity. Stop. The dragon race back then, but never said such a thing. Yan Lu's tone was cold, determined to the point that there was no room for discussion. The imposing manner of the Grandmaster rank was released suddenly. Battle chi lingers on Yan Lu's fist, condensing into a pair of hideous boxers. Leave that dragonborn, I won't stop others. Yan Lu said coldly again. Zhao Zizing, who had not spoken all the time, also raised the wand in his hand, and the magic power surged to the surroundings, and the four earth walls instantly rose up, shutting everyone inside. Although Zhao Zizing is cautious, this caution will never be applied to mercenary squad that does not even have a Grandmaster rank. Zhao Zizing is very clear about Yan Lu's identity from Ruins of Dragon. I also know that the conflicts between the survivors of Ruins of Dragon and Dragon Race and Dragonborn cannot be reconciled. And, even if it is to maintain the majesty of Yan Lu as the captain of Rockbreaker mercenary squad, Zhao Zizing will not speak at this time. The other members of Rockbreaker mercenary squad also raised their weapons. The two Grandmaster ranks, you really look up to us. Lan Yi couldn't help but sneered when he saw that there was no room for reversal. Let's make a decision. Yan Lu clenched his fists, and battle chi surged. With your strength, it is basically impossible to contend with Rockbreaker mercenary squad. I hope you don't mistake yourself and make the right decision. Zhao Zizing exhorted. Chapter 432, Survivors of Ruins of Dragon. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 433. The members of Rockbreaker mercenary squad, who also cooperated with Zhao Zizing, took a step forward. The disdain and contempt on the face are clearly visible. HMPH, Orchid Leaf Group, we have never abandoned the idea of any team member, and it is absolutely impossible. Lan Yi coldly snorted, said this sentence without hesitation. Immediately, the long spear raised, and the tip of the gun pointed at Yan Lu. Since you are going to fight, then we Orchid Leaf Group will stay with you to the end. The other team members behind Lan Yi also raised their weapons and aimed them at the Rockbreaker mercenary squad in front of me. As soon as these words came out, Rockbreaker mercenary squad immediately deserved to have a big laughter. Did not expect that they really dare to take up arms. does not weigh their own strength, and we actually dare rock break a mercenary squad against. With the remnants of Dragon Clan bloodlines, she shouldn't have appeared in the country of human race. There are people who are willing to protect her and have trouble with our rock breaker mercenary squad. It's really overestimate one's capabilities. In their opinion, with the strength of their rock breaker mercenary squad, it is very easy to get the first 7 people below. Yanlu was also a little surprised, and couldn't help but say, "I admire your courage and friendship, but if it's just like this, you can't protect the dragon girl. If you can't protect it, try to find out." Lan Yi retorted unceremoniously. HMPH, refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Yanlu waved his hand sharply. Take them. Zhao Zizing waved his staff, a little forward. Stab. In a flash, Lan Yi and the others there was a sudden shock at his feet, and several rows of ground pierced the soil. If it is hit by a ground stab, it basically declares that it has lost the ability to move. Zhao Zizing this move suddenly attacked, and in the past there is almost no disadvantage. If he hesitates a little, he will be stabbed in both legs by the ground. However, for Lan Yi and the others who have been honed in the battle strength improvement training ground, the speed is not fast enough. Almost the moment the ground's tremors appeared, everyone in Orchid Leaf Group tapped their feet and flashed to the side. The action is not big. It can be able to avoid the ground stab, without wasting half of the energy. I actually have a sneak attack, but I really have a face for Grandmaster rank. Lan Yi's long spear turned in his hand and swept the ground that broke through the ground. Like raindrops, the gravel flew towards the people of the Rock Breaker mercenary squad who rushed over. Peng 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 dash. However, the players of Rock Breaker mercenary squad are indeed not weak. The gravel that flew past, none of them hit them. All were intercepted. Such insignificant ability. Yanlu did not stay behind either, but followed the team, like a phantom, rushing towards Lan Yi. Battle chi above both fists, roaring loudly. Master of Boxing is Yanlu's rank. Using double fists as a weapon to launch a howling wind and torrential rain general attack to destroy the enemy is the battle method of a boxer. Faced with a Grandmaster rank powerhouse, Lan Yi didn't dare to care. A few medicine pills appeared in Lan Yi's hand, flipped his palms, and put them into his mouth. The medicine pill melts in the mouth, quickly turning into a soft energy, flowing into Lan Yi's abdomen, and then rushing to the whole body. Yonglai Dan, Fengzhu Dan, Bodyguard Pill. Strength, Speed, Physical Defense and Magic Resistance. The process of upgrading is completed in just an instant. A layer of body shield also appeared on the surface of Lan Yi's body. Let me fall down. Yanlu fisted like a heavy cannon, and the condensed armor of battle chi pierced the air, accompanied by bursts of sonic booms, blasting towards Lan Yi. The attacking battle chi surged and drawed. Chapter 433, Refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. God-level store manager system. Chapter 434. Lan Yi frowns her eyebrows tightly, and she steps on the ground. The huge force prints a clear footprint on the ground. The tightly held long spear looks like thunder. The tip of the gun pierced through the sky and collided with Yanlu's fist. Boom! The impact of battle chi made a loud noise. The airwaves centered on the two of them, spreading to the surroundings, and rushing towards all around like a storm. Cough. The terrifying impact caused Lan Yi to retreat more than a dozen steps before he could stabilize his figure. It is worthy of being the Grandmaster rank. Compared to the professional rank, it is still much better. Lan Yi took a breath, because taking medicine pill temporarily increased the attribute, so he didn't get hurt. It's just the body shield on the body, which has been weakened by more than 30%. Yanlu also retreated 3 steps in a row, looking at Lan Yi in surprise. The fist above condensed battle chi boxing armor, and there was still a trace of burning breath. That is the fire damage incidental to fiery earrings. How can you withstand my attack? Yanlu couldn't believe his eyes. Even in all the Grandmaster ranks, Yanlu's battle strength can be ranked in the forefront. Moreover, the strength growth and agility growth brought about by the martial artist's rank, the high attack power formed is enough to rival the berserker, who is known for his attack power. However, today, I was blocked by a professional rank spear knight. There is nothing impossible. Lan Yi raised his left hand and waved it lightly. The passive skill of the stone giant ring is activated. The rays of light of Earth ILO flashed away, and the ground under Lan Yi's feet began to vibrate violently. Crack! A crack appeared on the ground, and then crashed. Two stone giants, nearly 10 meters high, broke out of the ground with countless rubble scattered and splashed. The people at Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad looked stunned. The nearly 10-meter high stone giant stands upright, with a thick body, like a hill that can be walked on, full of deterrence. Who? The stone giant, who had just stood up straight, saw the mercenaries rushing up, raised his huge palm, and pated them. Brought up the howling wind. Boom! The terrifying force slammed on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The mercenaries who were smashed into the air were either dead or injured. They fell to the ground. Almost all of them were unable to move even a little bit, and they could only cry in pain. Here? What is this thing? How come this thing suddenly appeared? Did those guys come out of summon? Quick rewind, come back. Come back! The appearance of two stone giants instantly disrupted the formation of Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad. Countless shouts of lose one's head out of fear. Zizing opened his mouth wide and looked at the two-headed stone giants like a small mountain with shocked face. They are actually stone giants. How is this possible? How could they have the magic of stone giants? Zizing, as the earth element magician, is no stranger to the magic of stone giant. The stone giant is one of the high-rank magics in the earth element magic. It uses the magic power of the earth element to condense the body of the stone giant to drive the stone giant to fight. It is one of the puppet magic, not the summon magic. But the magic of the stone giant is not a popular item that can be learned casually. Even those academy and sect, many have not included this magic, which shows its preciousness. At least Zizing does not know the magic of stone giants. No, there is simply no earth element magician among them. Even if they have the magic of a trifling professional rank magician, simply impossible condense two stone giants. Zizing is in after being shocked. He quickly calmed down. Chapter 434, Stone Giant. God-level store manager system. Chapter 435. It's a magic orb. A magic orb that can save magic and release it at an appropriate time. This is the only reasonable explanation. Many magic cores inlaid on magician wands will function as magic orbs. Yan Lu, go and stop the golem, they won't have a second time. Wanting to understand this, Zizing immediately told Yan Lu aloud. The 6th high-level stone giant, for the Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad professional rank players, can be regarded as impervious to sword and spear, a powerful monster. But for Yan Lu and Zizing of Grandmaster rank, it's not enough. Although Yan Lu can't bear the attack of the golem head, but facing the relatively slow-moving golem, Yan Lu can kite them. No problem, leave it to me. Yan Lu, hearing this, immediately abandoned Lan Yi and rushed towards one of the stone giants. In the battle, Yan Lu's main role is to take the lead and boost morale. It is Vice Captain Zizing who really observes the battle and conducts command. It won't let you succeed. Lan Yi mentioned the long spear and swept away Yan Lu. The passive skill of the stone giant ring has been activated after entering the battle, strengthening the physical defensive power, and the stone shield that appears after being attacked can give Lan Yi full confidence and hold Yan Lu without being injured. Moreover, Lan Yi and Storm Jade Pendant's active skills are not used. Although it is impossible to defeat Yan Lu, there is no problem at all if you want to hold Yan Lu and let the two stone giants wreak havoc in the Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad. Damn, you are simply a monster. After Yan Lu and Lan Yi fought dozens of tricks, I really felt the difficulty of Lan Yi. Although the offensive power is far inferior to the Grandmaster rank, but on the defense, it can be truly terrifying. I said, you have to fight, I will accompany you to the end. Lan Yi took a few heavy breaths, sweating on his forehead. Lan Yi knows that the total of this set of equipment on his body, including the used medicine pill, is close to 20,000 spirit crystals. With so many spirit crystals, she has a short period of time, enough to contend with the power of Grandmaster rank. If not, with Yanlu's strength, Lan Yi can't stop just first fist. But up to now, Lan Yi has begun to feel exhausted. Okay. Yanlu, extremely angry, laughed back and said 3 good words. Turning around, the people of Orchid Leaf Group, under the cover of the stone giant, forced the people of Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad to retreat, especially the Dragon Girl, holding a heavy shield, to protect the others tightly. Black Tortoise Heavy Shield. Black Tortoise Guardian, passive. All attacks cannot cross the Black Tortoise Heavy Shield and attack friendly units behind the user. Damn Dragonborn. Yanlu breathed out a breath, and suddenly felt a heart-piercing pain behind him. Bong to the end. He. Congratulations, success irritated me. Yanlu's voice became extremely cold, and his eyes became crimson, like blood. Zhao Zizing, who was observing the battle at the back of the team, immediately noticed Yanlu's situation, and suddenly turned pale with fright. Yanlu, you give me a stop. But Yan, as if he hadn't heard Zhao Zizing's words, a circle of brilliant brave marks suddenly appeared on his wrist. Chapter 435, Anger. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 436, Brave Rank Skill, Strengthening. Damn, you can't continue. Zhao Zizing shouted. However, Yanlu is still deaf. On the arm, another circle of rank marks appeared. Professional rank skills. Blood boiling. Blood boiling can greatly enhance strength and agility in a short period of time. After this skill was turned on, the crimson in Yanlu's eyes became more concentrated, like a puff of blood. However, it is not over yet. The seal of Grandmaster, followed closely from behind, also appeared on Yanlu. Grandmaster rank skill. Broken Rock. This is the offensive skill of Grandmaster rank and the origin of the name Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad. The 3 trials are superimposed. This is Yanlu's most peak blow. The battle chi covering his fists seemed to be boiling, and a terrifying imposing mana radiated out, like a raging wind raging and hunting. Punched out, the air makes a harsh sonic boom. Battle chi wrapped around the boxer, making an angry roar. Before battle chi arrived, Lan Yi felt a violent oppression, giving her a dull feeling of breathlessness. Prestige of this fist. Even if the Grandmaster rank is subverted, they dare not slam its front. Even more, how Lan Yi still only relies on equipment and medicine pill to deal with Grandmaster rank. Stone Giant. Lan Yi shook the Stone Giant ring while backing again and again. One of the Stone Giants received the order and immediately stepped forward and stopped Yanlu ahead. Get out of my sight. Yanlu let out a low roar, and Battle Chi's surging fists hit the Stone Giant with a heavy blow. Boom! Only a loud noise was heard exploding. The Stone Giant, nearly 10 meters high, under Yanlu's boxing armor, instantly turned into the sky-crushed stones, splashing all around. The stone armor, which even the Grandmaster rank feels tricky, is as crisp as thin paper under Yanlu's fist. However, Yanlu's attack did not stop because of the crushing of a Stone Giant. On the contrary, it speeds up the attack on Lan Yi. The Stone Giant was smashed, and those Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad players who had been beaten down due to the appearance of the Stone Giant suddenly boiled up. Yanlu team is longevity aura. They are dead this time. Even if you can condense the Stone Giant, it is not clay under the fist of our Captain Chickens and Pottery Dogs are average. Brothers, follow up. The remaining Stone Giant, Vice Captain can hold it. Let them taste our power. From the people of Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad, the people of Orchid Leaf Group are just relying on 2 Stone Giants. The destructive power possessed by this kind of war machine, without being restrained by anyone, is very huge. However, once the Stone Giant is restrained, the people of Orchid Leaf Group are just a pile of fish on the chopping board and can only be slaughtered. Take it to death. Yanlu quickly approached Lan Yi, and the imposing manner on his body was rising steadily. Fist strikes like lightning. Carrying the power of horror, he rushed to Lan Yi so fast. Lan Yi's eyes widened. Even though he had already reacted, his body couldn't keep up with the speed of the reaction. This fist, as long as it hits, with Lan Yi's current strength, it is impossible to stop it. Either death or disability. Just at the crucial moment, a petite silhouette suddenly appeared in front of Lan Yi. Black Tortoise Guard. Yanlu's fist hit a heavy shield. Chapter 436. Fist of Fury. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 437. Bang! Exclamation mark. The burst of air, like a terrifying storm, raged all around, arousing smoke and dust in the sky. The air wave hit the surrounding trees, breaking the trunks and tearing branches and leaves. If you look from the sky above, you will find that the area where the air wave erupts has directly turned into a clearing. In the lush cloud mist forest, it is like a missing piece. What the hell happened? Did Captain kill them? Although I can't see it yet. But no matter what you think, they are all impossible. Block Captain's rock-breaking punch. The members of the Rock-Breaker mercenary squad were shocked by the airwave and backed back again and again. The smoke and dust in the sky made them unable to see the center of the collision between the two and what was going on. But even if they don't look at it, they can guess what's going on inside. Trifling, a professional rank, received the strongest blow from a Grandmaster rank beakhead. You can imagine what the result will be. That is, the professional rank was killed by a punch. There is no suspense. However, as the smoke gradually dissipated, none of the three silhouettes standing inside fell. Lan Xia held the Black Tortoise heavy shield, completely blocking Yanlu's attack from the shield. It's you. How could this be? Yanlu looked at Lan Xia in amazement, and even started to wonder if he was dreaming. A trifling professional rank actually took his angry blow. This is an attack that even Grandmaster rank would not dare to rigidly attack. This weird scene caused all the people in Rock-Breaker mercenary squad to shut their mouths. Shocked, can't believe it. Even Stone Giant couldn't take Yanlu's punch, and it instantly turned into rubble. This little girl exuding a professional rank imposing manner was actually blocked. And it seems that there is still a feeling of spare power. Purple. Xia Lan Yi panted heavily, shouting with lingering fears. Sister Lan Yi, are you okay? Lan Xia held the Black Tortoise heavy shield and pushed forward half a step before asking. It's okay. It's just a little exhausted. Unfortunately, there is no medicine pill to regain strength in Store Manager. Lan Yi calmed his breathing a little. The medicine pill can indeed restore battle chi and magic, but it cannot restore physical strength and spirit strength. In a battle with a Grandmaster rank, Lan Yi must maintain concentrated attention completely in order to keep up with Yanlu's speed. The consumption of physical strength and spirit strength is much faster than usual fighting. Fortunately, Lan Xia caught Yanlu's attack at the last moment. Black Tortoise heavy shield increased double resistance. Active skill Black Tortoise Guardian increased double resistance, plus lazy heavy armor increased double resistance, and Brave rank skill Iron Body increased physical defensive power, and various other small equipment, permanently increase the medicine pill of the attribute, the rank of the heavy warrior, and the Dragon Clan bloodlines of Lan Xia itself. This caught Yanlu's attack. Moreover, only Lan Xia can do this. But the people of Rock-Breaker mercenary squad don't know these things. In their view, Lan Xia only relied on the power of professional rank to block Yanlu's attack. This completely impossible thing happened before their eyes. This is impossible. Captain's attack was blocked. Am I dreaming? What the hell is this little girl? Monster. Is it a giant dragon transformed into a human body? The panic screams rang. This scene completely overthrew their previous thoughts. These beautiful women and girls are simply a group of monsters. Chapter 437, Blocking the Attack. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 438, Dragonborn. Sure enough, Yanlu halfway through talking, suddenly clenched his teeth tightly, and the piercing pain in his back grew more and more. The heavier it is, it has even begun to spread throughout the body. The intense pain caused Yanlu's battle chi to begin to collapse. On Yanlu's boxing armor, cracks also appeared because of the collapse of battle chi. I knew it would be like this. Zhao Zizing noticed Yanlu's abnormality and immediately waved the staff in his hand. Dungeon. The magic power surged, and the earth wall rose from the ground, restricting the movement of the remaining stone giant. Zhao Zizing flew forward, erected Yanlu, and retreated back. Everyone listens to the order, evacuate. The morale is exhausted, and the military spirit is scattered. If you continue to stay, the more likely it is to increase casualties. Zhao Zizing knew in his heart that they lost the Rockbreaker mercenary squad in this battle. They actually lost to a little unknown mercenary squad that didn't even have a Grandmaster rank powerhouse. Looking at the Rockbreaker mercenary squad that quickly escaped, Lan Yi was sighed in relief. She doesn't know why the Rockbreaker mercenary squad is leaving, but if Yanlu continues to attack, Lan Yi knows that he will definitely not be able to sustain it. The overall strength of Orchid Leaf Group is far from Rockbreaker mercenary squad. If the pets have been raised this time, it shouldn't be the battle so hard. Everyone is okay. Lan Yi looked towards Lan Kinga and the others. We're all right. Didn't expect Stone Giant is so strong. I knew I should buy 2 more. Xioya is a little sorry. Speaking of, the Stone Giant ring is a rare jewelry. The price of 6,000 spirit crystals is enough to discourage many people. The fine-grade Stone Golem ring, the 40-level Stone Golem from Summon, is much weaker than the Stone Giant. If they dare to come again, I must let them know what magic is. Nalan Kinky waved his staff and said fiercely, with the support of these Krypton gold equipment, although their strength is not as good as the Grandmaster rank, it is far from what the average professional rank can match. That's good. Let's go back to Cloud Mist City now. Lan Yi nodded. After this battle, it is impossible to continue hunting demonic beasts in Cloud Mist Forest. If they are unlucky and meet the Grandmaster rank demonic beast, it may be difficult for them to escape. Maybe it was the previous battle, which consumed too much physical strength and spirit strength. On the way back to Cloud Mist City, there was always some silence. Okay, Zaya, don't be so sullen, it's not your fault. Lan Kinga noticed Lan Zaya after the battle was over. There is always a loss in his eyes, and he can't help but comfort him. Elder sister, really? Lan Zaya looked up at Lan Kinga, as if trying to find the answer from her face. On the other side, Rockbreaker mercenary squad has also come to the edge of Cloud Mist Forest. At this time, Yanlu has a face like golden paper, with a weak breath, and the corners of his mouth are overflowing with black-red blood. Alert! Zhao Zizing carefully put down Yanlu, and with a wave of his staff, a rock and soil barrier rose up to protect him and Yanlu. The members of Rockbreaker mercenary squad quickly dispersed around, closely monitoring the surrounding situation to prevent enemy sneak attacks. Among the rock and soil barriers, Zhao Zizing condense cut through Yanlu's clothes with a stone blade. A scorching breath assaults the senses. Chapter 438, Rockbreaker mercenary squad retreat. God-level store manager system. Chapter 439. On Yanlu's back, there is a large scar that seems to have been burned, but a closer look reveals that it looks like a large piece of complicated seal script. It is firmly attached to Yanlu's skin. This is the Dragon's Breath curse of Dragon race. Zhao Zizing flicked his fingers, and the magic in his body formed a shield on his body, blocking the heat wave of the Dragon's Breath curse. Yanlu told him this. The Dragon's Breath curse is the curse in the survivors of Ruins of Dragon. During the attack, never use half of battle chi or magic power. Otherwise, you will be killed by Dragon's Breath. But Yanlu completely forgot about this incident under his anger. In other words, he simply took the initiative to ignore it. Now the Dragon's Breath curse is beginning to strike. The pain caused by the terrifying Dragon's Breath phages can definitely make life worse than death. Zhao Zizing, Dragon's blood. Dragon's blood should still be there, crushed sprinkled behind me. Yanlu, who was leaning on the rock wall, said intermittently. His consciousness has already become a little fuzzy from the pain. Without a trace of blood-curled lips, I tremble with pain when I speak. This is the survivor of Ruins of Dragon. Why do you hate Dragon race and Dragonborn so much? The terrifying Dragon's Breath curse, I don't know when it will kill these survivors. And before death, you have to endure torture. That life is worse than death. And wanting to alleviate the dragon's breath curse is also very simple. As long as the blood of dragon race is sprinkled on it, this curse power can be calmed down. So as long as Yanlu meets someone with dragon clan bloodlines or a demonic beast, he will not show mercy. For every additional dragon race blood, there is one more way to survive. This is the last one, and I will never be so arrogant in the future. Zhao Zizing took out a small sandalwood box from his arms and opened it, revealing the flannel inside, and a crimson pill quietly placed on the flannel. The pills were crushed into powder and sprinkled on Yanlu's back. The dragon's breath curse that resembled seal script, as if alive, quickly swallowed the powder condensed by a dragon's blood, and then slowly fell silent. Sorry. Although Yanlu's breath calmed down, it was still weak. No need to apologize. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't be saved by you. Zhao Zizing shook the head, standing by with his legs crossed. If it hadn't been for Yanlu's hatred of the demonic beast with dragon clan bloodlines, Zhao Zizing, who was besieged by the demonic beast to life hanging by a thread, would not have been saved. Zhao Zizing stays in Rockbreaker mercenary squad, and there is no lack of repayment. After today, leave Cloud Mist City for now. Yanlu weakly leaned against the rock wall and said slowly, "You are captain, you don't need to discuss this with me." Zhao Zizing knows what Yanlu wants to say, but he will not take the initiative to say it. "I knew you would say that. Let's go to Ruins of Dragon," Yanlu slowly said, although his breath was weak. His tone was very firm. If there is any place in Cloud Mist City that is most comfortable, safest, and most suitable for recuperation, it is undoubtedly in a remote alley. Luo Sheng, the shop is out. This is a unified name for the regular customers who come to the store. On the contrary, it was the Myriad Forms grocery store named Myriad Forms that Luo Sheng was on a whim. No one knew about it. There is medicine pill, snacks, and soft and comfortable sofas. So after Orchid Leaf Group returned to Cloud Mist City, the first place that came to mind was here. Chi store manager, good morning. Lan Yi opened the store door and greeted a little tiredly. Chapter 439, Curse of Dragon's Breath. God-level store manager system. Chapter 440. It's getting late, it's almost noon. Luo Sheng was sitting on the long leather sofa, holding a long slender grass stalk in his hand, teasing him water spirit white fox running on foot. The slender grass stems are obviously fragile. If they are swung a little faster in the wind, they will be broken, but in Luo Sheng's hands, it looks like a snake. The dexterous water spirit white fox fluttered from left to right, but couldn't catch the grass stalk in Luo Sheng's hands. In this scene, Lan Yi, who was standing in front of the store, was stunned. This strength control of strength has reached its peak. Little White, how useless, you can't even catch the grass in the hands of the store manager big brother. Ling Duyu sitting beside Luo Sheng pouted, a little unhappy. Speaking of, well, Little White is still very difficult to deal with. Luo Sheng laughed, and then gave Ling Duyu the grass stalk in his hand. Let her play with Little White herself. And that sentence, Luo Sheng is really not comforting Ling Duyu. If you put aside battle chi and magic, just talk about the control of power, not to mention that this little fox can't grasp the grass stem in Luo Sheng's hands. Even if it comes to a Grandmaster rank powerhouse, it may not be grasped. What are you doing standing at the door of the store? Don't you come in. Luo Sheng glanced at Lan Yi, who was standing at the door of the store, and said lightly, "Sorry, I just watched it." Lan Yi sneered. "Come in, bacon sandwich is very effective for replenishing physical strength." Luo Sheng didn't care about Lan Yi's reaction, just continued. When Lan Yi and the others came to the store, Luo Sheng noticed the tiredness hidden under their eyes. It's not sleepy, it's like just going through a battle. Many thanks to the concern of store manager. Lan Yi laughed. The appearance of the corners of the mouth slightly raised is really pretty. Don't be polite with me. Luo Sheng returned blankly. I thought in my heart, even if you thank me, I will impossible to give you a discount. After Lan Yi and the others entered the store, as Liu Sheng said, they bought bacon sandwich and a bucket of instant noodles in front of the snack vending machine. Lan Zaya, who was walking at the back, came to Liu Sheng. Big brother, Zaya, what's wrong? Liu Sheng looked at Lan Zaya curiously, but found that Lan Zaya had annoyance, pain, incomprehension and other extremely complex emotions. Big brother, is Zaya really weird? Lan Zaya looked up at Liu Sheng, reached out and grabbed the sharp horns on both sides of his head. How come? Zaya is so cute. Liu Sheng extended the hand, gently rubbing Lan Zaya's head. The soft hair is tangled up at the fingertips. But Lan Zaya gave Lan Zaya a sense of peace of mind. But why do anyone want to catch me? Lan Zaya asked, very puzzled. Who? Liu Sheng raised an eyebrow. I remembered that when there were no snacks in the store, Liu Sheng had steamed buns all at once, and Lan Zaya had to bring the barbecue to improve the food. Lan Zaya narrowed his mouth and told what had happened in Cloud Mist Forest. Big brother, did I cause trouble to the elder sisters? At the end, Lan Zaya asked very carefully. Of course not. Zaya should have seen it. Your elder sisters have never felt that you are causing trouble. Having Dragon Clan bloodlines, yes, your luck, not your fault, because with this power, you can take up the shield and guard your elder sisters at the forefront. You can click on favorites below. Record this time chapter 440. Zaya is so cute. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 441. If someone else dares to bully you next time, just tell me and Big Brother will help you teach him. Liu Sheng rubbed Lan Zaya's head, speaking very seriously. Well, I see, thank Big Brother. Lan Zaya seemed to understand the brilliance of a smile. Even the light in the store seemed to dim for a moment. This shouldn't be. The lights in the store are controlled by the system. Liu Sheng raised his eyebrows, feeling that this is the system's tricks. In a blink of an eye, Lan Zaya ran into the store and leaned on the counter. Elder sister Xia, I want to eat bacon sandwich. Also, Liu Sheng rubbed his hands, then put his back behind him. The store manager is not good. With store assistant, store manager seems useless. Boss, do you remember me? Before Liu Sheng finished feeling in his heart, a voice came from outside the store. Looking back, he was a boy with an impression, but he didn't know him. I haven't been here a few times. Kyong Kiu looked at Liu Sheng's face without emotional changes, and knew that the boss of this shop must not remember him. Forget it. I have heard too many rumors about boss in the academy. It doesn't matter if you don't remember it. Anyway, discounts are impossible. Kyong Kiu was optimistic, waved his hand, and said again, Boss, this time I led the team and brought the senior and senior sisters from Brilliance Academy to the store to recognize the way. After that, Kyong Kiu pointed to the store. Besides, there was already a large group of people standing there, rubbing shoulders, and yelling outside. This is the Grimace Hat training where they do well-secluded alley. Ah. What makes this place a secret? You become strong. Pool Junior brother, you will not take it the wrong place. Boss people do. We see so many people together, not come out and greet him. What kind of shop is this? Is the boss shelf so big? Those Brilliance Academy students are mostly complaining about the remoteness of the place and the large shelf of Liu Sheng. There are so many of them, they just change to another shop, no matter what they are doing. The boss who keeps the shop will immediately put aside the things in his hands and come out obediently to greet customers. The boss of this shop, obviously standing in front of the shop, didn't mean to move. Boss, you see that we have so many people all at once. You don't have to come out to welcome you. At least you have to give us a discount on the things in the store. In the crowd outside the store, a boy who looked like a monkey with a sharp mouth came out and said to Liu Sheng, Yes. So many of us come together. Boss, don't you say you want to give a discount? How about such a big business at once? It won't be a loss. Don't you can't tell good from bad. And the place is still so remote, it made us walk a lot, and we must be compensated. The students following the boy also agreed. It's a small bargain. Everyone wants to take it. Liu Sheng looked at these noisy students with no expression on his face. and then glanced at Kyong Kyu meaningfully, meaning to ask him why you are not talking. Boss, you value me too much, I am a leader. Kyong Kyu said embarrassedly. The reason is that the instructor Zhong Linian of Brilliance Academy is temporarily unavailable. The two deputy deans didn't know why they couldn't let go for the time being. That's why Kyong Kyu, a person who has been to Luo Sheng's shop, will lead the way. Chapter 441, Arrogant Students. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 442. It turns out that it is. Luo Sheng nodded with deep conviction, then turned his head and shouted at the store. Dean Gu, your trainees are here. This sentence caught the trainees crowded in front of the store for a moment, and then ha-ha laughed. This boss interesting. I really thought that just yelling something to the dean would scare us. No, this boss really made me laugh. He thought he was here. Could it be that Dean Gu from Brilliance Academy would not come to such a broken place? If Dean Gu could come here where I applied to go back to the academy to clean the toilet for 3 years. The leading students got happier as they talked, and walked into the store with a big laugh. Then I saw a very familiar silhouette. For an instant, the laughter stopped abruptly as if he was caught in the neck. Gu, gu, gu. The leading students looked at Gapingchuan and shouted for a long time as if they had seen a ghost. Gu shouted out the 3 words. Those who don't know, thought it was the hen who lays eggs and crows there. Chi store manager, even if the people from Brilliance Academy really arrive, you don't need to call me. Gapingchuan is not far from the lobby, so after hearing Luo Sheng's shout, coming out for the sake of face, if you don't call it, it won't work. If you don't call you out, they have to give me a discount. Luo Sheng peaceful said. Discount? Chi store manager, you are not kind. You never gave me a discount. Gapingchuan hearing this, couldn't help joking. Don't worry, there will be no discounts in the future. Luo Sheng said very seriously. A few ridicule conversations like old friends scared the students crowded in front of the store and almost quit. Even Gapingchuan and Dean Gu can't even get discounts. They actually yelled for them. Let's look at the relationship between Dean Gu and the boss of this shop. Not to mention other things, just talk about their equal communication attitude. You can guess that the strength of the boss of this shop is definitely the same level as Dean Gu. No matter how kind a heroic rank is, as long as you and him are not a powerhouse of the same level, when facing a heroic rank, you will always feel a faintly discernible oppression. But the boss of the shop in front of me is obviously not the type of newborn calves do not fear tigers. It is the kind of courage that a powerful person possesses. When I thought that I was clamoring in front of a heroic rank just now, the courageous student almost knelt on the ground. Okay, you are standing at the door one by one and doing what you are doing. Don't bother others with the store manager. Gapingchuan sees the students crowded in front of the store. They all look like keep quiet out of fear, and I can't help but talk about it. After all, I'm still a student in my own academy, and it's no good to be frightened. However, after today's situation, I believe they will also know what is always someone stronger, so as not to think that they are a student of Brilliance Academy and look so proud. Those students were told by Gapingchuan that they were accompanying them with a smiling face one by one. Looking at Luo Sheng, neither progress nor retreat. I watched what I was doing, and I didn't stop you, so I went to the store assistant if I had something to do. Of course, Luo Sheng wouldn't be emotionally fluctuating because of that little thing before, and his face remained expressionless. If you are really angry because of what others say, then Luo Sheng will be angry sooner or later. Yes, many thanks to the magnanimity of Chi Store Manager. Chapter 442, Dean Gu, your students are here. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 443. Boss is really admirable. I'm sorry for saying bad things before, and I beg you to forgive us. After Luo Sheng spoke, these students again started to apologize. Don't dare to do anything. You must have a good attitude. Otherwise, if they offend a heroic rank, they probably won't even be able to eat. Luo Sheng half squinted, ignored them, turned around and sat back on the sofa. This attitude, similar to ignorance, is a good thing for these restless students. So after apologizing, these students all looked respectful when facing Xia, the store assistant, for fear of annoying Luo Sheng again. Time flies quickly, and in a blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. Brilliance Academy students, one by one, are also addicted to the new world mode of the Battle Strength Enhancement training room. However, there seem to be few people who can afford pets. And on this day, 2 surprising people came outside the store. Sure enough, it's hidden in the world. If I didn't find you to lead the way, I really couldn't find this place. Wang Yu looked up at the Luo Sheng shop, without a slight look of contempt on his face. Because Wang Yu can vaguely feel that in this store, this terrifying power is hidden. Of course, I was also related to the store manager of this store, so I found this place. Jing Qinian glanced at his mouth and said with a bit of ostentation, "Many thanks, you led the way." Wang Yu thanked him politely. "You are welcome." Jing Qinian waved his hand. Wang Yu has a natural obsession with martial skill. Since losing to Jing Qinian in the Academy Grand Competition last time, Wang Yu took the initiative to find Jing Qinian, hoping to learn from him. Although Precipice Academy is not in Desolate Origin Empire, Wang Yu is an exception in Precipice Academy. So the entire Precipice Academy, Wang Yu stayed in Desolate Origin Empire alone. At first, when Wang Yu found Jing Qinian couldn't believe it. This is the genius of Precipice Academy, but even now, in Precipice Academy, Wang Yu is still a genius. I didn't expect today to learn from him. This made Jing Qinian once again realize how precious the fighting skills taught in the Luo Sheng shop are. After all, they are not life and death enemies. It's nothing more than some aberrations caused by different academy. That's all. But Wang Yu's obsession with martial skills made Jing Qinian decide to bring him to Cloud Mist City. Store manager, hello, this is Wang Yu. I want to be here and ask you to learn for a while. As soon as Wang Yu enters the door, he will follow Jing Qinian's reminder. Yes, say hello to Luo Sheng first. Then he said his intentions. Ask me for advice and study? Do you want to play in the gym? But I don't even drive a dojo. Luo Sheng was the first time he encountered this situation, and asked quite curiously, "Store manager, there is nothing, you must not misunderstand." Jing Qinian followed behind and was startled in a cold sweat instantly. Quickly stepped forward to explain. Just kidding, if Wang Yu answers this, maybe Luo Sheng will be frozen on the spot. The 2 ice sculptures at the corner of the street are examples. On the condensed ice sculpture, there is magic lingering on it for so long. In such hot weather, there is no trace of melting. At this point, even Gapingchuan is endlessly afraid. Chapter 443, Do you want to come to the gym? God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 444. What's wrong? Don't you ask Store Manager for advice? Wang Yu turned around and asked with some confusion. If you are qualified to consult Store Manager, then you have real ability. Some Jing Qinian said that didn't know whether to cry or laugh. What do you mean? Wang Yu still didn't understand. Who do you think is better between you and Dingu? Jing Qinian did not answer, but asked instead. Is Dingu from Brilliance Academy? Wang Yu first confirmed that Jing Qinian was talking about Gapingchuan, and then continued. The strength of Dingu is amazing. Compared with Dingu, it is not worth mentioning. Wang Yu also admires the strength of Gapingchuan very much. It's good if you know. In terms of fighting skills, Dingu dare not say to ask Store Manager for advice and learning. You should save the time. Jing Qinian patted Wang Yu on the shoulder, very solemnly speaking of. What? Wang Yu listened to Jing Qinian's words, stared wide-eyed in astonishment, with an expression of disbelief. But when Jing Qinian said this, Wang Yu couldn't help but believe it. Gapingchuan is the Dean of Brilliance Academy. Anyone can slander Dingu, but the students of Brilliance Academy are impossible to slander Gapingchuan, because Gapingchuan is the guardian of Brilliance Academy. Gapingchuan has contributed to Brilliance Academy's status and achievements today. The strength of Store Manager is so terrifying. Wang Yu looked at Liu Sheng in disbelief. That young face, that seems a bit too much, makes people totally unbelievable that he will have the strength to match heroic rank Beak. Only high, not low. Jing Qinian affirmed his words again. Hey, Wang Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. The look in Liu Sheng's eyes changed obviously, become exceptionally respectful. If you are here to learn fighting skills, you are right there. Liu Sheng didn't want to listen to the nonsense of these two guys, and pointed directly at the battle strength to improve the training room area. Because to be honest, I know my own affairs. Liu Sheng's own strength. It is still impossible to step out of the store and want to compete with Gepingchuan. But as long as it is in the store, sorry, how many heroic ranks, Liu Sheng is not afraid. So when they said that, Liu Sheng didn't want to go out even more. Many thanks, store manager. Wang Yu thanked him, and was taken by Jing Qinian. First, he went to Xi to apply for a membership card. However, unlike Jing Qinian who hurriedly entered the New World mode, Wang Yu immersed himself in the standalone mode after asking about Xi battle strength to improve the arena. After all, it's a martial idiot, which is different from ordinary people. Cloud Mist City North City Gate. After a caravan passed the guard's inspection, it slowly drove out of the city gate. The scale of the caravan is not small. There are more than 20 vehicles carrying a lot of baggage. They follow the carriage around, and behind, there are also a number of escorted carriages and mercenaries with the cavalry. However, when a horse encounters a battle, it has no effect at all. Being able to guarantee that there is no chaos is already great. Hu Xiu rode his horse behind the caravan, surrounded by many weak mercenaries. The people behind the palace are relatively dangerous, because they may be abandoned at any time when encountering an enemy sneak attack. Therefore, the mercenaries placed in the rear for guarding tasks are basically idle mercenaries similar to Hu Xiu, or mercenary squad with weak strength. Chapter 444, The Strength of Store Manager. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 445. This time there are many mercenary squads involved in escort missions. Dragon Tooth Mercenary Squad is one of them, which was placed on the left by the caravan to guard. On the right side is another Grandmaster rank mercenary squad, Kyu Mercenary Squad. The captain of the Autumn Rain Mercenary Squad is full of Autumn, and vice captain is a pair of siblings. Both of them are Grandmaster rank powerhouses. Originally they came to Cloud Mist City for the mission of Grandmaster rank Demonic Beast. Only after seeing this escort mission in the mission hall, I decided to take over this mission temporarily. A Grandmaster rank trial crystal can completely allow a mercenary squad to create an extra Grandmaster rank powerhouse. This is definitely a huge improvement for a mercenary squad. This can be more rewarding than the task of hunting the Grandmaster rank demonic beast. Brother, what do you think the escort will be this time? The employer paid a lot of money to hire 2 Grandmaster rank mercenary squads. Huayuo rode his horse and walked to Huamanqiu's side. Some asked curiously. The charming look with bright eyes and white teeth is not like an experienced mercenary at all, but like a treasured young lady traveling. Only the light armor on Huayuo's body proves her identity. Don't ask more if you shouldn't ask. You should know this very well after being a mercenary for so long. Huamanqiu pointed to the carriage in front of him. There is their employer this time sitting there. I'm not curious, I'm just guessing. I should be fine. Huayuo pouted. It's best not to guess. The employer at this time is different from the previous ones. Except for the one we confirmed our identity, we haven't shown up since then. Pointed to the luggage piled up on the carriage beside him. Then he said slowly, he doesn't even want us to know his identity, so how can he let us know what he really wants to escort? Trifling some things, not at all. It is worth using Grandmaster rank. But as long as the reward is generous, these mercenaries don't care what the employer wants to escort. Walking behind the caravan, Hu Xiu looked at Cloud Mist City, which was gradually invisible, and took out a pet card from his arms. White light flashed. A water spirit white fox appeared in Hu Xiu's hands. and then quickly climbed onto his shoulders. It's up to you whether my mission can be delivered safely or not. Husyu touched the head of Water Spirit White Fox. This Water Spirit White Fox can be regarded as the unexpected harvest when Husyu vigorously cultivated the Great Earth Demon Bear before. After an awakening, the activated skill is called a Dangerous Premonition. Although there is no substantial improvement in battle strength, it can greatly strengthen the perception of the coming danger. Mainly used to prevent premeditated ambushes. It is really useless in normal times, but it is a rare and powerful skill in this kind of escort mission. Water Spirit White Fox is standing on Husyu's shoulders, his nose trembling slightly, as if smelling something in the air. Even if you want to ambush, you will definitely not be outside Cloud Mist City. Seeing that Water Spirit White Fox had no warning, Husyu relaxed a little. Being tensed all the time is very tiring and unnecessary. From Cloud Mist City to Mountain City, there is about 1/3 journey in Cloud Mist Forest. After walking out of Cloud Mist Forest, the rest of the journey is desert in the territory of the ancient Gauze Empire. Chapter 445, Dangerous Premonition. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 446. The overall journey of the escort mission will take about 2 weeks. Because the speed of the heavy truck is really fast does not raise. It's night. The caravan didn't mean to stop and set up camp. Instead, a notice came from the employer's carriage. Don't take a break. Go on the road overnight. Leave Cloud Mist Forest as soon as possible. After Husyu was notified, he suddenly felt the movement of the Water Spirit White Fox crouching on his shoulders. He frowned and asked, "Is there a situation?" Water Spirit White Fox is sure he clicked, nodded, and then called a few times. This is telling Husyu what kind of danger it feels about. I see. Husyu took the Water Spirit White Fox back into the pet cart, then patted the horse and walked forward, and came to Huamankyu side. "Who are you?" Huamankyu gave Husyu a strange look. Among the mercenary squad that took over the task together at this time, Huamankyu only knew one Dragon-Tooth mercenary squad, and only Long Ya. "My name is Husyu, idle mercenary." Husyu introduced himself. "Then what's the matter with you?" Huamankyu recalled it in his mind, and after making sure that he hadn't heard the name, he asked. Although Huamankyu's tone is not very good, Husyu doesn't care. It is normal for Grandmaster rank to be a little arrogant when facing professional rank. "I feel that there are magical fluctuations ahead. If you want to hurry up overnight, for safety reasons, I suggest a detour." Husyu combined with Water Spirit White Fox's hunch and made his own suggestions. "Do you feel the magic fluctuations?" Huamankyu looked at Husyu with some playfulness, with an expression of wanting to laugh but forbearing. Obviously, Huamankyu doesn't believe in Husyu's feelings. But this is also as it should be by rights. Even the Grandmaster rank did not feel the magical fluctuations. A professional rank came up and said that he felt the magical fluctuations. Does that mean that his perception is better than Grandmaster rank? This is simply impossible. "Yo, a trifling professional rank, dare to come to our captain to show your perception. You didn't even speak for the Grandmaster rank. What big-tail wolf are you playing here?" Even if someone is in ambush, with the strength of our 2 Grandmaster rank mercenary squads, should we still be afraid of them? You should just roll back and guard be behind you. The person following the Kyu mercenary squad next to him, suddenly ruthless opened his mouth and mocked Husyu. "You know, the Autumn Rain mercenary squad has 2 Grandmaster rank powerhouses, and one of them is still a light swordsman rank with perception and agility as his specialty. On the perception, there is Husyu, who doesn't know the professional rank that popped up in that corner to speak there." "Yes, I didn't feel any magic fluctuations. Why did you feel it first?" Huaryu also rode up and said with some confusion. Huaryu's rank is light swordsman. This is a rank that requires a very strong perception and agile attributes to attack the enemy's weak spot. It can be said that in the ranks of Battle Chi, the perception of swordsman is light enough to rank among the top 5. When Huaryu asked this sentence, Husyu opened his mouth, but couldn't answer it. The danger premonition skills of Water Spirit White Fox are indeed amazing, but for those who have never been to Luo Sheng shops, it is really difficult to convince them. Even if Husu said it, I'm afraid it would get more ridicule. That's all in exchange. Chapter 446, Kindly Reminder. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 447. Since I can't tell why, I will assume you are joking. Now, go back to your own position. Huamankyu hesitated when he saw Husu speaking a displeased look. Just, don't follow the caravan. Well, what are you doing here? I don't want to hurry up in the middle of the night, but also come to entertain us. Do you really think you are a heroic rank powerhouse? Dare to say that my perception is stronger than our vice captain. Let's go. Our captain has a good temper and doesn't care about you. A member of the Autumn Rain mercenary squad, seeing Huamankadu's words, he immediately ridiculed. I have already said that. You can't help it if you don't believe it. Husu shook the head, and came to Long Ya's side again. 2 Grandmaster rank mercenary squads. No matter which Grandmaster rank powerhouse's opinion, the employer will pay attention to it. Since Huamankyu and Haruo don't believe them, they can only find Long Ya. However, the Dragon Tooth mercenary squad is not much better than the Kyu mercenary squad. I at the Dragon Tooth mercenary squad in Cloud Mist City once, and saw Husu again. Seeing that he came to them this time to show off his perception, it was a mockery immediately. Long Ya even more sarcastically said, Cloud Mist City does have a powerhouse guarding it, but not everyone in Cloud Mist City is as powerful as that adult. Husu, you may have several points of strength, but in terms of perception, professional rank is still much worse than Grandmaster rank. It depends on that adult. For the sake of face, I don't care about you at this time. Now, you should go back and take care of your own position, instead of being like a clown and sensationalizing here. Long Ya looked at Hu coldly. Husu glanced at the horse and walked forward. Seeing Husu's anger suddenly rose. Boss Chi is 1,000 times stronger than you, and he has never seen him once arrogant and despotic. No wonder Boss Chi can reach that height at a young age. Even the old man who often goes to the store is stronger than you. Don't know. With your courage, future achievements will probably stop at that's it. However, Husu didn't bother to say these words. It's not that I'm afraid of things, but I feel that there is no need to say something to these people. Let them a frog in well to be complacent. Husu glanced at the employer's carriage and thought he should try again. After all, I have taken over this task, so I must be responsible to the employer. As a mercenary, Husu still has the professional ethics. In front of the policy horse, the guards standing by the employer's carriage immediately stopped Husu. Who are you? What are you doing here? The guard asked sternly. I am a mercenary who participated in the escort mission at this time, and I have to report something important. Husu replied. What's going on outside? In the carriage, a strong voice suddenly came out, with a hint of disturbed displeasure. My lord, it is a mercenary who participated in the mission at this time, saying that there is something important to report. The guard replied immediately. What's important? What's important? Say. The unhappy voice in the car seemed even heavier. I feel a wave of magic power ahead. For safety, I suggest that the caravan take a detour. Husu, hearing this, immediately said his suggestion. Chapter 447, Disdain. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 448. Oh, the magic fluctuates. Are you who? The voice in the car became interesting. Anyone can understand the meaning of this sentence. Asking who Husu is nothing more than saying that even the 3 Grandmaster ranks in the caravan have not spoken. Where is it your turn to be an unnamed pawn here to speak out? Husu frowned. There is no reply. Seeing that Husu didn't reply, the people in the carriage let out a mocking laugh. Since Long Ya and Huamankyu have not spoken, can you still be no better than them? Moreover, the task time for this time is very tight. There is no that many time detours, so no need to mention it. The employer's intention is very firm, and after replying, he went directly to expulsion order. Husu's complexion stiffened, secretly sighed. I have already told you, If you don't listen, there is no way. Then shook the head and returned to the business. The rear of the team. The caravan slowly moved forward. The Husu incident has become a joke between the members of the Dragon Tooth Mercenary Squad and the Kyu Mercenary Squad. However, I did not wait for half of the night. The horses in the front of the caravan suddenly became anxious and refused to move on. What's going on? The employer's Scar immediately heard a voice of inquiry. The guard pulled on the reins and replied loudly, "My lord." The horse suddenly refused to move forward. I am worried that there may be a powerful demonic beast in front of the horse. The breath affects the horse. Send someone to check. The mission at this time can't be delayed. Yes. However, before the guards have gone out a few steps, a caravan appeared in front of the caravan. The team of people and the caravan are far away. One of the leaders stepped up and shouted, "Owleye, you don't need to send someone over to check it out. We are the one who is blocking your way. It's you, Xuyuan. You really are. Soul of a deceased has not yet dispersed." The curtain in front of the employer's car was lifted, and a tall man came out and looked at it. The caller, gloomy face, sneered. "Of course it is us. This thing can't let you ship out of Desolate Origin Empire." Xuyuan took out the night sword from his waist and said, "This time, can't you? I'll let you run away again." "Do you think your guard knights can stop us? I guessed that you would come to block the way a long time ago, so I specially spent a lot of money this time. Please, 2 Grandmaster rank mercenary squads." Gao Lai said disdainfully. "I have strong confidence in the 2 Grandmaster rank mercenary squads around me." As far as Gao Lai knows, Xuyuan's guard knights, together with Xuyuan, have only 3 Grandmaster rank powerhouses, that's all. And Gao Lai himself is a Grandmaster rank powerhouse. In addition to Gao Lai's guards, there is also a Grandmaster rank powerhouse. The 5 Grandmaster rank powerhouses are against the 3 Grandmaster rank powerhouses. No matter how you look at it, Gao Lai doesn't think he will lose. If you take a detour, I really can't stop you, but unfortunately, you still took the nearest road. Xuyuan sneered, with a wave of the night sword in his hand. "Get up." Before the words fell, 10 magicians walked out of the guard knights behind Xuyuan. The staff in their hands has already accumulated a lot of magic power, and following Xuyuan's order, the magic power was quickly injected into the ground. Suddenly, in the periphery of the caravan, one after another magic core, which was already buried in the ground, flickered fierce rays of light. It's like burning up. Chapter 448, The Road Blocker. God-level store manager system. Chapter 449. In an instant, one after another magical rays of light appeared on the ground. With each magic core as the node, it instantly formed a complex and mysterious magic array, especially conspicuous in the dark night. The Owleye heart startled, and immediately after that, I felt the power in my body go by rapidly. The strength of the whole body is directly reduced by more than 30% in the magic array. Looking at the guards next to him with the panic expression on his face, Gao Lai knew that they were not much better. Looking at Xuyuan and the others again, there is a shimmer of magic on his body. Obviously, this magic array blesses them with various attributes. You plot against me." Gao Lai looked shocked and said, gnashing teeth, "Plot against you? Ha! I just counted that you are eager to get out of Desolate Origin Empire, and you will definitely take the nearest road, so I put a magic array on the road in advance. You can't afford to lose time, because the chasing soldiers are behind you. After a little delay, my reinforcements will arrive." Xuyuan said in a cold voice, and suddenly changed to ridicule. In his tone, he said, "If you are smarter and take a little detour, you are also impossible to walk into this magic array. If you can verbally attack your opponent, Xuyuan doesn't mind doing this." Detour. When Owleye heard this word, he suddenly remembered what a mercenary said to him in the middle of the night, persuading him to detour. Unfortunately, at that time, Gao Lai ridiculed the mercenary with disdain. From now on, I really regretted it. If I had heard the mercenary at that time, how could I be intercepted by Xuyuan and the others, and walked into the magic array prepared by the other party's surprise? A look of remorse appeared on Gao Lai's face, but it was quickly concealed by him. However, the members of the Dragon-Tooth Mercenary Squad and the Kyu Mercenary Squad, who are guarding the caravan, have strange faces. A series of emotions such as shock, regret, disbelief, and annoyance mixed into an extremely complex look. How is this possible? Does that guy really feel the magic fluctuations? It's just a professional rank, and the perception is even stronger than our vice captain. Impossible. It must be a fool's guess. A fool? If you have the ability, you should guess one too. Long Ya and Huamankyu are also shocked. Huaryu almost wanted to ask Husiu directly how he perceives this magical fluctuation. You must know that before starting the magic array, it is just a bunch of magic cores that are placed in a special position. There are magical fluctuations that are almost negligible, but that professional rank mercenary can actually perceive this weak magic power. Even the Grandmaster rank peak is impossible to have this kind of terrifying perception. Brother, that guy is really right. Huaryu swallowed his saliva, and said something unimaginable. In this world, there really is such an extraordinary natural talent. If he can be included under my command and cultivated into a Grandmaster rank, our Kyu Mercenary Squad will be enough to rank among the top 10 mercenary squads. Column. Huamankyu looked at Husiu behind the caravan, for a moment, smug. Long Ya even saw a ghost look on his face, muttering to himself, are all the people coming out of Cloud Mist City terrifying like this? Last time too. This time too. Weirdly strong in strength, so terrifying in perception. But no matter how their mood changes, they can't affect the outbreak of this battle. Chapter 449, Employer's Regret. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 450. Gaolai gloomy face. Although I regret not listening to that professional rank mercenary, but the matter has come to an end. It is inevitable. Can only fight. Xuyuan, don't be too happy too early. Even with the help of the magic array, your Grandmaster rank is still too small. Gaolai did not forget to blow the morale of the opponent before the battle. It won't bother you anymore. Things that don't belong to you, you should stay obediently. Xuyuan raised the knight's sword in his hand and shouted loudly, upper armor. Crack, crack. Under the rays of light of the magic array, follow the people behind Xuyuan put down the visor on the helmet, leaving only a pair of eyes outside. The hideous visor covers their faces, and they are paired with a dark armor, making them look like a group of demons crawling out of the abyss. Draw the sword. Xuyuan shouted loudly again. King, king. Behind Xuyuan, the knights in armor pulled out their waists. Knight's sword. The uniform sound of the imposing manner is full, and along with the battle chi that emanates from them, the imposing manner is going straight into the sky. Even if you just stand still with your sword and stare at your opponent, you can still make them feel a huge oppression force. Everyone listens to the order, ready to fight. Gaolai also not to be outdone, shouting loudly, full of breath, and thunderous. The guards and mercenaries in the caravan pulled out their weapons following Gaolai's order. All the horses pulling the goods were driven to the rear. Come on, Xuyuan, let me see how much progress you have made in this period of time. Gaolai's probing hand grabbed a giant sword from his carriage, shouted in a low voice, rushed towards Xuyuan. HMPH, that's what you want. Xuyuan also raised his knight's sword, shouted, guard knights, go forward. The gale cut. Gaolai swung his sword vertically, and the battle chi lingered on it. The giant sword brought the sound of hunting and hunting, as if there was a tendency to open a mountain and break a river. Xuyuan raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and battle chi surged onto his arm, wrapped around the knight's sword, swept across, without dodge or evasive, and collided with Gaolai's vertical split impartially. Glang, boom. The sound of Jinti's clinking was instantly covered by the sound of battle chi's collision. The waves rose at the sound and spread to the surroundings. The ground under Gaolai and Xuyuan's feet was shattered into numerous cracks at the moment of battle chi eruption, arousing fragmented rocks to splash, being swept up by air waves, crushed into powder, and raising the sky. Soot. Gaolai groaned. with a hint of fishy sweetness in his mouth. An abnormal flush also appeared on his face. Go back. Xu Yuan took a step forward, and the battle chi in his hand instantly solidified, bursting out a huge force. The cross-cut that had already been shot slashed forward. Go with. In Gao Lai's incredible eyes, he threw Gao Lai away. The remaining energy that has not been exhausted hits Gao Lai's chest. The fishy sweetness that has been held in Gao Lai's mouth turns into a mouthful of blood. Spit out. The scarlet blood fell on the ground and seeped into the ground. When no one found out, it was slowly absorbed by the magic array. You are impossible to become so much stronger in such a short time. This is the power of the magic array. Gao Lai supported the giant sword, stood up, and looked at Xu Yuan in amazement. He, a berserker, competed with a sword knight for strength, and he actually lost. And Gao Lai's level itself is much higher than Xu Yuan. Chapter 450, Guard Knights, Go Forward. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 451. Even if the magic array weakens nearly 30% of Gao Lai's strength, in terms of strength, Gao Lai is confident that even if he only exerts half of his strength, he is absolutely impossible to beat. Xu Yuan retreated so easily. Yes, it's the power of the magic array. This is a magic array specially for you. It used 16 Grandmaster rank magic cores. Xu Yuan spreads it out. Say, there is no hidden meaning at all. 16 Grandmaster rank magic core, you are really willing to pay for it? Gao Lai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It's only 16 Grandmaster rank magic core. If you let you take that thing out, the loss would be more than these. Xu Yuan shook the knight's sword, looked at Gao Lai, and exhorted, leave things, and I will let you go. Otherwise, I can only kill you and then take the things by myself. Xu Yuan said, raising the knight's sword. The point of the sword pointed directly at Gao Lai's brow. His eyes were sharp. I really have a fleeting disadvantage. The first time I went on a mission this year, I encountered this situation. Gao Lai gripped the hilt of the giant sword, then glanced at the situation from the corner of his eye. Using 16 pieces of the magic array under the Grandmaster rank magic core cloth, for people below the Grandmaster rank, its suppressing power is absolutely irresistible. The energy contained in the 16 Grandmaster rank magic cores is definitely not lower than the 5 real Grandmaster rank powerhouses. Huimankyu, Haoyuo, Longya, and a Grandmaster rank in the guard. The 4 teamed up. Under the suppression of the magic array, they were unable to defeat the 2 of Xu Yuan's guard knights Grandmaster rank. Not to mention those mercenaries and guards who are only professional rank. In the magical array, there was almost no fight back, and Xu Yuan's guard knights was defeated steadily. With this kind of momentum of crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, I am afraid that within 2 hours, Gao Lai's men and horses will all fall to the ground. Believe you should be able to see the form clearly, Xu Yuan said slowly. From the moment Gao Lai stepped into the magic array, Xu Yuan knew that his recapture mission this time was successful. He simply doesn't worry that Gao Lai and the others will run away, because this magic array not only has the effect of strengthening allies and weakening the enemy, but also has the effect of blocking the terrain. From the moment the magic array is activated, the inside of the magic array is in a state of being unable to enter or exit. Of course I can see the form clearly, I just regret it a little. Gao Lai slowly raised the giant sword, and remembered the reminder of the unknown mercenary. It's a pity that it's too late to regret it now. Regret? Do you regret taking this task? Xu Yuan asked playfully. Of course not, Gao Lai said at this point, took a deep breath. His face straightened, loudly said, Xu Yuan, listen up, unless I am Gao Lai killed in battle, otherwise, absolutely impossible let you take things away from my hands. What you say, have a backbone. Then I can only ask you to die. Xu Yuan is indifferent to shrugged. But there is a trace of regret in his eyes. Although the old opponents will inevitably cherish each other, but in the final analysis, They are not people in the same camp after all. The power of this magic array is much stronger than I imagined. Huamankyu swung his sword and bounced the opposite side. Yijin felt that the speed of his power passing by was much faster than usual. It's still for you. Two Grandmaster ranks on the opposite side can beat the four of us. It's not relying on the magic array. Is it still relying on their own strength? Long Ya took the time to spit out a mouthful of blood. My own side is obviously stronger than the opponent, but because of a magic array, I was pressed and beaten by the opponent. This kind of aggrieved feeling is really uncomfortable. Chapter 451, The Power of Magic Array. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 452. If you heard that call before Husyu, yes, if you listen to Husyu's advice, before taking a detour, I won't be so suffocated now. Huaryu gritted her silver teeth and was reminded by Long Ya before remembering Husyu's name. It's not the time to talk about these, first think about how to deal with the two people in front of you. Huamankyu interrupted Huaryu's complaint. Yes. Long Ya nodded in agreement. The members of the Kyu Mercenary Squad and Dragon Tooth Mercenary Squad have been killed continuously, making them feel extremely distressed. Every time they die, they make their hearts twitch. These are my own brother, my own team. Even as a mercenary, on the battlefield, I am used to seeing life and death, but also not to die like this. In the face of the well-trained guard knights blessed by the magic array, mercenaries who were also suppressed by the magic array, simply can't fight. This is simply a waste of time. But unfortunately, Long Ya and the others are also injured. And the Grandmaster rank knight with neat armor on the opposite side, although unable to see their expressions through the visor, what is certain is that their situation must be much better. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying beast roared. The thrilling roar attracted everyone's attention. A black bear nearly 4 meters high, I don't know where it came from. At this moment, it is standing on a node of the magic array, roaring up to the sky. That tall and sturdy figure proves that it possesses terrifying power. What is this? No one knows where this tall black bear comes from. Who is that? Someone had sharp eyes and immediately saw a silhouette standing next to the black bear. It's Husyu. Did he make this black bear too? Long Ya recognized it when he saw the silhouette. What does he want to do this time? Huamankyu was stunned. Others are even more sluggish. Gao Lai, who was half kneeling on the ground and supporting his body with a giant sword, also looked over. That guy, it seems to be yours. Xuyuan stood in front of Gao Lai, looked at him condescendingly, and spoke slowly in the tone of a winner. What does he want to do? Unfortunately, I don't know what he wants to do. Gao Lai panted heavily and endured the pain, said with a smile. With every breath, you can feel blood in your chest being taken into your mouth. It's so sweet that it makes people nauseous. The power of the magic array is beyond Gao Lai's expectations. I don't know, it doesn't matter anymore. Xuyuan slowly raised the night sword to Gao Lai's throat. No matter what you do, you can't change the situation of the battle, can you? Stay outside the magic array and maintain. The magicians who possess the magic array also noticed Husyu's actions. The position of that person seems to be the position of the center node of the magic array. One of the magicians suddenly said, the central node of the magic array is where the magic powers meet in the array. As long as this central node is destroyed, the magic array can be destroyed. But it is precisely because of a large number of magical powers that the central node is extremely strong, and it is not afraid of attack at all. However, if you destroy the magic array from those weak points, it will soon be repaired by the magic gathered at the center node. And starting from other places, it is impossible to destroy the entire magic array. Only by destroying the central node in one breath can the magic array collapse instantly. Chapter 452, Central Node. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 453. The Central Node. What does he want to do? Do you want to destroy the central node? Another magician asked, a little funny. The magic array of Grandmaster rank. To destroy the central node, You need at least 3 Grandmaster rank peaks. It is possible to do it with all your strength. You think that guy can do it? Is it? The magician next to him said disdainfully. If he can do it, then I will abandon my own cultivation base and go back to the pastoral. Okay, don't laugh, this kind of clown, don't care about it, keep the magic array well. The magician who seemed to be the leader said. There is also a mocking look on his face. There are 2 ways to destroy the magic array. The first one is to destroy the central node. Second, is to use a powerful force to directly destroy the entire magic array. To destroy the Grandmaster rank magic array, if you want to use the second method, it must be at least heroic rank. So these magicians don't worry at all that the magic array they and the others planted will be destroyed by this person. I finally found the center node of the magic array. Husu took the water spirit white fox back into the pet card, and then bait the great earth demon bear beside him. Now is the time to show your strength. Roar. As if responding to Husu's words, great earth demon bear, there was a high-pitched growl. Husu squinted at the pet card in his hand. Water spirit white fox, the skill activated by the second awakening, magic perception. Magic perception, greatly strengthen water spirit white fox's perception of magic power, and can keenly distinguish the distribution of magic power. It is precisely by relying on this skill to find the central node of the magic array. Next, just destroy this place. Husu has also heard about the central node of the magic array. This is also where Xuyuan's confidence lies. Great Earth Demon Bear, break the law. Husu waved, shouted in a deep voice. Great Earth Demon Bear's 3-time awakening activation skill. 1 blow to break the law. Breaking a blow, Great Earth Demon Bear releases a powerful slap, completely destroying a martial skill, magic, or skill. Cooling time, 48 hours. This is a very tasteless magical skill. When used well, it can play a huge role in unimaginable. If it is not used well, it is just an ordinary slap. The magic array is actually one of the compound magics. The central node of the magic array is the core heart demon method. Auhu dash. After the great earth demon bear was instructed, he immediately raised a huge bear's paw. A group of brilliant brilliants instantly appeared in the bear's paw. Smash this demon array. Husu shouted in a low voice. Great Earth Demon Bear slammed the bear paw on the center node of the demon array. The energy of the magic breaking blow hit the central node. Crack, crack. The magic power in the entire magic array is stagnant, and the center node also emits a sore sound of crushing. The ground, the magic light on the sky also became bright and dark. Then followed a sound similar to the broken glass. The magic array collapsed, and in a very short period of time, it completely collapsed and disappeared. The Grandmaster rank magic core buried in the ground also shattered one by one with the collapse of the magic array, and the energy contained in it, in an instant, passed thoroughly. The magicians who guarded the magic array and maintained the operation of the magic array, because of the magic backlash, they immediately spits out mouthful of blood, and then they rest on the ground. Chapter 453, Breaking the Law. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 454. This no way. How can this kind of thing? Everyone in the magic array didn't expect. Husu actually intended to destroy the central node of the magic array. However, what makes people even more unexpected is that he actually succeeded. This sudden scene stunned everyone. The situation on the court, in this brief moment, suddenly slowed down, and an inexplicable stalemate was held. The magic array was actually destroyed, or it was destroyed by this little unknown character. Xuyuan was extremely angry after being shocked. It's really the sky that never stops me, Xuyuan. Without the blessing of the magic array, I don't know if your guard knights can stop me. Gao Lai stood up from the ground, laughed. HMPH, based on your current injury, even if there is no magic array, you are still not my opponent. Xuyuan coldly snorted said. Even if the demon array collapses, Gao Lai's injuries will also reduce his strength sharply. This will not bother you. I just have to hold you here, and the battle over there will be resolved soon. Gao Lai held the sword hilt with both hands and raised the giant sword up on the other side of the battlefield. After Long Ya and the others were shocked, they felt the power suppressed by the magic array before and came back. Hu Xiu actually destroyed the magic array. Long Ya was shocked, but felt somewhat unexpected. Don't know why. Such unimaginable evildoers always appear in Cloud Mist City. So is Xlang, so is Hu Xiu, and so is the heroic rank who still doesn't know the true face. He still has this ability. I really underestimated him before. Huayuo also said with emotion. With his ability, even if only the strength of professional rank, its importance is no less than a Grandmaster rank powerhouse. And it is even more than that. Man Ku is even more aware of how important this perception and the ability to destroy the magic array are. If there is no Hu Xiu this time, they will definitely be wiped out here. Since the strength is restored, let's end the battle quickly. You can't let Hu Xiu do everything alone. Huamankyu raised the night sword in his hand and shouted loudly. Autumn Rain Mercenary Squad, attack. Dragon Tooth Mercenary Squad, attack. Without the suppression of the magic array, the two of Guard Knights named Grandmaster rank, it is not the opponent of Long Ya and the other four. And the members of the mercenary squad and bodyguards, after the extra Grandmaster rank joined, for a while, crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood were common, killing the Guard Knights people back, above the ground. There are people falling to the ground. Damn it. Xu Yuan knew that once the magic array was broken, there was no way to continue the mission. Guard Knights was defeated and the battle was already on their sided formation. This time, let you escape again. Xu Yuan swung his sword straight, looking at Gao Lai with a gloomy face. Dang! The giant sword shook the night sword stabbed by Xu Yuan, and the powerlessness caused by the injury caused Gao Lai to stagger. Xu Yuan seized the opportunity and stabbed the night sword into Gao Lai's shoulder. Night turned his sword, blood splashed, and instantly dyed half of Gao Lai's body to blood red. Didn't expect. You still have the last remaining energy. Xu Yuan caught a glimpse of the Grandmaster rank guards coming here to support him, stepped back and pulled out the night sword. Chapter 454, Counterattack. God-level store manager system. Chapter 455. Chih! Exclamation mark. The blood sprayed out reflected a coquettish color in the moonlight. If there is an opportunity to let you pierce the night sword into my heart, you will certainly not hesitate. Gao Lai grinned, his smile turned a little distorted because of the pain. But you can see the joy in Gao Lai's smile. The giant sword guard in my heart, fending off Xu Yuan's final attack. Of course. Xu Yuan took a deep look at Gao Lai before opening his mouth and shouting out the unwilling words. Guard Knights, retreat. The chaotic scene of defeat did not appear on the well-trained Guard Knights. Even if Xu Yuan called out the order to retreat, Guard Knights resisted, and evacuated outside the battlefield in an orderly manner, and then disappeared into the night. There is no nonsense in the whole process. Only the corpses on the ground, broken weapons, broken armor, and blood almost stained the ground into crimson. After confirming that Xu Yuan and his Guard Knights were leaving, Gao Lai staggered and almost sat directly on the ground. The loss of a lot of blood made Gao Lai's brain dizzy, and his eyes were a little dark. In the previous battle with Xu Yuan, Gao Lai forcibly held a sigh of relief in order to stabilize the military's mind, so as not to let himself fall due to severe injuries. Now as soon as the battle is over, repercussions will come all at once. My lord, are you okay? The guard rushed up and held Gao Lai without letting him fall. I can't die yet. Help me to go to the mercenary that destroys the demon array. Gao Lai's face was pale, and although his voice was weak, he said very firmly, My lord, you need to rest and recuperate now. The guard persuaded, help me over. Gao Lai ignored the guard's persuasion and insisted, but, my lord. Seeing Gao Lai's expression, the guard knew it would be useless to persuade him, so he gritted his teeth and said, yes. After the battle, Hu Xiu had already recovered the Great Earth Demon Bear into the pet card. The loss is now being counted. Then I saw Gao Lai coming to him with the help of a guard. Your name is Hu Xiu, Right. You are the employer of this time task. Huxiu took a few serious glances before he recognized Gao Lai. Most of Jiang's face was covered with blood. Yes, just call me Gao Lai. Gao Lai said slowly. Even if you speak faster, it will affect your injuries. Mr. Gao is polite. Don't you know what to do when you come to see me? Huxiu asked. Whether it is because of the identity of the employer or the strength of the Grand Master rank, Gao Lai deserves Huxiu's politeness. It's just that Huxiu's disapproval of previous advice still makes Huxiu a little unhappy. It was my fault that I didn't listen to your advice before. Gao Lai opened his mouth without unnecessary nonsense, and directly admitted his mistake. If it weren't for me to go my own way, I wouldn't let so many people sleep here forever. This time's task. Many thanks. Gao Lai took a deep breath, and then bowed to Huxiu. Gao Lai is a fair and reasonable character. Huxiu destroys the magic array, which is equivalent to saving all of them. This ceremony, as an employer, is reasonable in every circumstance. He should do it. Why should Mr. Gao be like this? This is what I should do. Huxiu quickly reached out and helped Gao Lai. Gao Lai's straightforwardness made Huxiu's uncomfortable disappeared immediately. Chapter 455, Gao Lai Apology. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 456. As a Grand Master rank powerhouse, he can confess his mistakes without shy, and he doesn't care about his identity, even with injuries. So he confesses his mistakes to a professional rank. This demeanor is enough to make people admire. My lord, you need treatment now. The guard reminded with some worry. I know. Gao Lai waved his hand to signal that he understood. Then he looked towards Huxiu and said apologetically, then I will be adjourned first. When I get to Yantan City, I will thank you again. Notice Gao Lai's face. Because of blood loss, she became bloodless and pale. Almost all of her body was blood-dyed red, and every time she breathed, there was a little dissonance. There must be a serious internal injury. The last wound that Xu Yuan pierced, if it weren't for Gao Lai to block his sword at the last moment, it must have pierced the heart directly instead of the current shoulder. If Mr. Gao is at ease, I have a medicine pill for healing. Huxiu sighed, and then took out a healing pill. My lord, no. The guard immediately wanted to stop. Medicine pill is something that I have never heard of before. As a security guard, I naturally want to stop it immediately. Why don't you take it? Gao Lai took the healing pill and put it into his mouth. The healing pill melts in the mouth, instantly turned into a gentle force, poured into Gao Lai's body, and quickly repaired his injury. Gao Lai only feels that there is a warm current flowing around in his body, and the warm feeling is very comfortable. And the severe pain has been relieved a lot in a short time. It can be seen from Gao Lai's gradually calming breathing. Sure enough, this kind of divine medicine is much better than those alchemy potions. I don't know how many times better. As Gao Lai, he naturally used alchemy potions for healing. It's just that there is no effect of any kind of alchemy potion. It is good to have this healing pill. It's just that Gao Lai's injury is too serious, and a healing pill will not allow him to heal his injury completely. That's the case. With this healing pill, Gao Lai's injury will be much lighter, and the pain will be alleviated 9 out of 10. I have inherited this love from Gao Lai. Gao Lai knows the effect of the healing pills, and naturally guesses how precious the healing pills are. However, if Huxiu was able to take out the healing pills without the slightest hesitation, Gao Lai's heart was touched even more. Mr. Gao is polite, the caravan is still waiting for you to command. Huxiu cupped the hands. There was not much fluctuation in his tone, and it seemed that he was not excited by this favor. This point made Gao Lai another 3 points high. Gao Lai is also very fascinated and did not ask Yushangdan and Great Earth Demon Bear. After all, the preciousness of Healing Pill and Great Earth Demon Bear can be seen only from what Gao Lai can see. If Huxiu didn't take the initiative to say these things, but instead asked them first, they might have a deadlock in the relationship between the two parties. It is better not to explore too much about one's secrets. Only in this way can the relationship between the two parties be long-lasting. However, If Husu knew what Gao Lai was thinking in his mind, he might say, "Where is the secret? Don't you have as many of these things in the Chibos store?" However, Husu didn't know what Gao Lai was thinking. Gao Lai also cupped the hands towards Husu, and then went to command the caravan's escorts to clear the battlefield and prepare to set off overnight. Chapter 456. This situation, I inherited from Gao Lai. God-level store manager system. Chapter 457. In Cloud Mist Forest, with such a strong bloody smell, it won't take long to attract a lot of demonic beasts. Gao Lai and the others don't have that many energy, so they can deal with the demonic beasts. Even more how? In the current Cloud Mist Forest, there is this Grandmaster rank demonic beast. If those guys are attracted, they won't last long with the wounded guards and mercenaries in the caravan. After Gao Lai walked away, Long Ya and Huamanqiu also came over to thank Husu one after another. For the players who are still alive, but also for the players who have died. It's just that after Long Ya was slapped twice in a row, he was a little bit embarrassed to see Husu, so after thanking him, he stayed away from this side, leaving flowers full of autumn and flowers like rain, surrounded by Husu with great interest. Husu, I know you are an idle mercenary. I wonder if you are interested in joining my Autumn Rain Mercenary Squad. If you want, you are another vice of the Autumn Rain Mercenary Squad. Captain Huamanqiu sincerely invited. Judging by Husu's abilities and performance in this time mission, his role as vice captain of the Autumn Rain Mercenary Squad is more than enough. And those old players will not have any opinions. Because no matter how you say it, among the mercenaries, it depends on their strength. Many thanks to Huamanqiu captain's invitation. It's just that I'm used to being idle, so let me decline your invitation. Husu not even think refused. If you want to join the mercenary squad, Xlang's Blood Wolf group is more suitable than the Autumn Rain Mercenary Squad. It's okay, if you change your mind one day, Kyu Mercenary Squad will always welcome you to join. Huamanqiu knows Husu's abilities, and it's useless to want to stay strong. It's better to be more free and easy. Husu clicked, nodded and did not speak. Husu, where is the black bear beside you before? Seeing that Husu had declined the invitation, Huaruo asked another question aloud. Black bear. Oh, if you meet me in Cloud Mist City next time, I will tell you again. Husu was taken aback for a while before he realized it. It just took out a pet card separately. Husu also couldn't explain it clearly. It would be better to take them directly to the Luosheng shop when they met in Cloud Mist City. Bodyguards clean up the battlefield very quickly. The caravan will set off again soon. And the battle situation in Cloud Mist Forest, before dawn, spread to desolate Origin Empire Imperial City, the residence of the Six Books, and the study room in the sky. Xuyuan actually missed. Gao Lai only brought a Grandmaster rank guard. Ling Chenkong took the letter on the table and said with an angry face to His Royal Highness, according to the news from Cloud Mist City, Gao Lai seems to have released a mission in Cloud Mist City long before the plan, and hired 2 Grandmaster rank mercenary squad escorts. The guard who knelt down immediately reported to him. 2 Grandmaster rank mercenary squads? Where are the 2 Grandmaster rank mercenary squads from Cloud Mist City? Ling Chenkong asked coldly. Yes, it is a help mission issued by Cloud Mist City Mercenary Guild. I heard that it was because several Grandmaster rank demonic beasts suddenly appeared in Cloud Mist Forest. The guard returned. What? In a low-level demonic beast forest, the Grandmaster rank demonic beast suddenly appeared. Ling Chenkong narrowed his eyes. It seems to be thinking about something. You go down first. After a while, Ling Chenkong stood up and sorted out his court clothes. Yes. The guard retreated. Chapter 457, Solicitation and Rejection. God-level store manager system. Chapter 458. Ancient Gaul's empire really had a premeditated plan. This matter must be reported to the imperial father as soon as possible, so as to prepare early. Ling Chenkong was very clear about what Gao Lai brought out. What? A trial crystal of heroic rank is enough to affect the overall strength of an empire. Cloud Mist City, Luo Sheng shop. Luo Sheng opened the store door, stretched, and took a breath of air that was still cool. Summer is here, and the air will become very hot and dry before noon. Boss, good morning. Xlang and the members of the Blood Wolf group also came to the store on time in the morning when the temperature had not yet risen. Outer. Good morning, Xlang. Have you ever been to Cloud Mist Forest recently? Luo Sheng asked very caringly after greeted him. Boss, why did you suddenly ask this question? Xlang was a little confused. Just ask casually. Of course, Luo Sheng will not be overly impatient, which will damage the image of store manager. Well, in fact, I have been to Cloud Mist Forest recently. Those Grandmaster rank demonic beasts seem to have been divided into territories and become a lot quieter. Xlang is no doubt with him, I answered aloud. Any demonic beast with a bit of strength has its own territory, as long as you don't step into the territory of those strong demon beasts. In fact, many demonic beast forests are relatively safe. It's just that many people who enter the forest of demonic beasts don't even know where the territory of the demonic beast is, so they need mercenaries, who are familiar with the territory of the demonic beast, to lead the way. Don't think that the mission of mercenaries is to fight and kill. In many cases, the benefits of avoiding danger are much higher. It's quiet. Luo Sheng nodded, without asking more, turned around and went into the store. Xia happened to finish washing on the second floor and walked down. Store manager, good morning. Xia showed a smile and said hello in full spirit. Xia early, I have something to go to the warehouse. Luo Sheng dropped this sentence and slowly walked into the warehouse. Then I sat on the floor of the warehouse and shouted in my mind, System, system, give me out. System, what's the matter? Host. Luo Sheng looked straight, and said solemnly, System, I'm a little doubtful now. Did you forget my reward? System, what reward? Luo Sheng hearing this, complexion stiffened. This damn too system. I forgot to reward the task. You can't breathe with Irby system, it hurts your body. Luo Sheng had to comfort him in his heart, and then reminded, the crisis of Cloud Mist City, continue, the new purchase channel. System, what's new? The purchase channel. You two systems, you are still acting stupid here. I just asked Xlang, the Grandmaster rank demonic beast in Cloud Mist Forest has quieted down. Reward you, it should be given to me too. Luo Sheng said frankly. System, didn't expect the host, your memory is so good. This is a bit like system hiding its embarrassment. But there is no compliment in it. Luo Sheng waved his hand and said, okay, it's useless to shoot my flattery, and I don't want more. Just give me the reward I deserve. It may be a shortcoming, the response speed of the system this time is quite fast. System, okay, the host, please wait a moment, the reward is being drawn. 450 Chapter 8, Host, your memory is really good. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 459. System, congratulations to the host for acquiring a new purchase channel. The rank inheritance scroll. Wait, what is the new purchase channel? Luo Sheng felt himself, it seems to have heard something terrible. System, the rank inheritance scroll. Luo Sheng's heart jumped and immediately opened his attribute panel to check the information of the new purchase channel. Scroll of rank inheritance, contains the scroll of the legendary rank, possessing the scroll of strength of inheritance. They are waiting for the arrival of qualified persons, and give this legendary strength of inheritance to the eligible. There is no cost to extract the rank inheritance scroll, and only one rank inheritance scroll can be drawn a month. It really is the kind of thing I imagined, although it is a bit different. Luo Sheng now only feels extremely happy and extremely excited. The legendary rank. Isn't that the so-called hidden profession? For the cultivator, the importance of rank is no longer necessary. It can be said that a suitable rank is enough to double a person's strength. The stronger the rank, the rarer the rank, the higher the rank strengthening attribute, but the harder it is to complete the transfer. The stronger the rank, the more requirements for the transfer, and the higher the aptitude requirements for the transferred person, such as those rare ranks. This is something that was mentioned a long time ago. Luo Sheng is also very clear about this. But unfortunately, in this world, truly rare ranks are too rare, and many powerful and rare rank transfer methods have been lost. Otherwise, with the aptitude of those heroic rank powerhouses today and the resources they have, it would not be possible to choose such an ordinary rank. But now, the rank inheritance scroll can change this problem. No other conditions are required. Only qualified persons approved by the scroll can accept the strength of inheritance and become a legendary rank. This is definitely a huge change to the ranks. The only pity is that only one rank inheritance scroll can be drawn a month. Of course, Luo Sheng can also understand, because the rank inheritance scroll is not like medicine pill, or those equipment. When the medicine pill is used up, when the equipment is worn out and broken. However, this thing about rank is something that can completely change a person's aptitude and accompany a cultivator for a lifetime. If rank inheritance scrolls are flooded, Luo Sheng can hardly imagine what will happen. System, I am very satisfied with the reward this time, so I don't care about what you try to swallow my reward. Luo Sheng pretended to be generous in his mind. Anyway, the rewards are all available, and you won't lose 2 pieces of meat if you say a good word. System, the host is satisfied. If there is nothing else, I will dive first. It's okay for the time being, you can withdraw. Luo Sheng wave. But I still feel very strange, why this Irby system always wants to swallow his rewards. It stands to reason that the level of your store manager has improved, and the system has become humanized should be a good thing. At least it is more convenient to communicate. But why after the evolution of the system, it is both greedy and stingy? Luo Sheng can't figure it out and doesn't bother to think about it. Anyway, the IQ of this taupen system does not take advantage of him. Luo Sheng stood up from the ground, tidied up his clothes, and then Shiren walked out of the warehouse. Chapter 459, Rank Inheritance Scroll. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 460. Store Manager, what are you doing in the warehouse? Xia looked at Luo Sheng a little strangely, as if he had only been in the warehouse for less than 10 minutes. In such a short period of time, Xia really couldn't think of what he could do. And I didn't see Luo Sheng bring it out. Clear the goods. Luo Sheng replied slowly, and then walked towards the second floor. Store manager, what are you doing again? Xia saw Luo Sheng go to the second floor, and his heart was even more strange. Didn't you sleep well, so go back to sleep now? Take a bath. Luo Sheng replied, then disappeared at the top of the stairs. Xlang was standing next to the counter holding a bucket of instant noodles, looked at the direction of the warehouse with some curiosity, and then affirmed, boss must have a new product. Luo Sheng, who came to the second floor, really came to take a bath. Inheritance scrolls of this rank can only be drawn a month, and must be taken seriously. Bathing is just the most basic respect. If Luo Sheng hadn't found incense, he would burn incense and fast for 2 days as a sign of sincerity. Open the rank inheritance scroll extraction. Luo Sheng sat cross-legged on the bed, sinking consciousness into his mind. The new purchase channel immediately appeared in front of Luo Sheng, which looked a bit like a gashapon machine. As long as you turn the knob, you will drop a gashapon. It's not such a serious purchase channel. You made it like this for me. System, what are you still peeking in my memory? Luo Sheng was very angry. But this time, the system was very witty and did not make a sound. Forget it. Luo Sheng took a sip, then turned the knob vigorously. There was a clashing sound in the gashapon machine immediately, and after a while, a gashapon fell out of the exit. Luo Sheng picked up the capsule and opened the shell. A group of white light floated out of it and turned into a scroll with a rather primitive appearance. Looking at the material, it seems to be a sheepskin roll. It is tied with a very delicate ribbon, giving people a simple and elegant feeling. Luo Sheng tried to open the sheepskin roll, and then received the system hint. Unqualified people cannot open it. Hey, I'm the store manager. Don't I have any privileges? Luo Sheng let out a dissatisfied TSK. But the privileges of being a store manager are still there. That is to be able to clearly know what rank the strength of inheritance in this scroll is. Inheritance Scroll of Washwang Spear Soul Rank. Unparalleled Spear Spirit. The only weapon, matchless Spirit Spear, along with the strength of inheritance of the same rank, is inherited by the qualified. This thing also comes with weapons? Luo Sheng was really surprised. However, Luo Sheng is really not sure about bringing its own weapons, whether it has inheritance scrolls for every rank, or only Washwang Spear Soul ranks. After all, this thing is really expensive, and you can only get one in a month. System, what is the price of this inheritance scroll, you or me? Luo Sheng asked in his mind. I am also wondering what price should be set. System, since the rank inheritance scrolls are too precious to be priced uniformly, to purchase the Washwang Gun Soul rank inheritance scrolls, you need 5 Grandmaster rank magic cores. 5 Grandmasters rank magic core, according to the store's conversion method, is 50,000 spirit crystals. And system directly said that it needs 5 Grandmaster rank magic cores. According to system's usual way of speaking, there is no way to buy them with Spirit Crystal. Chapter 460, Washwang Gun Soul. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 461. It's a little expensive to count this way. Luo Sheng was also taken aback by system's offer, but it was relieved soon. Qualified persons who are eligible to be seen by Washwang Gun Soul rank inheritance scroll will certainly not lack such a Spirit Crystal. Even if there is no Grandmaster rank magic core, at worst, spend more Spirit Crystal to collect it up. Are you afraid that no one will buy a good thing? System, host, along with the inheritance scroll of the same rank, there is also a new pet card that can be updated. Luo Sheng is about to take the scroll on his hand and put it on the shelf. Expect system. Another reminder sounded, interrupting his thoughts. The new pet card, what is it? Luo Sheng really didn't expect to draw a rank inheritance scroll. There is actually this kind of extra benefit to get. The white horse riding the wind, quality A, wind element pet, the main attribute, agility. A brand new pet card appeared in Luo Sheng's mind. The pattern on the card was a tall horse with a godly horse and white fur, just like an elf walking out of the wind and snow. The Washwang Spear Spirit matches the white horse, you will match it. After Luo Sheng silently complained, he decided not to publicize Taifeng Baiyu. It's just an rank card, there is no need to promote it. At most, just hang up a stand and tell them that they have a new pet card. Because when it comes to battle strength, the battle strength of the white horse riding wind may be the weakest one in the rank pet card and one of them. After all, Luo Sheng deeply feels the evil taste of system. Waiting for Luo Sheng to come down from the second floor with the rank inheritance scroll, he happens to meet Gapingchuan coming in from outside the store. Store manager, what are you holding in your hand? When Gapingchuan saw Luo Sheng, he was attracted by the scroll that exuded strange power in his hand. That is the strength of inheritance, that the rank inheritance scroll is used to select qualified candidates. This new item, rank inheritance scroll. Luo Sheng raised the scroll in his hand and replied, dare to ask what is the role of this rank inheritance scroll? Gapingchuan then asked, change job, or change a person's rank. Luo Sheng casually said, what? Gapingchuan hearing the hearts startled, quickly asked, store manager sentence, said determining is it true? Of course. Luo Sheng nodded. Sure enough, it's no wonder that the breath I feel is so familiar, but I can't remember it. It turns out to be the strength of inheritance. Gapingchuan was even more shocked after getting Luo Sheng's affirmation. The strength of inheritance is not without it. Actually, in this world, there is indeed a place called Inheritance Land. It's just Inheritance Land, those powerful ranks that have disappeared in the long river of history, in order to continuously destroy their own inheritance, and leave for themselves the last glimmer of hope. And most of these inheritance lands are in very secret places. Before inheritance, there were a lot of traps to test the outsider's aptitude. Up to now, the number of inheritance lands is very scarce, and those inheritance lands that have been made public are also not very strong ranks. Those truly powerful ranks have long since disappeared. For example, the rank of summoner, which is simply unknown, has no inheritance land left, and, because no one wants to watch those powerful rank inheritance come down and make others stronger, but they can't get this power. Therefore, the majority of inheritance land is destroyed. Chapter 461, Inheritance Land. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 462. However, in this case, Luo Sheng can actually get the rank inheritance scroll. To be precise, in Gepingchuan's view, it should be a scroll with a strength of inheritance. But because of this, it is the real shocking place. Because of the rank inheritance scroll, it saves the step of searching for inheritance land and the step of passing the test of inheritor. This is something that many spirit crystals cannot buy, and the most important thing is to be able to transfer to a stronger rank. The rare ranks are certainly powerful, but those ancient ranks that have disappeared in the long river of history are truly powerful. However, Luo Sheng does not know these things. In fact, Luo Sheng does not know whether the ranks in the inheritance scrolls produced by system are ranks that have appeared in this world. But Luo Sheng is sure that in this world, no one knows that these ranks produced by system have never appeared, because these all are once appeared, but disappeared. Who can make it clear? And under the guise of ancient ranks, not only will it not be suspected, but it will sell better. Chi Store Manager, I don't know this rank inheritance scroll. What rank does the inheritance belong to? Gepingchuan asked with some expectation. Gepingchuan is not dissatisfied with his Great Magician rank, but he is not satisfied. After all, the Great Magician rank is indeed only a very popular rank. The rare ranks of Magician type are very rare. If you can change to a stronger rank, heaven and earth turning upside down will definitely improve your own strength. Dingu, I understand what you are thinking. But the rank inheritance scroll, you and I don't count, it will choose the qualified person for inheritance. Luo Sheng said slowly. For the new product of rank inheritance scroll, Luo Sheng is the most worry-free, because there is no need for him to introduce it. If you are not a qualified person, it is useless to buy it. If you are a qualified person recognized by the rank inheritance scroll, then as long as you touch the scroll, information about the rank inheritance will appear in the mind of the qualified person. You put your hand on the scroll. If it admits that you are a qualified person, you will naturally know what rank the inheritance is. Luo Sheng passed the scroll. Let me try. Gepingchuan couldn't wait to put his hand forward. How? Luo Sheng asked with interest. No response. Gepingchuan's corner of the mouth twitched, said with some embarrassment. Luo Sheng curled one's lip. I said in my heart, a battle chi type inheritance. If it reacts to a magician rank, that would be a strange thing. Forget it, although it's a pity, but if you miss it, you don't want it, and the old man doesn't force it. After Gepingchuan was embarrassed, he also smiled quite freely. The mentality of heroic rank is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Although it is regrettable, the matter of inheritance is really hard to demand. Hey, store manager, Dingu, what are you doing? At this moment, Ling Xiao pushed into the store and found Luo Sheng and Gepingchuan together. He asked curiously, I'm researching new products. Do you want to take a look? Luo Sheng raised the scroll in his hand. New item. What is this? Martial skill or magic? Ling Xiao walked over and asked with interest. In his cognition, the things written in the scrolls, generally speaking, are those high-rank martial skills or magic that are not spread. Chapter 462. No destiny is no destiny. God-level store manager system. Chapter 463. Position. Inheritance. Luo Sheng said lightly. What? Inheritance? Ling Xiao was taken aback for a moment, and then almost jumped up in shock. Inheritance land may be relatively unfamiliar to ordinary persons, But for cultivators and people with a little identity, although they have not seen it before, they have all heard of it. After all, as long as you are a cultivator, you will definitely come into contact with the rank. Even if the aptitude is not enough, the level cannot be raised to 40. But it does not prevent them from the very beginning, and prepare for the rank they want to change. What level of inheritance is this? Store manager. The new products in your store are really getting better and better every time, and you can even get this thing out. Ling Xiao was so excited that her hands trembled a little, and she spoke incoherently with excitement. If you want to know what level of inheritance it is, get its recognition first. Luo Sheng handed over the scroll of level inheritance and said, "Hold it. If you get the recognition of the scroll, you will know what kind of inheritance it is." Good. Ling Xiao's shaking hands carefully received. Living in the rank inheritance scroll is like holding a rare treasure. But if you really want to speak of which, the rank inheritance scroll can really be regarded as a rare treasure. The rank inheritance scroll was held by Ling Xiao in his hand, and it suddenly emitted a faint fluorescence, which was completely different from the unresponsiveness of Gepingchuan when he touched it. This is strength of inheritance? Gepingchuan stared wide-eyed, looking at Ling Xiao in surprise. Luo Sheng also raised his eyebrows. Didn't expect Ling Xiao would actually be the first qualified person. The faint fluorescence on the scroll slowly circulated, and slowly penetrated into Ling Xiao's palm. Class inheritance Wash Wang Gun Spirit. Ling Xiao slowly read out the content of inheritance based on the information that suddenly appeared in his mind. System. The first qualified person of the Wash Wang Gun Soul Rank Inheritance Scroll has appeared. The fit is 42%, but the power of the Wash Wang Gun Soul Rank cannot be activated temporarily. The only weapon. Luo Sheng's mind also followed the system reminder. It seems that this qualified person is also hierarchical. Ling Xiao is indeed a qualified person, but only half a qualified person. The system didn't say how to improve this fit. It seems that the inheritor can only explore it by himself. Store manager. I succeeded. I have been recognized by the rank inheritance scroll. Ling Xiao said excitedly, and tears of excitement were visible in his eyes. Isn't this too ridiculous? Luo Sheng can't understand this excitement at all. But a powerful rank, for a cultivator, is definitely a pass to a stronger realm. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a disguised improvement of a person's potential and aptitude. So it is understandable that Ling Xiao would be so excited. Congratulations, Ling family boy, you are so lucky. Gepingchuan's tone also has an envy that is hard to hide. But in the matter of inheritance, fate is indeed a very important measure. Gepingchuan is just envious. If you say jealous, it's not enough. Dingu, kid believes that you can find a stronger and more suitable rank in the future. Ling Xiao returned without losing courtesy. Well, don't get cheap and sell well, hurry up and accept inheritance. Gepingchuan laughed. Yes, wait. Chapter 463, Half a Qualified Person. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 464. Before accepting inheritance, please pay first. Luo Sheng immediately reached out and stopped Ling Xiao from untying the ribbon and opening the scroll. His face was flat, said with a firm tone, I almost forgot, store manager, how much is it? Ling Xiao was stopped by Luo Sheng and asked with a smile. 5 Grandmaster Rank Magic Cores. Luo Sheng said the price slowly. How much? Ling Xiao turned pale with fright, thinking that he had heard it wrong. 5 Grandmaster Rank Magic Cores. Luo Sheng repeated. The store manager, I didn't bring so many. Ling Xiao looked embarrassed. He is just a third prince who is not valued. It is still a bit difficult to take out 5 Grandmaster Rank Magic Cores in one go. No bargaining. Anyway, you are the only qualified person. Luo Sheng's implication is that the rank inheritance scroll can be left first, and then wait until magic core is ready. Ling Xiao looked at the scroll in his hand and hesitated. The old man will help you pay first. Gepingchuan laughed, then took out 5 Grandmaster Rank Magic Cores and gave them to Luo Sheng. Many thanks Dingu, magic core, I will definitely pay it back. Ling Xiao thanked him. You kid, 5 magic cores are not a big deal to the old man. Go and accept the inheritance. Gepingchuan laughed, cursed, then waved his hand to let Ling Xiao go quickly do business. Ling Xiao didn't leave either. She was ready to open the scroll in the store. In case something happens, Gepingchuan and Liu Sheng can also protect him. Shwa-dash. The ribbon was unwound, the scroll was opened, and it turned into a somewhat curly sheepskin roll. The simple and elegant shape is suspended in front of Ling Xiao, and the faint fluorescence gathers into a silhouette of horseback riding and holding a gun. Later inheritor. Did you wake me up? Silhouette turned his head slightly. A seemingly non-existent gaze fell on Ling Xiao. The terrifying coercion instantly pressed Ling Xiao's body, making his face pale. Just one silhouette, the imposing manner that exudes, is so breathtaking. Yes, it's me. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and answered with terrifying pressure. Inheritance. Washwang Spear Soul is a road full of thorns. If you are ready to die, then sprinkle your blood on this scroll. A domineering and bleak voice appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. I'm ready. Ling Xiao opened his arm with the knife he carried with him. The blood dripped down the fingers and scattered on the scroll. Inheritor, I feel your will. I admit your candidacy. This inheritance power, please make good use of it. The domineering voice again appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. In this brief moment, the silhouette of the fluorescence condensed was redispersed into the sky, and then merged into Ling Xiao's body. At this moment, the imposing manner on Ling Xiao's body changed into heaven and earth turning upside down, become fierce and domineering. When the one silhouette recognized the qualification of Ling Xiao inheritance candidate, Ling Xiao's spearman rank was replaced with the Washwang Spear Soul rank. Strength of inheritance is the power recognized by this world. After watching this scene of Liu Sheng, naturally you can also know what happened from the system prompt. Sure enough, I didn't get Matchless Spirit Spear. It seems that there is still a long way to inherit the Washwang Spear Soul rank. You can click favorites below. Record this time chapter 464. Inheritance. God-level Store Manager System Chapter 465. Liu Sheng had already guessed that the inheritance of the rank inheritance scroll is so simple that it only needs a qualified person. There must be other trials, or some other conditions need to be met to fully obtain inheritance. But it has to be said that even if it is only an inferior rank of Washwang Spear Soul, it is much better than Ling Xiao's previous rank of Spearman, let alone the Washwang Gun Soul rank in complete state. I succeeded. Chi Store Manager, Dingu, many thanks. Ling Xiao feels the surging power in his body, deeply bowed to Liu Sheng and Gepingchuan. This is your own ability. Liu Sheng knew that Gepingchuan was not easy to help Ling Xiao because of his identity, so he stretched out his hand and helped Ling Xiao up. Then he said profoundly, your road is still long. I know. Ling Xiao nodded. By the way, Store Manager, I don't know if there are any pets suitable for mounts in the pet card changing machine. Ling Xiao then asked what the Washwang Gun Soul rank inheritance gives to Ling Xiao, not only fighting skills, martial skills, but also riding skills. The previous one silhouette was the unparalleled Spear Soul. Yes, treading the wind bayou. Liu Sheng this time can be understood, why the system will continue after he draws the scroll of Washwang Gun Soul rank inheritance. Then a pet card was updated. Feelings are matched with ranks. That's very good. Ling Xiao ran to the pet card changing machine immediately, without waiting for Ling Xiao to walk away for half a minute. Xlang, who had been very curious all the time, approached and asked, Boss, is the one that appeared before, is it a new product? Xlang gestured. Liu Sheng can see that Xlang's gesture is the inheritance silhouette of Washwang Spear Spirit. That's the rank inheritance scroll, used to transfer jobs, but the things have been sold. Please be early next time. Liu Sheng patted Xlang on the shoulder, then walked away with his hands behind his back. Position inheritance? Xlang reacted for a long time before yelling suddenly, Boss, you still have such a good thing here. Why didn't you tell me earlier? His tone of grief and anger, heaven shaking, earth shattering. Several days have passed since the rank inheritance scroll. This incident gradually spread, and gradually became known to the regular customers in the store. So Liu Sheng every day all has to endure countless unfathomable mystery gazes, letting people have one's hair stand on end. This is not my problem either. It's because system won't let me buy the goods. What can I do? Liu Sheng was depressed, but he couldn't say this. Therefore, these grievous eyes can only be silently endured. In the past few days, Ling Xiao also accepted part of the strength of inheritance belonging to the candidate. In terms of level, he successfully completed the leap to quickly reach the 60th level. Grandmaster rank can be tested at any time. Moreover, after getting rid of the rank of Peakman, Ling Xiao's good luck looks much better. When he stomped Feng Baiyu, he successfully awakened 3 times. And looking at Ling Xiao's expression when he activates his skills, the activated skills should all be useful skills. In the past few days, there are other things to say. That is, after Zhuang Xu made a fortune in Spirit Crystal from the new students of Brilliance Academy in the New World mode, he finally came to the front line of evil spirit fighters from Goblin Mountain Range. So there is a little kitty in Frontline City that is crazy to brush copies. You can click on the favorites below to record this time chapter 465, Your Way is Still a Long Way. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 466. And more importantly, after the battlefield copy of the Evil Spirit Warrior Frontline was discovered, the third copy also appeared. Speaking of which may be a bit difficult to tell, because the third copy was discovered by Zhuang Xu. After Zhuang Xu came to Frontline City, he created a guild himself, named Little Kitty Guild. Then a cat in the middle of the night often went to the battlefield dungeon to learn experience, but in an accidental situation, it sneaked into the camp behind the enemy army. Triggered the opening condition of the third copy. Evil Spirit Warrior Frontline Dungeon 3. The secret of the enemy camp is officially opened. The secret of the enemy camp, the number of copies, 1 to 4. This is an infiltrating dungeon. There is not much battle plot in it. The main thing is to avoid the sight of the patrol team in the enemy camp and explore the secrets of the enemy camp. In the middle of the plot, there will be a camp for storing equipment. Although the equipment inside cannot be moved. But if you have good luck, you can find 1 or 2 skill books in it, but these skill books can be obtained. So the copy of Secrets of the Enemy Camp was very popular when it came out. After all, because of the popularity of pet cards, the price of skill books has remained high. This kind of effortless opportunity to earn Spirit Crystal, who doesn't like it? In this regard, Liu Sheng can only sigh. Devouring civities worthy of treasure hunting expert. Even in the New World mode, they cannot change their instinct carved in the bones. Desolate Origin Empire, Rivercliff City. This is the western border of Desolate Origin Empire, and it is also the city-state where troops are stationed in the west. There are not many merchants here, most of them are carriages who escort to the front line, as well as some brave guys who come to make war fortune. As the frontline side-card castle, Rivercliff City does not serve as the city lord. Instead, the army lieutenant from the west of the town who came to guard serves as the temporary city lord, and the position of the city lord also changes with the transfer of the army lieutenant from the west. Outside Rivercliff City, nearly 100 miles away, there is a majestic checkpoint. That is the huge level that separates Glorious Star Empire and Desolate Origin Empire. Rivercliff Pass. From the sky above, Rivercliff Pass is like a long dragon lying on the ground, completely blocking the army of Glorious Star Empire from the gate. In the Rivercliff City City Lord Mansion, Ling Yun is reviewing the news from the Rivercliff Pass. The scout has a report. 200 miles away, the Glorious Star Empire army is gathering. A lot of luggage is gathering outside the Rivercliff Pass, and the Glorious Star Empire army is temporarily returning. It's not open. What the hell does Glorious Star Empire want to do? Their army is in battle, and simply is not the opponent of my Desolate Origin Empire army. Ling Yun frowned and looked at the news in his hand. There are signs that Glorious Star Empire is preparing to attack Desolate Origin Empire. But in terms of army strength, the overall strength of the Glorious Star Empire army is low, which is a well-known thing. Glorious Star Empire is not like Desolate Origin Empire or Ancient Gauze Empire. It is an empire that was built on battle. Glorious Star Empire is an empire that has grown through faith. In the two heroic ranks in the Glorious Star Empire, one is the white-clothed priest who stands at the highest position of faith, and the other is Paladin, who leads the entire empire. These two heroic ranks are not the ranks of the main battle, but the signs at this moment indicate that Glorious Star Empire seems to have come prepared again. Is there enough food and equipment for our army? Ling Yan asked suddenly, pressing the palm of his hand on the table. Chapter 466, Glorious Star Empire of Begin to Stir. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 467. Report to your lord that the food and grass are already available, and you can transport it to the River Cliff Pass only after the adult gives an order. The soldiers below immediately reported back. Okay, immediately transport the grain to the River Cliff Pass. Ling Yan ordered immediately. Glorious Star Empire's move is simply an undisguised provocation. When the food and grass are heavy, they will fight if they don't want to fight. Since Glorious Star Empire dares to move, Ling Yan will not be afraid. Grain and grass go first, and the army will start immediately. Once the war starts, Ling Yan must be commanded at the River Cliff Pass. The frontier guards staying in River Cliff City will only leave a minimum number to ensure the security of River Cliff City. We have all the food and grass. It is a good thing for the front line of the border defense. Ling Yan sat on the horse, spit out one mouthful of impure air. Take a look back at River Cliff City. In recent days, there has been a lot more cargo carriage for escorts to River Cliff City. It seems that Desolate Origin Empire Imperial City has also noticed the begin to stir of Glorious Star Empire, and has already been preparing for war. Ling Yan's bosom burst into flames, pulling the reins. Go. Store Manager Big Brother. A petite silhouette riding a thunder-rolling tiger into the store. It's little Duyu, why didn't you come with your third brother today? Luo Sheng responded with a smile, then glanced at the deck and hid in the deck. Ling Xiao by the communication system Roaring Guild. Since Ling Duyu cultivated Water Spirit White Fox and Thunder-rolling Tiger, it doesn't matter whether Ling Xiao follows. And in Cloud Mist City, Gapingchuan is watching. No one dares to be disadvantaged to Ling Duyu here. Sister Huang is coming to Cloud Mist City today. Third brother said he didn't want to wait for Sister Huang, so he came first. Ling Duyu said with a smile. I have been to Luo Sheng's shop for a long time. Ling Duyu knows that Luo Sheng is actually a good person to get along with. So the shyness and restraint of at first has become lively and cute now. Ling Duyu jumped off the thunder-rolling tiger, took it back the pet card, and opened the store door. A woman with a long and well-proportioned figure and a cold temperament like a bright moon came in from the door. The white skin like frost and snow, and the eyes like a bright moon, make Luo Sheng quite familiar. Store Manager Big Brother, this is my second emperor sister, elder sister Huan known as Minayu Princess. Ling Duyu introduced to Luo Sheng like a treasure. Ling Wu is different from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao has time to come to Cloud Mist City because she is in an idle position. Ling Wu has time to come to see Ling Duyu because it is inconvenient to involve political affairs as a daughter. Hello. Store Manager Chi, Duyu often mentions you in letters. Ling Wu said lightly, her tone as cold as her temperament. Hello, why didn't you wear a veil today? Luo Sheng said abruptly. Ling Wu opened her mouth, but for a while she didn't keep up with Luo Sheng's rhythm. It's nothing. Luo Sheng waved his hand and said, since you are here, come to the store and have a look. If you don't understand, you can ask me or Xia. Okay. If store manager is busy, just go busy. Ling Wu is slightly nodded. Then I walked around the store by myself. Although the Luo Sheng shop does not look big on the outside, after several expansions of the system, The internal space is still very large. It looks like they are all ordinary weapons and armors. Lingua wandered in a shelf area of the store. Chapter 467, The Arrival of the Second Sister. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 468. As Minayu Princess, Lingua is not contaminated with swordsman. The evaluation of equipment depends more on the appearance. The equipment produced by system can be said to be exquisite in appearance, mighty, and domineering, but it will definitely not make people think that this equipment is very strong at first glance. But it must look good, and good-looking things, generally speaking, are not very practical. Second Emperor Sister went to see the equipment. Then I'll go find a little kitty to play. Ling Duyu saw Ling was starting to wander alone, so he took out the membership card and went after the counter was activated. I ran to the battle strength to improve the training room area. Ling Duyu recently found a particularly cute little kitty in Frontline City. Even this little kitty created a little kitty guild. Under Ling Duyu's coax and pester, Ling Duyu joined the Little Kitty Guild and became the second member of the Little Kitty Guild. Little Kitty, are you there? After entering the New World mode, Ling Duyu's first thing is to send a private message to Xuang Xu. A little kitty, why are you here again? Ling Duyu, I'm here to play with you. Little kitty, are you doing a copy? A little kitty, I am in the secret of the enemy camp. Copy, and it is full. Ling Duyu, I know that copy. It seems that two people can also go in. Little kitty, you come out to do a copy with me? A little kitty, the copy is open. Let's talk back. Ling Duyu, little kitty, wait on the other side. Xuang Xu without the slightest hesitation in the chat box and adjust. Ling Duyu became disturb mode. I don't think you can do this. Luo Sheng found Xuang Xu hiding in a deck in a corner, just in time to see Xuang Xu turn off the chat box with Ling Duyu. I think it's pretty good. That little girl's fighting level is not good. Xuang Xu glanced at Luo Sheng, stretched out her pink tongue and licked her lips, then said, and also talkative. Come on, because of these 2 points, there is no way to brush any copies. Don't be so old-fashioned when a little kitty talks. Luo Sheng stretched out his hand displeased, and slapped Xuang Xu too vigorously, rubbing the white hair on it into a mess. In the shelf area, Lingua walked through the weapon area, the armor area, and the medicine pill area. Lingua is not interested in anything related to combat. It seems that there is really nothing worth seeing in this store. Lingua felt a sense of depression. Born in the imperial family and living in the inner courtyard, Lingua didn't have to touch the battle at all. Naturally, he didn't have such deep feelings about the power of these equipment and medicine pill. But in the jewelry area, Lingua stopped. No matter when, this shining thing has the same attraction for women and giant dragons. Wow, these accessories are so beautiful. In this kind of place, there are some good things that you don't even have in an imperial city. Lingua's eyes suddenly lit up. Compared with the accessories in your boudoir, these accessories are at least 2 grades better. The magic contained in the ornaments makes these incomparably exquisite ornaments look dazzling and eye-catching. This is even more fatal to Lingua. With Lingua's identity and financial resources, I don't bother to look at the price, just take off the jewelry I like from the shelf. Chapter 468, The Attraction of Jewelry. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 469. I got every style I like, and Lingua brought a bunch of accessories to the counter to check out. While Xi recommended Lingua for a membership card, a loud roar suddenly came out in the area of the training room where the battle strength was upgraded. Xlang, why do you come here so many times and you still have such a dish? This kind of thing, regular customers in the store have become accustomed to it. It is a very normal thing to make mistakes and be scolded when brushing the copy. In fact, it will not affect the relationship between the two afterwards, but it will appear close. But Lingua had heard who the master of this roar was. It is Ling Xiao. I got the rare skill book with great difficulty. But when you got excited, you were discovered by the soldiers on patrol. Ling Xiao was still patting the table, and said Gs with dissatisfaction. Lang sat next to him with a wry smile on his face. Rare skill books refer to those semi-high rank skill books with extremely low burst rates. The martial skills and magic recorded in them are some uncommon martial skills and magic. It is indeed much rarer than those big ticket goods. Hang on the trading system, and sell at least 2,000 spirit crystals. However, Ling Xiao is not angry with these 2,000 spirit crystals, but with why Lang made a mistake to let the soldiers on patrol find out. Ling Xiao. Just when Ling Xiao was about to say a few more words, a cold and somewhat permeating voice suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's ear. Ling Xiao shivered unconsciously. Sister, Huang, you are here. Ling Xiao rubbed his hands and said with a smirk. The expression of flattery is better than the previous Xlang. You didn't wait for me to come over before, let Xiao do you pick me up, just to come here 1 minute earlier. Excessive attention to details prevents one from making progress. Lingwa narrowed her beautiful eyes and revealed a hint of dangerous rays of light. How dare you, Sister Huang, I don't want to watch Cloud Mist City to be safe, and I want to exercise little do you. Ling Xiao immediately defended. Safe. Cloud Mist City can have Imperial City security no matter how safe. Even in Imperial City, little do you must bring a guard when going out. Lingwa raised her eyebrows and said, the slender willow leaf eyebrows are quite majestic when picked up. Also, you have excessive attention to details prevents one from making progress to the point that even the safety of Juyu has been disregarded. Lingwa said of Haitian for not becoming steel. I'm really not excessive attention to details preventing one from making progress. Ling Xiao didn't know where to start. Who knew that Lingwa was preparing to come to Cloud Mist City so late that Ling Xiao had already made an appointment? I would have released Xlang's pigeons as soon as I knew it, and they will come back later. Ling family boy, does it take so long for you to go out and organize your equipment? Before Ling Xiao could come up with an explanation, Gapingchuan's voice rang. Dingu, why are you here? Lingwa glanced in the direction of the sound and saw a familiar face. Isn't this Ling Ao's daughter? Why did you come here? Gapingchuan laughed after seeing Lingwa. Dingu, I came to visit Ling Duyu. Lingwa replied immediately. Gapingchuan is at the same level as Flame Sovereign, and even in terms of identity, Gapingchuan may be slightly better. After all, Gapingchuan is the powerhouse of the first Emperor's generation. It turns out that this is the case. Ling Duyu has me taking care of it, so don't worry about it. Gapingchuan laughed and didn't ask much. The previous words were just courtesy greetings. Chapter 469. Excessive attention to details prevents one from making progress. God-level store manager system. Chapter 470. With Dinga looking after, I don't think anyone who hasn't opened his eyes yet dare to shoot under Dinga's eyelids. Lingwa's words were not a compliment. Actually it is also true. Ling family boy, are you not ready yet? Gapingchuan chatted with Lingwa for a few words, and then shouted again. That's it, Dingu, let's enter the book. Ling Xiao replied immediately. At this moment, Lingwa also said something sorry. The safety of Ling Duyu is under the care of Gapingchuan. If Lingwa has any more opinions, he is not at ease with Gapingchuan. On Ling Xiao's side, although he doesn't know what he is playing, even Gapingchuan is also playing. Then use excessive attention to details prevents one from making progress to describe it. Isn't that even Gapingchuan also said it together? Why don't I try it myself? Lingwa suddenly had this idea in her mind. After 3 steps and 2 steps, I came to the counter and started to inquire about the battle strength improvement of the arena. There is the battle strength improvement training room area. Dingu is in the mode called the New World mode. If you want to play, I suggest you open a membership card. Xia put down the bucket of instant noodles in his hand. It is recommended. Membership card, well, get one. Although Lingwa didn't know what a membership card was, she still nodded. Then she shook her pretty Kyung nose twice, and suddenly smelled a mouth-watering scent. By the way, Xia, what are you eating? Instant noodles in barrels are found in the snack vending machine next to them. So, When Liu Sheng passed by accidentally, I saw Ling Wu, who was wearing a necklace, earrings, a ring and a bracelet on her hand, and holding a bowl of instant noodles, leaning against the counter and chatting with Xia. In a good month, Fairy became immortal in an instant. Desolate Origin Empire South. Here, there is a vast expanse of wasteland. On this large wasteland, an empire has not been established, but only some scattered human race tribes and wasteland demonic beasts that appear from time to time. And to the south of the great wasteland, there is an endless ruin. The broken walls there are covered with 10,000 li, and there are intermittent scorched earth burned by the dragon's breath. On the lifeless earth, people occasionally haunt the ruins, just to see if there are any slightly valuable objects hidden under the ruins. Here is the former empire. Here is the current ruins of Dragon. Above this endless ruin, at this moment, there is a team of mercenaries walking on it. It is Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad. After the defeat of Cloud Mist Forest and Orchid Leaf Group, in order to suppress the dragon's breath curse on Yanlu, Zhao Zizing ran out of the last dragon's blood. That's why Yanlu decided to come to the ruins of Dragon Race, and he needs to have a demonic beast of Dragon Clan bloodlines. Dragon Clan bloodlines is not so easy to find. Now it is not ancient era. The giant dragon of Dragon Race will wander freely in the territory of human race. Today's Dragon Race has long since gone to retreat to Dragon Island. The giant dragons that will appear on the human race site are rare and almost impossible to find. Most of the demonic beasts that claim to have Dragon Clan bloodlines are actually just under the guise of Dragon Race. Even if you really have Dragon Clan bloodlines, the weight contained in Dragon Clan bloodlines is very small. Almost nothing. Chapter 470, Fairy Changes in the Month. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 471. Unlike the lands I encountered before, there is almost one-third bloodline all over the body, which is Dragon Clan bloodlines. Even the characteristics of Dragon Race are due to the bloodline. Strength became apparent. Such thick Dragon Clan bloodlines are exactly what Yanlu covets. If you can collect enough dragon's blood to exercise your body, you might be able to completely assimilate the dragon's breath curse and transform it into your own power. Even if Yanlu hates Dragon Race, he is also jealous of the power of Dragon Race. The giant Dragon Race is a race favored by heaven. The fleshy body is so strong that it ranks in the forefront of all races. The fully grown dragon scales can make the giant dragon immune to most of the low-level magic. The unique dragon language magic is a field that humans cannot get involved. The terrifying dragon's breath requires the power of dragon's blood to be used. This is why dragon's blood can be used to suppress the dragon's breath curse. Because of dragon's blood, it can be used to control dragon's breath itself. Ruins of Dragon. I'm back again. Yanlu looked at the ruins that overwhelmed the 10,000 li, and some memories of the past could not help but spring up in his heart. Yanlu, your body is okay? Zhao Zizing asked with some worry. Don't worry, as long as I don't use too much battle chi, I won't trigger the dragon's breath curse. Yanlu replied. Ruins of Dragon is where human race and Dragon Race once fought. Here, it is also the place where Dragon Clan bloodlines remains the most. In that great battle that year, countless dragon's blood was splashed on this land, and a large number of demonic beasts got this good luck, and luckily got some dragon's blood power. Yanlu came back here for this strength. From now on, everyone stays on guard. In this ruin, there may be danger at any time. After Yanlu passed the order down, he left. Ahead, with Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad, walked to the legendary place in my memory. Although Yanlu is not the first aboriginal of Ruins of Dragon, but he is also very clear about the legend passed down by Ruins of Dragon. There are many discussions about the reasons why Dragon Race and human race went to war. They said that Dragon Race coveted the treasure of the Empire, so they sent troops to attack the Empire, and finally the human race powerhouse intervened in the matter and drove Dragon Race back. It is said that human race offended Dragon Race, so the two will go to war. But no one knows the real situation. Because the Empire was completely destroyed, The insiders were buried in the dust of history. But among the aborigines of Ruins of Dragon, there has always been a legend that there is a seal somewhere in Ruins of Dragon. In this seal, the treasures left over after the countless wars of the past are buried. Whoever can obtain this treasure can rebuild the empire that year. Because of this rumor, countless people rush to Ruins of Dragon. But after so many years, the seal has not been found. And the real reason is simply because, without the guidance of the dragon race breath, it is simply impossible to find that sealed land. Sealed land. Yanlu pushed away the surrounding debris and swept away the surrounding gravel with his hand. Gently brushed away the floating soil, revealing a corner of the seal formation buried below. Yanlu, what is this? Is it the sealed land of Ruins of Dragon? Zhao Zizing followed Yanlu and immediately found the formation mark outlined on the ground. Chapter 471, Sealed Land of Ruins of Dragon. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 472. Yes, this is the corner of sealed land. Yanlu grinned, showing a grinning smile. It's really sealed land. Is there really a rumored treasure left after the battle between human race and dragon race? Zhao Zizing looked at Yanlu's hideous face. Some asked anxiously. There are indeed treasures in it, but it is not the treasure that those guys imagined, but dragon's blood. Yanlu stood up and said coldly, dragon's blood. Zhao Zizing stared wide-eyed, looking at Yanlu. It seemed that something came to mind. Yes, it is the pure dragon's blood. This is the survivors who survived the Ruins of Dragon after the war. For the sake of future generations, the dragon's breath curse in the first generation of survivors can't be quelled with dragon's blood. So they sealed dragon's blood for future generations to use. Yanlu spoke slowly, looking at the person in the rock breaker mercenary squad. One after another swept across. It seems that I want to remember everyone's face. Then, why are there rumors spreading that sealed land is full of treasures? Zhao Zizing wanted to verify the guess in his heart and asked aloud. You guessed it, it's just for sacrifice. Yanlu said with a sneer. Fetching dragon's blood naturally requires a price. Sacrifice those greed people, come in exchange for our vitality. Isn't that a good deal? Sealed land, all over the ruins. Those who die in Ruins of Dragon will be regarded as sacrifices and will be swallowed by the formation mark. It's no wonder that Ruins of Dragon is called a dead place. Zhao Zizing looked at Yanlu with some horror. Ruins of Dragon's reputation abroad is actually not good. There are not many people who die in Ruins of Dragon every year because of looking for sealed land. Don't look at me with this kind of eyes. Since they dare to be greedy, they should pay for their greed. Yanlu cut his wrist with a knife. The blood dripped down Yanlu's fingers onto sealed land's formation mark. The formation mark swallows Yanlu's blood in an instant. After a while, the hot dragon's blood emerged from the formation mark. Using the power of dragon's breath to elicit dragon's blood. This is why only the survivors of Ruins of Dragon can find the real reason for sealed land. Dragon's blood splashed on the earth. This power should be received by the descendants of us survivors. Yanlu devours dragon's blood greedily. There was a touch of madness in his eyes. Zhao Zizing sucked in a cold breath, because he finally understood why Yanlu would look at everyone in Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad with that look before explaining sealed land. People who know the secrets of sealed land cannot survive in this world. To take dragon's blood, naturally someone needs to sacrifice. All members of Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad are the objects of sacrifice this time. Cloud Mist City, another peaceful day. After Xwang opened the door and entered the store, he saw that the people from Orchid Leaf Group were also in the store, and immediately loudly said, Lanyi Captain, do you want to hear something good? What's the good news? Lanyi held a bucket of instant noodles and looked at Xwang suspiciously. It's about Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad. People who heard about Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad were wiped out in Ruins of Dragon. Xwang laughed. Things between mercenaries are rarely hidden. However, only the people in the store know about the conflict between Orchid Leaf Group and Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad. Chapter 472, Sacrifice. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 473. The Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad's entry into Ruins of Dragon was seen by someone among the mercenaries, and it is not a secret. However, the news that the people of Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad were wiped out in Ruins of Dragon came out in the past 2 days, because someone saw Vice Captain Zizing of Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad and Captain Kai Yang of Wavebreaker Mercenary Squad and agreed to join Wavebreaker Mercenary Squad. The news that the Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad was annihilated is what Zizing himself said. Is this true? Lan Yi asked in surprise. This is what the original Vice Captain Zizing of Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad said personally, and was passed on by Captain Kai Yang of Wavebreaker Mercenary Squad. It doesn't look like a lie. Xlang also bought a bucket of instant noodles and said while soaking in water. Also, Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad has indeed disappeared among the mercenaries recently. I haven't heard from them for a while. Very good. Lan Yi clenched a fist and said happily. The conflict between Orchid Leaf Group and Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad is simply irreconcilable. If you meet again next time, you will definitely have to fight again. Now the Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad has been wiped out in Ruins of Dragon. It's strange that Lan Yi is unhappy. But, do you know what happened? Lan Yi asked aloud after being overjoyed. Unlike Blood Wolf Group, Orchid Leaf Group has a total of only 7 people. Normally, they stay together, fight or rest. Naturally, the news is not as well informed as Xlang. According to rumors, it is said that Yan Lu coveted the treasure of Ruins of Dragon and found sealed land, but because of greed, Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad stayed in sealed land. Zizing just escaped because he was at the back. Xlang told the news he knew. This kind of thing will become clear after a little inquiries. There is no need to hide anything. Sealed land of Ruins of Dragon, so that's how it is. Lan Yi nodded, and had no doubt about the rumored news. After all, the treasure of Ruins of Dragon is not only a legend among mercenaries, among those explorers, traders and the others, it is also widely spread, and they are eager for it. There are many people who die in Ruins of Dragon every year. Sealed land? Impossible. When Xlang and Lan Yi both thought it was reasonable, Lan Kinga, who didn't know where he came from, suddenly appeared. Said the sound. Why impossible? Isn't the danger of sealed land as everyone knows? Xlang looked at Lan Kinga and asked puzzledly. Ruins of Dragon's sealed land. You certainly don't know the secrets in it. Lan Kinga said confidently, or simply, few people know about it. Kinga, can you let us know what is the secret? Lan Yi asked. The implication is that if you can't let us know, then stop talking about it. It's not the worst thing. In fact, in the sealed land of Ruins of Dragon, what is sealed is not a treasure, just the dragon's blood spilled from the Great War. Lan Kinga casually said. There is no embarrassment because this is a secret. Actually, Lan Kinga never mentioned this point before, just because Orchid Leaf Group has never thought about sealed land of Ruins of Dragon. Chapter 473. Good news. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 474. I really want to speak of which, dragon's blood is also a kind of treasure. Xlang slapped haha beside him. For some ranks that need tempering physique, dragon's blood, a good thing that can be directly used for tempering physique, is definitely a treasure. It's just that the dragon's blood that has been sealed for so long is sure that there is no fresh dragon's blood that works well. You can't say that, because the dragon's blood in sealed land, strictly speaking, is another seal. Lan Kinga said this, his expression suddenly serious. What do you mean? Xlang saw Lan Kinga's expression serious, knowing that this is not the time to make a joke. This Lan Kinga showed a hesitant expression. It seems to be scrupulous. Don't worry, no one outside can hear what you say in the store. Luo Sheng at this time suddenly walked out of the deck and grabbed the back of his head. The look on his face was rather helpless, because at the same time Lan Kinga interrupted, Luo Sheng's mind suddenly sounded the system prompt. System, host, a new mission is triggered. Do you want to take it? What mission? Luo Sheng was scared and shivered, and immediately sat upright. How suddenly a new task was triggered. System, task, ruins of dragon in the past. Please find a way to get the blood of the giant dragon, the bones of the giant dragon, and the soul of the giant dragon, and submit them to the system. System, task rewards, 2 chances to draw drinks, and random new pet card. Note: there is a high probability that a pet with Dragon Clan bloodlines will appear and the upgrade task will be activated. It's actually a drink. Luo Sheng got excited at the time. System, host, shouldn't you be excited about activating the upgrade task? Luo Sheng laughed coldly and said disdainfully, what's the use of the upgrade task? As long as I stay in the store, can anyone do anything to me? System. So, for the 2 drink opportunities, Luo Sheng stood up resolutely, ready to ask Clan Kinga about this ruins of dragon. Because Luo Sheng can be sure, this Irby system must have heard the word dragon's blood before it popped up suddenly. Store manager, why did you come out suddenly? Lan Kinga was startled by Luo Sheng, who suddenly made a sound. Don't care about me, you continue to say yours. As long as you don't say it, no one will be able to spread the news from the store. Luo Sheng waved his hand and looked for it on the sofa. Sit down, he looks kind of listening. Lan Kinga, if you can't say it, forget it, I'm not so curious. Xlang said in a timely manner to find a step for Lan Kinga. Lan Kinga looked around. There are not many people in the store now, and the people around are just Lan Yi, Xlang and Luo Sheng. Everyone else is doing their own thing, not paying attention to this side at all. It's okay. It's all my own. It doesn't matter if I say it. After getting along for so long, Lan Kinga can still trust these people. This matter will start from the very beginning of Ruins of Dragon. The battle between human race and dragon race will begin. Lan Kinga half looked up, revealing the look of memories. This matter, I also listened to my mother. It was a long time ago. At that time, Dragon race hadn't completely secluded Dragon Island. As Lan Kinga talked about it, the past of Ruins of Dragon slowly surfaced. Chapter 474, Mission of Ruins of Dragon. God-level store manager system. Chapter 475. In the Eastern Famine at that time, there existed a very powerful empire called Brilliant Empire, which is now the Ruins of Dragon. In the Dragon race at that time, occasionally giant dragons were transformed into human beings to enter the territory of human race and experience the culture of human race. It happened in the Brilliant Empire at that time. Dragon race, the youngest son of Dragon King, and little princess of Brilliant Empire, come together. This was supposed to be a song and tearful love story, and it even prompted the first marriage between human race and dragon race. However, things backfired. The Star King of Brilliant Empire feels that human race and dragon race cannot live together. The Dragon King of Dragon race believes that dragon race is inherently better than human race. Noble, the clansman of dragon race must not condescend to be with human race. So, the Star King of Brilliant Empire put Little Princess under house arrest. Unexpectedly, Little Princess is pregnant with dragon race's children. Unmarried pregnancy is definitely a shame to the imperial family. The King of Stars ordered Little Princess to give up the evil in her belly. Little Princess would rather die than follow. However, I did not expect that the power of dragon race's heirs is simply not something human race can afford. Because of house arrest, Little Princess did not get enough dragon race power to warm up her body. At the time of birth, because dragon race children obtained a large amount of energy from the mother, after giving birth to a child, let go. After the Dragon King's youngest son learned the news, he desperately snatched the Dragon Clan bloodlines produced by Little Princess from the Brilliant Empire. In the end, he lost to the siege of the Brilliant Empire powerhouse, so he could only leave a suit of dragon's blood to the children of the two, and with his own life, he protected the love of the two. The news of the death of love soon passed back to dragon race. The Dragon King was furious as a result, and attacked the Brilliant Empire. The battle between human race and dragon race kicked off until the Brilliant Empire was completely destroyed and turned into the current 10,000-Li ruins. The Dragon King was also forced to lead dragon race back to Dragon Island when the human race powerhouse teamed up, and recalled the dragon race clansman who was still wandering in the human race site. Having said this, Lan Qing'er also sighed. Love between different races has always been a taboo. Even if the two love each other sincerely, in the end, they can't match the obstacles of reality. In the end, they both end up dying. Even the relationship between human race and dragon race has completely deteriorated. And this matter is not over. Before returning to Dragon Island, the Dragon Emperor left a dragon breath curse on the survivors of the Brilliant Empire, cursing those survivors. Only in the dragon under the burning of breath, the pain died. Lan Qing'er continued. It turns out there is such a thing. Xlang showed a teaching expression. The prejudice between different races always exists, let alone the proud dragon race. Lan Yi also sighed for the legendary love between dragon race prince and human race princess. Only Luo Sheng was silent. From this legend, Luo Sheng can't find where to find the task item. Where is the blood of giant dragon? What about giant dragon bones? Where is the soul of giant dragon? After wasting most of the day, I heard a poignant love story. Next, is the point. Lan Qing'er cleared his throat, and then said, the Dragon King stays and gets the dragon breath curse, which will be passed on from generation to generation. The curse goes on until the descendants of Brilliant Empire completely die out. However, the survivors of Brilliant Empire discovered that dragon's blood can suppress the dragon's breath curse. Chapter 475, The Past of Ruins of Dragon. God-level store manager system. Chapter 476. So they saved the broken dragon's blood in the battle between human race and dragon race, and used a seal to maintain the power of dragon's blood for future generations. Use. This is the truth of sealed land. Lan Qing'er concluded at last. In this way, the treasure of ruins of dragon is the dragon's blood that was collected back then. Lan Yi clicked nodded. Luo Sheng followed nodded. In this way, the blood of the giant dragon has fallen. In that case, in ruins of dragon, the news of the treasure is sealed. Who released it? Xlang thought of this question suddenly. Who is it? When Lan Qing'er was asked this question, he squinted his eyes and was silent for a long time before spitting out a few words slowly. It's dragon race. What? Both Xlang and Lan Yi stared wide-eyed, with a look of astonishment, thinking I heard it wrong. Even Luo Sheng almost didn't spray out. After the battle of Dragon Race, didn't they all return to Dragon Island? Why did such rumors spread? The next thing I can say is the fortunate secret handed down by Dragon Race back then. Lan Qing'er shook the head, with no plans to continue. After all, there are many people here. The secret of Dragon Race is better not to be spread out. It's easy. Luo Sheng snapped his fingers. Now your voice can only be heard by the four of us present. Store manager, I can't see that you have such a side. Lan Yi pursed his lips and teased. It's just curious. Luo Sheng face doesn't change back. We are all curious about this, and it's not just boss. Don't say these digressions, Lan Qing'er. Let's go on. Xlang stared at Lan Qing with interest. Urged. Okay. Lan Qing'er sighed, looking at the expectant eyes of the three. Actually, under sealed land, among dragon's blood, there is something that the survivors of Brilliant Empire didn't know about. That as the youngest son of the Dragon King, who desperately protected him. This is the last thing Dragon Emperor did for his young son. That is to send his own granddaughter to sealed land, use dragon's blood to warm up. Those who died in search of sealed land, after being swallowed by sealed land, I am afraid they will all be assimilated by dragon's blood and used to warm the surviving ones. The dragon descendant. Lan Qing'er slowly revealed the biggest secret of sealed land of ruins of dragon that no one knew at all. This is simply a pit dug by the Dragon Emperor for the survivors of the Brilliant Empire. Everyone was deceived. Well, everything I know, that's all. Lan Qing'er ignored the shocked gazes of the three people, shrugged, turned and walked into the battle strength improvement training room area. Lan Qing'er is who in the end, he knows so many secret things. Xlang opened his mouth, and finally he could only let out a sigh. Lan Yi hearing this, a pair of beautiful eyes swept over. Don't worry, I swear, I will never say it. Xlang immediately raised his hand and swore to the light in the store. Luo Sheng also silently nodded. The bones of giant dragons and the souls of giant dragons also have eyebrows. It seems that in the end, we have to dig the sealed land. I just don't know how far it is. Thinking of the problem not far away, Luo Sheng decided to study the map. Maybe for this task, he had to close the shop for 2 days. Chapter 476, Dragon Emperor's Plot Against God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 477. But this matter is not in a hurry for the time being. After all, the situation of Ruins of Dragon is still unclear. Luo Sheng also has to improve his own strength first. Temporary meeting point for Wavebreaker Mercenary Squad. Zhao Zizing sits at the table, rubbing his eyebrows to relieve the fatigue of his thoughts. Kai Yang opened the door and walked into the room, said with a smile, "Zhao Zizing, really didn't expect you will choose to join the Wavebreaker Mercenary Squad at this time. Don't talk about these useless things, Kai Yang. Since I joined Duanlang, I won't have 2 hearts." Zhao Zizing sighed. "I definitely won't doubt your loyalty. At least I haven't heard of your Zhao Zizing's glorious history of betrayal." Kai Yang continued to smile. No one could see this smile. There are other emotions. Unfortunately, Zhao Zizing does not believe Kai Yang's smile. Kai Yang is like a harmless-looking poisonous snake. No one knows when he will suddenly shoot, bite you fiercely, and then inject the venom into your body. Has the news spread? Zhao Zizing asked sternly. Of course, but are you sure that this news is true? Kai Yang was slightly nodded, and asked aloud. Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad, among the Grandmaster rank Mercenary Squad, can also be regarded as a famous mercenary squad. The Ruins of Dragon were wiped out in Ruins of Dragon so silently, there will definitely be some doubts. Of course it is true, these all are what I saw with my own eyes. Everyone was killed by Yanlu himself, and even himself was swallowed by sealed land. Zhao Zizing speaking coldly. Deep in the fundus of the eyes, there is a touch of palpitations of avoided a catastrophe. Of course I believe you, but I'm still curious, what exactly are these in sealed land? Kai Yang narrowed his eyes. You want to know? Zhao Zizing glanced at Kai Yang. Of course I want to know, not just me. But I don't know how many people there are in this world. They all want to know what treasure is buried in the sealed land of Ruins of Dragon. Kai Yang said without shy. Sealed land of Ruins of Dragon is a place that countless people are coveting. Since you want to know, I can tell you. Zhao Zizing sighed deeply. He thought of this before he escaped from Ruins of Dragon and came to the Wavebreaker Mercenary Squad. In sealed land, there are buried dragon's blood and dragon race treasure. Zhao Zizing raised his head and said very seriously. Kai Yang stared closely at Zhao Zizing's eyes. There is no falsehood from the inside. Dragon's blood, and dragon race's treasure. Kai Yang repeated. Yes. Zhao Zizing is sure to arrive. Half true and half false are the most difficult to dismantle. Okay, Yanlu is no blessing to accept these treasures. Then I'll take it with you. After Kai Yang confirmed the truthfulness of the news, he couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. That is the treasure of Dragon Race. Dragon Race has always been known for being powerful, and their treasures are also known for their preciousness. Do you remember the place? Kai Yang asked. Don't worry, I figured it out before I came to Wavebreaker Mercenary Squad. This is my name. Zhao Zizing said indifferently. Talking to smart people is easy. We will start tomorrow. Kai Yang couldn't help laughing. When we get the treasure of Dragon Race, we Wavebreaker Mercenary Squad will definitely become the first mercenary squad. Zhao Zizing lowered his head. A cold light flashed under his eyes. It's fleeting. Chapter 477, Zhao Zizing's Vote. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 478, Ruins of Dragon, Sealed Land. Yanlu was bathed in dragon's blood, and his back seemed to be burned by flames, which seemed to fade a little. In the surrounding ruins, there are a lot of bones. I feel the power of the dragon's breath curse is gradually disappearing. Dragon's blood is indeed the best medicine to cure Dragon's breath curse. Yanlu slowly spits out one mouthful of impure air from the formation mark of sealed land, the dragon's blood constantly gushing on Yanlu's body. All members of Rockbreaker mercenary squad were swallowed up by sealed land. But Yanlu doesn't have any mercy or sympathy in his eyes, only the ease of getting rid of the dragon's breath curse, and the madness of power by fair means or foul. Not enough, not enough. These dragons' blood are not enough. There is still no way for me to completely wash away the dragon's breath curse. Yan, the hostility contained in Lu's voice makes people feel terrified. Zizing. The Beastman tribe. 2 news insects were released, and a team of Beastmen followed closely behind the news insects. This time, be sure to bring the spirit transformation stone back. High Priest looked at news insect, who was gradually going away, and waved to Beastman, who was half kneeling in front of him. Waved, go. Yes. A Grandmaster rank Beastman leaned over and took the lead, and then chased him out immediately. It's the direction of Cloud Mist City again. Could it be that the people of Cloud Mist City took the spirit transformation stone again? This time the action. I am afraid that the people of Ancient Gore's empire will begin to stir again. High Priest looked into the distance. In this period, any action will misunderstand other forces. Let me see how the Ice King guarding Cloud Mist City reacted. High Priest said solemnly, speak down. Don't let the soldiers on patrol find your location. The New World Mode, a copy of the Evil Spirit Warrior Frontline 3, The Secret of the Enemy Camp. Luo Sheng shouted in Guild's communication system. In the New World Mode, there are 2 ways of communication. One is to speak face to face. This method is the same as in reality, and everyone round you can hear it, including those system characters. The other is Guild's communication system, where only the target person can hear the talk. In the secrets of the enemy camp in the infiltrating dungeon, it has to be said that Guild's communication system is particularly useful. Store Manager Big Brother, Ling Duyu followed Luo Sheng, pouting aggrievedly. It's not you, little Duyu is the best behaved. Luo Sheng smiled and rubbed Ling Duyu's head. Isn't she talking about me? Wang Xu was a little whispered. Ling Xiao followed and said nothing. He can understand that Luo Sheng simply won't be angry with Ling Duyu, so it's better to be eye-catching. I don't know if I'm carrying a scapegoat for Ling Duyu for no reason. Go ahead and you will be able to get out soon. Luo Sheng beckoned and pointed to the front. The process of this dungeon of the secret of the enemy camp is very simple. That is, enter the enemy's camp, search all the camps, and then escape from the enemy's camp, even if the mission is completed. During this period, it cannot be found by soldiers on patrol. Of course, being discovered is not a direct failure, but because after being discovered, it will be continuously submerged by soldiers in the enemy camp. After all, the most expert limit for this copy is 4 people. In a place like an enemy camp, there is simply no upper limit to the number of enemy troops, and they will only be constantly refreshed. Chapter 478, Secrets of the Enemy Camp. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 479. And since this is an infiltrating instance, spawning mobs simply does not give experience. So after the Secret of the Enemy Camp copy came out, about 2nd day onwards, no one was spamming monsters in it. As long as it is found, directly exit the copy and re-enter. This will save some time. Beep. A sharp whistle rang suddenly. The Luo Sheng 4 were suddenly surprised. This was the whistle of the soldiers of the enemy patrol. Well, how did it get discovered? It must be because you didn't hide it. Luo Sheng pulled Ling Duyu back, and then stared at Ling fiercely. Xiao glanced. Question mark. Wang Xu saw with his own eyes that it was clearly Ling Duyu who was spotted by the patrolling soldiers. Ling Xiao was full of grievances, but she really didn't know who to talk to. Don't say that many. Take out the weapon. Luo Sheng immediately took out the staff from his backpack. Store Manager, shall we not withdraw from the copy? Ling Xiao asked, somewhat puzzled. What are you going to do with your exit? It's just right now. You drag the miscellaneous soldiers and I will go to the main general's camp. Luo Sheng waved his hand and kicked the fire stand beside him. The fire spread all at once. Then Luo Sheng jumped out before the two of them and the cat hadn't reacted. After the patrolling soldiers are alarmed, a person will appear in the camp used to store weapons and equipment in the enemy camp. It is the main general of the enemy army. This incident was also discovered by chance when the newcomers were insufficient in their sneaking ability. However, the strength of the main general is not what they can handle at this stage. Of course they can't handle it anymore. Infiltrating the dungeon is not a combat dungeon. Why use Wash Wang if it can be assassinated? Luo Sheng quietly opened a gap in the camp to recognize the master will turn his back to himself. If you didn't find it, then the task was completed. Luo Sheng waved his staff, condense an ice thorn, and directly gave the lord his back to him. Remember backstab. Ah! The main general uttered a scream, then fell to the ground, silent. The typical front is as fierce as a tiger, and the back is as crisp as paper. Luo Sheng knew that this was the setting of the dungeon, so he didn't hesitate to stab the main general back, and immediately ran into the camp. A treasure chest is placed in front of the main general. There is a treasure map inside. Luo Sheng quickly picked up the treasure map, which was something that had never appeared before when searching this camp. The system announcement, the secret of the enemy camp. The master's treasure map was discovered, and the fourth copy of the Evil Spirit Warrior Frontline, Evil Spirit Warrior, officially opened. The system announcement went on 3 times. Then Luo Sheng found that he and Ling Xiao and the others had all been sent out copies. Store manager, you won't get the treasure map after defeating the main general. Ling Xiao looked at Luo Sheng with horror. In the copy of the secret of the enemy camp, Ling Xiao has seen what strength the leader is. Whether it is an attribute or a level, it is a rolling level. The basic situation is that during the battle, don't let the main general's attack touch, even if it is rubbed to the side. Once it is touched, it is a spike. Of course you can get the treasure map only after you kill the main general. Luo Sheng glanced at Ling Xiao, casually said, Store manager, you really good. Ling Xiao didn't know what to say about Luo Sheng's tone. The 4th chapter 79, can be assassinated, why open Wash Wang? God-level store manager system chapter 480. In such a short period of time, after killing such a powerful opponent, he still has such a nonchalant look. I really don't know how strong store manager is. Okay, don't discuss this, the new copy is open, go get ready, let's continue. Luo Sheng waved his hand to stop the topic from continuing. Although Luo Sheng was deliberate to stop it, Store Manager 1 minute defeated the general story of Earth Immortal, and it spread in the store, so that these people have a clear understanding of Luo Sheng's strength. That is Luo Sheng's strength, and it has reached a point where they are hard to beat. Store Manager, your fighting skills, old man ashamed of being inferior. 2 days after this incident, even Gapingchuan couldn't help it. Patting Luo Sheng on the shoulder, he sighed that he was old. Every time this happens, Luo Sheng wants to say something in particular. If you have to fight head-on with an assassinated target, what can be done? Fight head-on with the main general. That is the plot kill set by the dungeon. If your strength is against the sky, you have to kneel in the dungeon. In the end, Luo Sheng still didn't say this sentence, because that battle was not the main storyline of the dungeon anyway. It hurt their self-esteem to say it. Third, wait for anyone to come. The best is the Shield Knight. Come on, the priest. Missing a priest. For Earth Element Magician, it is best to know dungeon magic and earth barrier magic, or you may not be able to survive. In the Evil Spirit Warrior Frontline Copy 4, Evil Spirit Warrior copy after opening, under the city wall of Frontline City, it really became lively. The reason is because a skill book appeared on the trading system. Evil Spirit Body Skill Book. After using it, you will learn the Evil Spirit Body skill, which is limited to Battle Chi class level. Evil Spirit Body, continuously increasing martial skill. After activation, you will temporarily obtain the Evil Spirit Body, burn Battle Chi, greatly strengthen your own attributes. and greatly strengthen other martial skills. The enhancement range increases as the evil spirit body skill level increases. During the opening of the evil spirit body, when the user receives a fatal attack, they will be immune to that death and the evil spirit body will be closed. After that, the evil spirit body skill will enter a cooldown of 720 hours. After the evil spirit body skill level exceeds 30, the enhanced evil spirit body will be turned on. After the evil spirit body skill is forcibly turned off and enters cooling down, the enhanced evil spirit body can be turned on. Enhanced evil spirit body burns blood, greatly strengthens its own attributes and all moves. During the duration of the enhanced evil spirit body, the user is completely immune to death. This is the skill book produced only by this copy of the evil spirit fighter, which makes all the battle chi ranks in the shop crazy. Even Liu Sheng is a little surprised by the power of the evil spirit body skill. This is the second big map, the evil spirit warrior frontline, and the system is the only self-created martial skill in the new world mode, not the original martial skill of this world. So when someone saw this skill book in the trading system, the first reaction was not to believe it. But after someone learns this skill with curiosity and uses the martial skill of evil spirit body, everyone's first reaction is, must learn this martial skill. This is definitely a magical skill. Even if there is only a month cooldown after an immunity death, the value of the evil spirit body skill will not be reduced by half. Chapter 480, Evil Spirit Body. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 481. Because after turning on the evil spirit body, the increase in various attributes and the enhancement of other martial skills can also make the evil spirit body skills rank among the magical skills. The only pity is that it is limited to the battle chi class level learning. This made those magician ranks sturdy and depressed for several days. In fact, after the evil spirit body skill book appeared, Liu Sheng was the first to see it, and also asked the system, can this martial skill really be immune to death? System, of course it can. In fact, there are not many power of heaven and earth calls that need to be called to immune death. The real difficulty is that it can be immune to death anytime and anywhere, or it is immune to damage. In the skill description, system undoubtedly set a text trap. That is to play the effect of immunity to death only during the duration of the martial skill, and it is only immunity to death, not immunity to damage, because it is necessary to burn battle chi and even own blood to activate the evil spirit body. The more intense the battle, the faster the battle chi or blood will be burned. At the moment when battle chi and blood burn out, if they haven't escaped the danger, I'm afraid they won't be able to survive. When it comes to playing text traps, you are really sophisticated. Liu Sheng had already guessed that those magical skills that are immune to death can be learned so casually. But this does not hinder the enthusiasm of customers in the store for the evil spirit body skill book. Moreover, since the evil spirit body skill is a self-created skill of the system, if you want to increase the level, you cannot simply use skill points to add it. Instead, you need the evil spirit body skill book and skill points to be used together. For every level 1 of evil spirit body skills, you need an evil spirit body skill book and a skill point. This is also the reason why evil spirit body skill books such as this fear are hot recently, and the price on the trading system has been consistently high. Store Manager. The burst rate of this evil spirit body skill book is too low. After Ling Xiao came out of the copy of the evil spirit fighter, immediately began to challenge Liu Sheng complain. Xlang, who wrote the book with Ling Xiao, also echoed, the higher the value of the skill book, the lower the burst rate, don't you know? Liu Sheng said lightly, blocking all Ling Xiao's complaints back. The low burst rate of skill books is a consistent style of system. Even more, how is such a powerful self-created skill? If you don't take the opportunity to pit spirit crystal more, the black heart written on the face of system may fade. Then how about Store Manager, you come and show us 2 brushes. Ling Xiao changed the subject and invited again. Forget it. It's too tiring to brush the evil spirit warrior dungeon. Luo Sheng waved his hand quickly, indicating that he was not interested. Evil Spirit Fighter copy. Its background is the origin of the big map of Evil Spirit Fighter Frontline. The treasures found in the war between the two countries are the secrets of the Evil Spirit Fighters. This Evil Spirit Warrior is also known as the Undead Warrior, and this copy of the Evil Spirit Fighter is under the attack of a large number of Evil Spirit Fighters, holding it for half an hour, until the reinforcements from the frontline city arrive. Even if the task of the copy is completed, the limit is 4 to 8 people for half an hour. And because Evil Spirit Fighters are extremely difficult to destroy, the experience gain rate is much lower than the battlefield copy. If it were not for the final settlement, the Evil Spirit Body Skill book might be released. Luo Sheng really doesn't know how many teams can survive. This is simply suffering. Chapter 481, Text Trap. God-level store manager system. Chapter 482. But because of the Evil Spirit Body Skill book, the Evil Spirit Fighter copy is more popular than the first 3 copies. Since store manager is unwilling to come, let's do it again. Xlang, do you have enough time? Ling Xiao habitually checked the transaction system to see if there is any. The new skill book was on the shelves, and then asked, I can brush one more, okay? I took another copy of the Evil Spirit Body, comfortable. Xlang is also looking at the trading system. They are all habits developed during this time. Hey, it's just 2 seconds slower. You guys have such fast hands. Ding. Support. Ding. Ding. Request support. The membership card issued a crisp sound. Xlang browsed, and immediately took out the membership card. The guild message is displayed above. Captain, there is a brother outside Cloud Mist City. I met Beastman, and I almost can't hold it. Everyone in guild who sees the news, please come and support. The location is outside Cloud Mist Forest. Beastman, what's going on? Xlang browsed tightly, frowns, and stood up immediately. Xlang, what's wrong with you? Ling Xiao found that Xlang had suddenly stopped moving in the copy, and asked aloud, It's okay, a few brothers are in trouble. I'll come as soon as I go. Xlang didn't say what happened to Beastman because he didn't know what happened. Need help? Ling Xiao was concerned. Not necessary for the time being, it shouldn't be a big problem. Xlang shook the head and hurriedly left the Luo Sheng shop. Outside of Cloud Mist Forest, more than a dozen members of the Blood Wolf group were surrounded by a team of beastmen. There are traces of fighting on the ground, and black-red soil stained with blood. Each of the Blood Wolf group members has large and small wounds on their bodies, and a few of them have to be supported with weapons to stand up. The lead beastman looked at the dead search news insect in his palm, then lifts the head, and said coldly, Where is the spirit transformation stone? If you don't hand it over, here is yours. Land of Burial. Bar. The mercenary holding the big sword spit out a mouthful of blood and said, What is the spirit transformation stone? I don't know what it is. I don't know. If you don't know, why in the place where the spirit transformation stone disappears, you will have the breath of battle chi. The lead beastman sneered. We have gone to more places where battle chi broke out. Who knows what you are talking about? The sword mercenary sneered. Stubborn. It seems that you are determined not to hand over the spirit transformation stone. The lead beastman's face turned gloomy. The leader of Nexian, since they refuse to say it, it is the same to bring the tribe back to torture. Next to the lead beastman, a thin beastman said, You don't need to say this. The leader beastman Nexian coldly said, Do it, catch it alive, and bring back the tribe to torture. Yes, the waiting beastmen took their orders and immediately attacked the dozen or so mercenaries surrounded by them. They are the elites dispatched this time in order to find the spirit transformation stone. Under the leadership of the Grand Master Ankh of Nexian, it is with no difficulty to capture these mercenaries who are only professional rank. The members of the Blood Wolf group had been wounded after the previous battle. Now fight again. Simply is not the opponent of these beastmen. Nexian stands outside the battle circle, always gloomy face. The process of the battle is nothing good. Naxian thinks about how to report to the High Priest after returning to the Beastman clan. Chapter 482, Blood Wolf Group has an accident. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 483, Found it. The group of Beastman chopsticks over there. Let grandfather look over here. When the face-to-face battle was about to come to an end, outside Cloud Mist Forest, there was a loud scream. Naxian lifts the head and saw a group of mercenaries flying over from a distance. Beastman, how dare you come to make trouble? Outside Cloud Mist City, Xlang raised the Holy Light Knight sword, slowly approached, his eyes firmly locked on Naxian. This one knows that it is the leading Beastman at a glance. Reinforcement, how did you pass the news? Naxian squinted his eyes and asked curiously, hey, you don't need to care about this matter. It hurts my Xlang's brother. Are you ready? Xlang took a breath. His sword pointed straight at the string. Speaking of anger, get ready. If you don't hand over the spirit transformation stone today, none of you will be able to leave. Naxian is also a Grandmaster rank powerhouse anyway. Being pointed at by a professional rank with a sword, the anger in his heart immediately rose. The imposing manner of the Grandmaster rank also broke out. Grandmaster rank, it's no wonder that you dare to speak such big words. Xlang was pressed by this imposing manner, so his chest was tight, and gritted his teeth. HMPH. If you only want this ability, then you will all be buried here today. Naxian was coldly snorted and slapped Xlang with a slam. This seemingly ordinary palm, Xlang knows, it carries unparalleled power. The power of Grandmaster rank is definitely not something professional rank can resist. Brothers, stretch the state to fullness, spare no effort. Xlang greeted Naxian without fear, took out a medicine pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he thrust the Holy Light Knight sword into the ground. Holy Light shine, shout out loudly. Xlang's whole body of battle chi frantically poured into the Holy Light Knight sword. In an instant, the holy rays of light masterpiece, like a dazzling sun, shone on everyone in the Blood Wolf group. At that moment, behind Xlang appeared a knight illusory shadow holding a huge shield, standing between heaven and earth. Although the knight illusory shadow just passed away in a flash, but that majestic and vast imposing manner is also enough to make people palpitate. Boom! Naxian's attack landed on Xlang's chest. The holy rays of light seemed to condense a huge shield, and it actually shook Naxian back again and again. What is this? Naxian looked at the holy light on Xlang in surprise. A heaven-overflowing giant wave surged in his heart. The fleeting night illusory shadow and the imposing manner exudes are absolutely no weaker than a heroic rank peak powerhouse. It is even better than the Beastman and High Priest of the Beastman tribe by the first half. Could it be that this mercenary is holding a weapon that has been blessed by the heroic rank peak powerhouse? Blocked. Xlang was not surprised at this scene. Holy light shines. Knight's duty should be the heroic fearless. Where the holy light shines, the user is in the absolute defense state, but cannot attack. All the attributes of the friendly army are doubled for 10 minutes and the cooling is 12 hours. When Xlang was not as strong as it is now, he used holy light shining to stop an Iron Mountain beast. The Iron Mountain beast, who is good at collision, is not weaker than a Grandmaster rank in terms of strength. And now, Xlang's strength is stronger, and the power of holy light will naturally be stronger. It's just that the stronger the enemy blocked, the greater the loss of the holy light knight sword. Xlang doesn't know how many more times the holy light knight sword can use holy light shine. You can click on the favorites below to record this time. The first chapter 483, Suspicious Acceptance. God Level Store Manager System. Chapter 484. No, Cloud Mist City's heroic rank is not knight. The weapon in the hands of this mercenary is a treasure brought from the ruins. Naxian suddenly thought of this. Cloud Mist City's heroic rank, after several trials, the information obtained should be the Ice Element Magician. The mercenary in front of me now, the knight sword in his hand, must be a treasure brought out from the ruins. And only the treasures in the ruins can have such power. Thinking of this, Nexian couldn't help showing a trace of greed in his eyes. Treasure since ancient times is where the virtuous people live. If you can take the initiative to hand over the Night Sword in your hand, I can let you go. Nexian did not hide the greed in his eyes, directly speaking to Xlang. Oh, a joke. If I give you the Night Sword, I'm afraid I will only die faster. Xlang sneered, remaining unmoved at all. The team members of the Blood Wolf group around, after using medicine pill, under the blessing of holy light, their strength has stabilized the beastman. In the case of not taking a shot, victory is only a matter of time. Since you are a stubborn, then I can only kill you and take the Night Sword from your corpse. After confronting Xlang for a few minutes, Nexian suddenly discovered something was wrong. The place. If I guess right, you can't move in this state, right? Cut. Xlang grinned. There is no reply. It seems I guessed right. Then I will wait until your state is over before I will kill you. Nexian showed a cold look on his face. What do you want to do? Xlang stared wide-eyed. Now I can't move you? Then I will kill the others first. It is really relaxed and joyful to be able to appreciate your desperate expression before you die. Nexian's mouth emerged. There is a smile that makes people have one's hair stand on end. You beastman crap, get me back. Xlang was terrified in his heart, and quickly shouted. Professional rank. Even under the blessing of holy light, it is absolutely impossible to be the opponent of Grandmaster rank. This is the realm gap. It is also a gap in power. Not everyone has the skipping grades to battle innate talent. Not every race has power far beyond other races. It seems I guessed right again. Nexian grinned, revealing Bai Sensen's sharp teeth, and slowly walked towards the Blood Wolf who was fighting with other beastmen. Group members, get me back. Damn. Xlang growled unwillingly, but after the holy light shines on, unless it continues the time is over, otherwise it is impossible to move. Oh, how long hasn't I seen your unwilling expression? But at this moment, an extremely familiar voice from Xlang sounded abruptly. Hushu. Xlang shouted out in surprise after hearing the sound. You still remember my voice? I thought I had a two-day mission, and you forgot about me. Hushu took a few steps and came to Xlang's side. If I hadn't read the guild message in the membership card, I really didn't expect to see your expression. Hushu smiled heartily. I knew that pulling you into the Blood Wolf Guild was the most correct decision. You quickly stopped the Grandmaster rank beastman. I can recover in 2 minutes, Xlang said anxiously. Chapter 484, Despair. God-level store manager system. Chapter 485. 2 minutes. No need, it is better for you to continue to maintain this state. Hushu carried the dragon-marked giant axe. Grandmaster rank's imposing mana burst suddenly come out. You have actually been promoted to Grandmaster rank. Xlang's mood really felt like going from hell to heaven. Of course, or why should I do this mission? Hushu laughed, and then shouted out loudly, the beastman over there, I will meet you. At the moment when Hushu's imposing mana broke out, Nexian stopped and turned around slowly. Who are you? You dare to intervene in the affairs of the beastman tribe? Aren't you afraid to cause trouble for yourself? Nexian warned coldly. I won't come here for fear of causing trouble. Where are you? That many nonsense, come on. Hushu threw the dragon-marked giant axe off his shoulder and hit the axe heavily on the ground. The holy light shining power blessed on Hushu's body, and it made him more than half stronger. Since you don't listen to advice, then I will let you see what kind of power the real Grandmaster rank possesses. Teeth. Battle chi broke out of his body, lingering all over his body. The Grandmaster rank imposing mana that broke out, once again skyrocketed. Most of the clansmen of the Beastman tribe believe in the power of their fleshy body, and they have very few choices in the weapons they use. The same goes for Nexian. And after being promoted to the Grandmaster rank, battle chi can be solidified into an entity, and on top of the weapon, it will also not fall under the wind. Bang! There was an explosion under Nexian's feet, which caused countless rubble to fly towards Husyu. A circle of cracks suddenly shattered in the footsteps, and Naxian flew out, like a thunder, with great swiftness. On speed, Naxian is in the forefront of the Grandmaster rank. If it's just fast, it won't have any effect. Husyu mentioned Dragon Mark Giant Axe, calculating the time in his mind. Speaking of offensive speed, in the single-player mode of the battle strength boosting arena, whether you are a swordsman or a battle mage, you must surpass the Grandmaster rank beastman in front of you. Husyu admitted that he really couldn't keep up with the attacking speed of the battle mage. However, as Husyu said, if it is just a fast offense, it is of no use in the face of an opponent whose combat skills are far superior to one's own. It's coming. Husyu condenses his eyebrows, and can clearly feel the battle chi fluctuations around his body. Naxian's offensive speed is indeed top-notch. He ignited the gravel to cover his offensive action. When he came to Husyu, he was just in a flash. Change to other general Grandmaster rank powerhouse. It is very likely that it will not be able to respond. This is also where Naxian's confidence lies. It is a pity that what he encountered was the Grandmaster rank powerhouse trained by the devil who had improved the arena through battle strength. Dragon's prestige. Husyu seized this fleeting opportunity, and battle chi rushed into the Dragon Mark Giant Axe. The terrifying Dragon's prestige burst out instantly, like a monstrous wave, slapped against the incoming Naxian. Although the skill intensity of rare weapons is not as good as the Dragon Bone armor in Liu Sheng's Store Manager set, Dragon's prestige broke out. But the strength of Dragon's prestige that the Dragon Mark Giant Axe burst out in an instant is also the Dragon's prestige of the heroic rank. Even if it's just the strength to be promoted to heroic rank. But for Naxian, it was like a thunderstorm that blew in his mind. Suddenly he was in a trance. Chapter 485, Husyu Shot. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 486. It was this trance that caused a momentary pause in Naxian's movement, and Husyu grabbed his body. You lost. Husyu raised the Dragon Mark Giant Axe. Battle chi swept the whole body, bursting out a terrifying force. Under the blessing of holy light, it changed be more tyrannical. The seal of the brave emerged directly from the wrist. Brave rank skill. Heavy cut. Dragon Mark Giant Axe effect trigger, smash. Splitting the air with one axe. Its potential is like a mountain cracking rock. Splitting the air sound like a scream tearing through the sky. The white light flashed by, and there was a splash of blood. Poodash. Unstoppable blood spurted out of Naxian's mouth. The crushing effect directly smashed Naxian's bodyguard battle chi. July passed into Naxian's body through the axe blade, and the terrible wound rolled over, revealing the dense white bones inside, and the gurgling blood spewed out like money. Without money, with just one blow, a Grandmaster rank powerhouse completely loses its combat capability. Xlang, I think it would be nice for you to follow me in the future. Husyu flipped his wrist and shook the blood on the axe blade. Joked Xlang, go away, I'm guarding Knight, who will assist you. The duration of the holy light shining just ended. Xlang's feet were soft, but fortunately, Knight's sword was supported and he didn't fall. A powerful skill must have a corresponding high consumption. After using the holy light to shine, only the Xlang of professional rank, there is not much battle strength anymore. Fortunately, Husyu arrived in time. If you haven't been promoted to Grandmaster rank quickly, then you may only be able to support me in the future. After Husyu confirmed that Naxian has no battle strength, he also relaxed. This time, it was the Blood Wolf group's turn to have a Grandmaster rank, but Beastman did not have a Grandmaster rank. Naxian clutched the wand tightly. Blood still oozing from the fingers, Husyu's battle chi was still raging in his body. So Naxian prepared to raise battle chi several times to suppress the injury. All failed. Impossible. Your impossible is so strong. Naxian gritted his teeth. His face has become a bit distorted because of blood loss and pain. You don't understand this. Boss has always emphasized to us, know yourself and know your enemy. Fight every battle without defeat. Most of the battles, it's not a meet force with force. but the so-called weak click break. Hushu carried the dragon-marked giant axe and walked towards Naxian and said as he walked, "Unless the two have similar strengths and fighting skills, as long as there is a gap, the battle will end soon." This battle, it's not that Naxian's strength is not as good as Hushu. In terms of grade alone, the Naxian who has been promoted to Grandmaster rank a long time ago is definitely better than Hushu who was promoted to Grandmaster rank not long ago. But the bad thing is, Naxian's fighting skills are not as good as Hushu, but he underestimates the enemy. As a result, Hushu seized the opportunity to use Dragon's Prestige to deter the moment of the string, and directly used the full strength attack to disintegrate the battle strength of the string that was completely defenseless. Unfortunately, Naxian understood it too late. "So that's how it is, I underestimated the enemy." Naxian gritted her teeth, her face turned pale. "Now that you understand, please go on the road." Hushu raised the dragon-marked giant axe. As Naxian said, if not necessary, Hushu is unwilling to provoke the Beastman tribe. After all, in the Beastman tribe, there are two heroic ranks that are a real. They really want to kill a Grandmaster rank. I'm afraid no one will care. Chapter 486, Know Yourself and Know Your Enemy. Fight every battle without defeat. God-level store manager system. Chapter 487. So, none of these beastmen can be let go. Battle Cheese Naxian, which has long been disintegrated, has no ability to resist. At the moment Hushu arrived, these beastmen were doomed to annihilation. Beastman tribe, sacrificial hall. High priest, sitting on the futon in the hall, suddenly opened his eyes. Deep gaze emerged from the shadow under the hood, looking in the direction of Cloud Mist Forest. The breath of Naxian has disappeared. Could it be that the Ice Emperor did it? No, there is no heroic rank aura. It should not be the Ice Emperor's action, but the person who stole the Spirit Transformation Stone has the Grandmaster rank. High Priest's thoughts turned, and his gaze returned. Since it is not the Ice King, it means that he will not participate in this kind of struggle. Ancient Gau's Empire should get the news. Action. The voice in the sacrificial hall soon disappeared. High Priest lowered his head slightly, and returned to the original calm, like a statue. In Cloud Mist Forest, news of beastmen fighting with mercenaries quickly spread to the surrounding forces. The ancient Gau's Empire at the border of Cloud Mist Forest received the news immediately. The Beastman tribe has already sent out the Grandmaster rank. Are they testing Cloud Mist City? After the ancient Gau's Empire received this news, he immediately thought of it. Cloud Mist City may have a heroic rank. Since the Beastman tribe tried it, it also passed the news to the ancient Gau's Empire. Last time, after the heroic rank pressure broke out in Cloud Mist Forest, this matter was confirmed. Although the heroic rank burst out of coercion, it has the breath of dragon race. But if there is another heroic rank in Cloud Mist City, how can there be other powers that can allow such a dragon race to unscrupulously release its own coercion? Only after that incident, this heroic rank powerhouse never showed up again. The attack of the Beastman tribe this time is undoubtedly a test. They are testing the heroic rank of Cloud Mist City to see if they will make a move and participate in this time event. Heroic rank didn't make a move. Lieutenant Xunan took a piece of white paper from the table, drew out a quill pen, and started writing what needs to be reported. News. They don't need to know whether this heroic rank will make a move. They only need to know the attitude of this heroic rank. Is it a member of Desolate Origin Empire or a seclusion in Desolate Origin Empire? Very good. I took another Evil Spirit Body Skill book. Ling Xiao couldn't help cheering. As long as you get another Evil Spirit Body Skill book, Ling Xiao will make up 30 copies. When the time comes, you can upgrade your Evil Spirit Body skill to level 30 in a spurt of energy. I must explain here. The skill points in the New World mode are not only obtained by leveling up. In fact, if skill points can only be obtained by leveling up, then each rank has such a huge skill tree, simply can't add points. In addition to the automatic acquisition of skill points, you can also use Spirit Crystal to buy them in the store, or use items that increase skill points. In short, as long as you are willing to get Krypton Gold. At this point, system is still very generous. The only limitation is that your own level will limit the martial skill in the upper limit of magic in the skill tree. Chapter 487, Reactions of Surrounding Forces. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 488. This is not a problem solved by Krypton Gold. This is a matter of principle. Level 30 Evil Spirit Body, Ling Xiao, you are really willing? Xlang sat aside, his tone quite surprised. Brushing the copy of Evil Spirit Warrior, the explosive rate of explosive skill books is really touching. So most of Ling Xiao's skill books must be received on the trading system. The Evil Spirit Body skill book is not cheap in the trading system. What's this? Evil Spirit Body skill must be raised to level 30 to show real power. Ling Xiao made an expert look and began to point Jiang Shan. The Evil Spirit Body of level 30 is not only for the increase in the increase of the skill level. More importantly, it is to strengthen the Evil Spirit Body. It turned out to be like this. Xlang agreed with nodded. After encountering Beastmen outside Cloud Mist City, the Blood Wolf group has been recuperating in the city for the past few days. If at that time, the Evil Spirit Body's skill level was sufficient, it would not be so embarrassing. Unfortunately, for Xlang, it is obviously more valuable to use Holy Light to shine than to use Battle Chi to use Evil Spirit Body. However, if you can upgrade the Evil Spirit Body to level 30, even after Xlang runs out of Holy Light, he can still have enough energy to fight. There is only one copy left. Xlang, let's try a round of copies together. Ling Xiao greeted. Just to try how powerful Evil Spirit Body is. Okay, I want to try it too. Xlang readily accepted the invitation. Evil Spirit Fighter copy, enter. This copy has no plot at all, only a letter that appeared in the hands of captain of the team at the beginning, which read, please must guard this place and wait for the arrival of reinforcements. Then there are a large number of Evil Spirit Fighters, starting to frantically attack the player's front. It is precisely because this is a defensive copy, so the team that reprints basically puts the meat shield in the front, and then is controlled by the magician in the back. It would be better if there were one or two pastors. It is a pity that the priest rank is really rare. This is the case, and there are often teams that cannot withstand the impact of the Evil Spirit Fighters, causing the instance to fail. But fortunately, Ling Xiao and Xlang can be considered high play. Xlang has withstood it, and the line on the left must not fall. Ling Xiao's long spear in his hand swayed into the wind, and the evil spirit that will rush up. All the soldiers flew back. I know, but I can't stand it anymore. Xlang grinned, holding a shield in one hand, and the knight sword in the other hand swept out from time to time. The team behind them are also trying their best to repel the evil spirit fighters. However, facing the wave-like offensive of the evil spirit warriors, it is really not enough. The dungeon of the perseverance type is really unfriendly to the offensive rank. Ling Xiao even turned on the evil spirit body, and was almost unable to withstand it. Hey, is this the evil spirit body? Did you use it like this? Luo Sheng happened to walk by Ling Xiao, seeing the scene in the crystal ball, and asked with some confusion. It's not so useful. How else can you use it? Store manager, don't mess up, my copy is about to be lost. Ling Xiao said bitterly. No wonder you played so hard. Luo Sheng was not in a hurry, standing next to the deck, watching Ling Xiao and their team fight. Then because the evil spirit's body was turned on, the battle chi was exhausted. Then, he was overwhelmed by the evil spirit fighters. Finally, the copy failed. Chapter 488, Evil Spirit Body is not used by you. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 489. I knew I wouldn't have so many offensive ranks. Ling Xiao said annoyedly after releasing the copy. I really can't defend by myself. Xlang also sighed. Don't talk about you guys, as long as you have evil spirit body, you can pass evil spirit fighters at all offensive ranks. Luo Sheng couldn't help but say aloud. Boss, I know you can't learn evil spirit body, But you don't need to take this opportunity to say our dishes. Xlang stalled. Luo Sheng's rank in the New World mode is Great Magician. As everyone knows, I have nothing to do. You have to say what you are doing. You have not noticed. If the evil spirit body is closed by itself, does it have a cooling time? Luo Sheng asked blankly. Ling Xiao and Xlang, hearing this, glanced at each other. They both saw confusion in each other's eyes. You really don't know? Luo Sheng's eyebrows moved, showing an expression that didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Store manager, just say what you want to say. Ling Xiao feels like he has caught something, but he wants to do not raise. You won't open in seconds, is the second off? Luo Sheng said. The evil spirit body is a continuous augmentation martial skill without cooling. Unless it is forcibly shut down after being immune to death, it is in a state without cooling. In this case, the evil spirit body can be turned on at the moment of release and closed at the moment of closing, so as not to waste a trace of battle chi. It's just that to achieve this level, the requirements for battle awareness and the ability to multitask are very high. For Ling Xiao and Xlang, they haven't thought about this way of use yet. But now that Luo Sheng mentions them, they can be described as suddenly enlightened, showing an expression of sudden enlightenment. You are really good at store manager. You can't even learn the skills, just comprehended such a high rank usage. Ling Xiao looked at Luo Sheng in shock. As expected to be the boss, with no difficulty thought of something we could not even think of. Xlang also had an expression of there are still such usages. People in the New World mode also learned about this usage of evil spirit body through the promotion of Ling Xiao and Xlang. Suddenly, the store was all shocked by Luo Sheng, and surprised at Luo Sheng's understanding of combat skills and how strong it is in actual combat. Luo Sheng can only pretend to be profound with his expressionless face. This has nothing to do with fighting skills. This is all about the understanding of skills. This group of foreign world guys is the first time to come into contact with an online game, and it is certain that they do not have a good understanding of game skills. But Luo Sheng didn't expect this is too in place. Go ahead, don't care about me. Luo Sheng waved his hand, avoiding these shocked gazes, wandered to the corner and found a deck, sat down. Not to mention the excitement in the Luo Sheng shop. On the fifth day when Zuo Zizing joined the Wavebreaker mercenary squad, Kai Yang gathered all the members of the Wavebreaker mercenary squad, and then under the leadership of Zuo Zizing, came to Ruins of Dragon. 10,000 Li. The ruins remain the same. Zuo Zizing, are you sure you remembered correctly? Kai Yang followed Zuo Zizing and suddenly asked. Don't doubt me, I said that this is my nomination, there will be no mistake. Zuo Zizing coldly snorted, walking forward without hesitation. Ruins of Dragon is a truly deserted place. Compared with the deserted and uninhabited desert, it does not give in too much. Chapter 489, Skill Understanding. God-level store manager system. Chapter 490. Time passed slowly, and under the leadership of Zuo Zizing, the 10,000 Li ruins began to change slightly. Wait, Zuo Zizing, this is it bones. Kai Yang noticed that among the ruins, I don't know when, there are many more bones. Looking at the dried blood on it, it seems that it hasn't been long since. I just don't know why, in such a short time, the flesh and blood have disappeared, leaving only the bones. What's going on here? Kai Yang keenly perceives a smell of something wrong. The sharp gaze immediately turned to Zuo Zizing. Is it here? Zuo Zizing's eyes were a little blank, staring at the tired bones among the ruins. A look of pain suddenly appeared on his face. What's wrong with you? Kai Yang also noticed the pain on Zuo Zizing's face. Here is a corner of sealed land and rock breaker mercenary squad, the place where the whole army was wiped out. Zuo Zizing's face became very ugly, and he seemed very reluctant to think of it. This matter. What? Kai Yang was shocked in his heart, immediately drew out a long sword, looked around vigilantly, and loudly shouted, everyone is on guard, here, It's sealed land. Always be prepared to deal with possible dangers. Even Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad here. Although Kai Yang is proud, he also knows that according to the real situation, Wavebreaker Mercenary Squad and Rockbreaker Mercenary Squad are just birds of a feather, and even Wavebreaker Mercenary Squad is weaker. There is no need to be so vigilant. Before sealed land is opened, there will be no danger. Zhizing's face flashed a little struggle, but it was quickly covered up. You are ready. I am going to open sealed land now. Okay. After Kai Yang answered, put another long sword also pulled out, stepped back. His vigilant gaze also fell on Zhizing. The members of the Wavebreaker Mercenary Squad also began to retreat, faintly surrounding Zhizing. You still didn't believe me? That's all. Zhizing took out a glass bottle from his arms, which contained more than half a bottle of blood. This is Yanlu's blood, blood with the power of the dragon's breath curse. Turn on, sealed land. Zhizing directly smashed the glass bottle into the ruins. In an instant, the colored glaze splashed and blood burst out, flowing freely on the broken bricks and tiles. A dazzling light suddenly appeared on the ground. That is the formation mark of sealed land. The blood in the glass bottle flows down from the broken bricks and tiles and is quickly swallowed by the formation mark. Everyone's attention is attracted by sealed land's formation mark. This is sealed land of ruins of dragon, but inside is buried the treasure of dragon race. How can people not expect it? After the formation mark swallowed all the blood that Zhizing smashed out, a dim rays of light were emitted, and then from the formation mark, a scorching dragon's blood slowly emerged. It's really dragon's blood. Kai Yang can feel the blood that emerges from the formation mark, and the surging power contained in it. Dragon's blood has been regarded as a kind of treasure since ancient times. The more pure dragon's blood, the more the dragon's blood flowing in the high-rank dragon race body, the more precious it is. Whether it is used for tempering physique or as an extremely rare material, refining high-rank alchemy potions is the most superior choice. Chapter 490, Come to Sealed Land Again. God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 491. Especially some extremely precious alchemy potions, in which dragon's blood is used as a material, which cannot be replaced by other materials. The effects of these alchemy potions are often extremely powerful. Although these dragon's blood Kai Yang cannot be used, even if they are collected and sold to the alchemists, the spirit crystal earned is enough for him not to be a mercenary, and to be beautiful. It's been a lifetime of light. There really is dragon's blood. It seems that in this sealed land, the treasure of dragon race is buried. When Kai Yang saw dragon's blood, it was already. I completely believed what Zhizing said. If dragon race hadn't sealed the treasure here, how could there be so much dragon's blood here? Brothers, after entering sealed land for a while, first take out all the treasures inside, and when it's a safe place, we will allocate these treasures. Just the treasure is enough, I promise. Everyone has a share. Kai Yang raised a hand, and after attracting everyone's attention, he first clarified the rules after entering sealed land up. If there is a competition for treasure in sealed land, who knows whether it will attract other dangers. Please wait a moment. After the dragon's blood disperses, the entrance of sealed land will open. Zhizing stood in the front, staring at the formation mark and said, Captain, do I need to collect dragon's blood? The Wavebreaker Mercenary Squad team member suddenly asked. I don't need it for the time being. The treasure of dragon race is more important, and dragon's blood will not run if I put it here. Kai Yang waved his hand, indicating that there is no need to waste time. Dragon's blood is not water, even if it is burned by flames. The blazing dragon's blood will not evaporate unless the energy in dragon's blood is completely dissipated. Dragon's blood will dry up. However, when the Wavebreaker Mercenary Squad was staring at the formation mark, the dragon's blood scattered all around, slowly surrounded everyone, and then formed a simple monster on the ground. Array. Under the cover of the ruins, no one noticed this subtle movement. Dragon's blood has finished dispersing. Why hasn't the entrance appeared yet? Kai Yang stared at the formation mark, and after waiting for nearly a quarter of an hour, he asked angrily. However, Zhao Zizing did not answer Kai Yang's words this time, but looked behind Kai Yang in horror. Of course the entrance will not appear. The treasure of dragon race is just a lie to trick you. A cold voice suddenly appeared behind Kai Yang. The bloodthirsty and violence in the voice give people a chilling horror. Kai Yang was shocked. He never thought that someone could show up behind him without noticing it. If this person intends to sneak attack, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Kai Yang thought of this. The cold hair on the back stood up, turned around abruptly, and what appeared in front of him was an extremely familiar face. Yan Lu. Speaking of Kai Yang gnashing teeth, can't tell if it is hatred of Yan Lu or anger at Zhao Zizing for deceiving him. Isn't that Zhao Zizing who escaped from my hands? Why are you back again? Aren't you afraid of death this time? A cold smile appeared on the corner of Yan Lu's mouth, with a sullen look. Staring at Zhao Zizing, he said like a greeting. He is naked, with a dragon mark on his chest and back because he is soaked in dragon's blood, and the burning traces that appeared behind the dragon's breath curse are already so light that you can't see clearly if you don't look closely. Chapter 491, Lies. God-level store manager system. Chapter 492. Afraid of death? Are the brothers of Rockbreaker mercenary squad willing to die? Zhao Zizing looked at Yan Lu without fear and asked angrily, if their deaths can be a part of my strength, then their deaths will be valuable. I believe them, and I will be the captain of the Breaker mercenary squad, and feel happy. Yan Lu let out a piercing laughter in his throat. The desire for strength and long-term soaking in dragon's blood have caused Yan Lu's spirit to appear crazy. The power contained in dragon's blood is, after all, the power of dragon race. For human race, that is extremely violent energy. People who have been immersed in dragon's blood for a long time and have no problem with their mental ability are all evildoers who have the will to endure all kinds of suffering and face doesn't change. You are crazy, Yan Lu. Zhao Zizing couldn't help sighing. Kai Yang gloomy face suddenly said, Zhao Zizing, you lied to me. Right? You want to use the power of my Wavebreaker mercenary squad to avenge the Rockbreaker mercenary squad. Yes. Zhao Zizing knew that at this time, there was no need to hide it. So, the dragon race treasure in sealed land lied to me too, right? Kai Yang's face became more gloomy, and then asked in a cold voice. Yes. Zhao Zizing still nodded. Okay. I appreciate your honesty now. Kai Yang sneered and stopped asking more, but looked at Yan Lu. No matter how big the problem of Zhao Zizing is, it will be discussed after Yan Lu is resolved. Yan Lu, I really didn't expect that if you were dragged in by sealed land, you can still walk out alive. Kai Yang also heard about the dangers of sealed land. At this moment, I also have to admire that Yan Lu is dead. Sealed land was originally a gift left by the ancestors to the survivors of Ruins of Dragon, not something you can get involved with. Yan Lu raised his right hand and said slowly, since you are here, stay and become my strength. Yan Lu, I admit that you are indeed stronger than me, but you want it would be too arrogant to keep all of us behind. In the last sentence, Kai Yang's voice was raised sharply, and he asked sternly, arrogant? If you leave after the spread of dragon's blood, maybe I am arrogant, but now, it is too late for you to leave. Yan Lu sneered, raising his right hand turns. With the palm facing upwards, he shook it sharply. Roar! A giant dragon roar, like a startling heaven thunder cry, suddenly rang. The magical array composed of dragon's blood scattered under the ruins jumped quickly, then suddenly rose from the ground and attached to Yan Lu. Condensed into a dragon's blood armor. A terrifying coercion radiated from Yan Lu. In the imposing manner of Grandmaster Ankh-Beak, there is dragon's prestige blessing in it, which makes the oppression force stronger by at least 30%. It turned out to be dragon's prestige. Kai Yang's face was also pale, and a look of panic appeared on his face. He didn't expect that Yan Lu can actually drive the power of dragon's prestige. This is not to say how powerful dragon's prestige is, but when it comes to its deterrence to the weak, Dragon's prestige is definitely among the best. This is the suppression of race level. Sealed land is my territory. None of you want to leave here alive. 400 Chapter 92, Zhao true purpose. God-level store manager system. Chapter 493. Yanlu let out a penetrating laugh, his tight right hand opened, a group of fierce dragon's blood gathered on the palm of his hand, and he waved forward suddenly. Dragon's blood shoots out like a sharp arrow. The members of Wave Breaker Mercenary Squad didn't have time to dodge, so Dragon's blood penetrated their chest. "Ah, Captain, save me!" hit Dragon's blood players, and even a chance to say a complete sentence, stared at the horrified eyes, looked at the hollow in his chest, and fell softly. The spurting blood flowed along the broken bricks and shingles to the ground. Then it was quickly swallowed by Sealed Land's formation mark. "You damn fellow!" Kai Yang knew that Yanlu was a martial artist, but he didn't expect that after wearing Dragon's blood armor, Yanlu's long-range strike turned out to be so powerful. With the two swords in his hands swept across, Kai Yang stopped Yanlu's second round Dragon's Blood. The Sword Warrior is the rank of Kai Yang. The double sword is Kai Yang's unique martial skill in the Grand Master rank, able to occupy a place. Zhao, I don't care if you lied to me before, now, you protect my team members. Kai Yang shouted. The mercenary squad captain, who doesn't care about his team members, doesn't exist unless it is a madman like Yanlu. With Yanlu's strength, after receiving the blessing of Dragon's blood armor, the ordinary professional rank was killed in a flash in front of Yanlu. Rock and soil barrier. Zhao nodded, waving his staff. Condense a rock and soil barrier for members of the Wavebreaker Mercenary Squad to hide. Even if you protect them now, what's the use? No one of you can escape. Yanlu gave a strange laugh, body flashed. Dragon's blood armor can actually increase other attributes. Seeing Yanlu disappearing, Kai Yang was shocked. In the next instant, Yanlu appeared in front of Kai Yang, and a heavy fist suddenly blasted out. After the heavy punch blessed by Dragon's blood armor, it looks like a thunder, and the terrifying speed almost suppresses the air and twists it. Kai Yang only had time to cross swords and protect him. Yanlu's heavy punch was already close to Kai Yang's chest. Crack. There seemed to be a slight cracking sound. Kai Yang flew out like a piece of rag that was thrown away. The two long swords in his hands flew and revolved in the air, and finally plunged into the ruins. Following the light, you can find the small cracks on the long sword. Under the blessing of Dragon's blood armor, Yanlu's attack turned out to be terrifying. In just a few days, how could you have become so much stronger? Zhao hand gripping the staff couldn't help shaking, and shouted in disbelief. The power of Dragon's blood is so wonderful. This is the ancestors of Ruins of Dragon, the best gift left to me. Yanlu laughed wildly. The surging power in his body made him want to vent. Dragon race is indeed one of the most powerful races in this world. Just the power of Dragon's blood makes people so crazy. Cough oof. Kai Yang, who fell in the ruins, clutched his chest and coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. The tingling in the chest cavity let Kai Yang know that his ribs were definitely broken. Is it really terrifying? Dragon race's power, so terrifying. Kai Yang breathed carefully, and every time he tried hard, there would be pain in his chest that made people sweat. Chapter 493, Powerful Power. God-level store manager system. Chapter 494. Dragon race is of course powerful. Looking back at the 10,000 Li ruins at the foot, back then, this was a prosperous empire. It is an honor for you to feel this powerful force before you die. Yanlu stretched his body, remaining calm and composed while handling pressing affairs. Standing in place, there is a cat. Play the banter of the mouse. I will never admit that it is an honor. Kai Yang slowly got up from the ground and walked slowly to the two longs inserted in the ruins. Beside the sword, with a strong force, the long sword was pulled out. Hey, this is really painful. The pain from the chest made Kai Yang sucked in a cold breath. In that case, let me see how wonderful your desperate expression is under this power. Yanlu smiled jokingly, and appeared between the flashes of his body in front of the rock and soil barrier. Boom! With just one punch, the solid defense magic, the rock and soil barriers, instantly collapsed and turned into a pile of mud. The dragon's blood is gathered on the palm of Yan Lu. The dragon's blood flying out is like a rain of blood in the sky. The mercenaries who had been hiding behind the rock and earth barriers had no time to react, and dragon's blood flew in front of them. Poodash, poodash. In just a few seconds, the players of Wavebreaker Mercenary Squad have already lost more than half. Looking at the fallen players one by one, Kai Yang's face became more and more vicious. But at this time, Kai Yang no longer yelled. In addition to making Yanlu more rampant, it will not have any other effect. A large amount of blood flowed down the ruins to the ground, and was madly swallowed by the formation mark. In a place where no one had noticed, a glimmer of light appeared at some point. The more people who sacrifice, the more power I gain. The power of the dragon's breath curse, I almost can't feel it. While Yanlu frantically slaughtered the members of the Wavebreaker Mercenary Squad, the burning traces behind him due to the dragon's breath curse had slowly disappeared. This is my strength. Contacting the dragon's breath curse has always been Yanlu's greatest wish. The strength of dragon's blood is blessed on the body, and Yanlu feels more powerful than ever. Kai Yang, tell your last words. Yanlu finally returned to Kai Yang and said with a joking expression, last words or leave it to yourself. Kai Yang lifts the head abruptly, mentioning all the battle chi, and rousing trouble. The double swords were turned from the left shoulder to the right abdomen. Even if Yanlu has the blessing and protection of dragon's blood armor, Kai Yang is, in the final analysis, a Grandmaster rank powerhouse. All battle chi, cutting off one's means of retreat, stake all on one throw. The power that bursts out is definitely not to be underestimated. With a playful expression still on his face, Yanlu has been cut back. Two gaps have also appeared on the dragon's blood armor, exposing the wounds on his chest and abdomen inside. I underestimated you. Didn't expect you to have so much energy. Yanlu did not cover the wound on his chest and abdomen, but let the blood flow. It flows outside, but the expression on his face has become fierce. Thanks, cough. Kai Yang spurt a mouthful of blood again, and then coughed violently as if choked. So it seems that this is your last word. Yanlu said coldly, and the dragon's blood in his hand also condensed. Chapter 494, Kai Yang's last attack. God-level store manager system. Chapter 495. Hong Long Long Dash. At this moment, however, there was a sudden violent vibration on the ground. Immediately afterwards, the vibration began to spread to the surroundings. The remaining bricks and shingles in the ruins began to move around, and the ground also appeared one after another crack. As soon as the crack appeared, it began to expand rapidly, forming a bottomless crack one after another. Whether it's gravel rocks or corpses of white bones, as long as they get close to the cracks, they will all be swallowed in. What's going on? Sealed Land's power has begun to weaken. Yanlu was also attracted by this change, and has no time to take care of Kai Yang in front of him for the time being. Seeing this opportunity, Zhao Zizing immediately condensed the stone pillar and took Kai Yang away from Yanlu. Didn't expect finally, let you come to save me. Kai Yang caught a glimpse of Zhao Zizing next to him, and said with difficulty, you better talk less now. Zhao Zizing's probing hand gently pressed Kai Yang's chest, and then took out a bottle of alchemy potion from his arms. Fortunately, the ribs have not shifted. Drink the healing medicine first. At this time, Kai Yang has no strength to doubt Zhao Zizing anymore and took it. After the treatment medicine, it was poured directly into the mouth. Feeling the weak energy flow in the body, and then said, to be honest, I still hate you. I know that I can't make up for it by myself. That many brothers' death. Zhao Zizing did not look at Kai Yang's eyes, but at Yan Lu. They are not your brother. Kai Yang said bitterly. It will be in the future. Zhao Zizing sighed, seeming to mutter to himself. Yan Lu, He once saved my life. I have been a mercenary with him for 8 years. I never thought that one day he would destroy the Rock Breaker mercenary squad by himself. I hate him, but I can't kill him personally. So I used you. I'm sorry. I will use the rest of my life to compensate those who died. Brothers, let's go out of Ruins of Dragon alive. Kai Yang was coldly snorted and looked at Yan Lu. Although Yan Lu is attracted by the changes in Ruins of Dragon at this moment, as long as Ruins of Dragon recovers calm, it may be the death of Yan Lu and Zuo Zizing. Yan Lu, who has Dragon's Blood Armor Blessing, is definitely not an opponent that Kai Yang and Zuo Zizing can deal with. Even more, how Kai Yang at this moment has no battle strength anymore. The tremor gradually subsided. Kai Yang and Zuo Zizing also began to feel nervous and worried. However, it was under the worried eyes of Kai Yang and Zuo Zizing. The dragon's blood armor on Yan Lu's body began to disintegrate gradually, turning into dragon's blood and spilling on the ground, and then being swallowed by the sealed land formation mark. How could this happen? How could this happen? No, no. This is my strength. You can't take me away, power. Yan Lu felt the power within the body start to flow quickly, and couldn't help screaming hysterically, trying to catch back the scattered dragon's blood with his hands. But no matter how hard Yan Lu works, it will not help. Kai Yang and Zuo Zizing looked at each other. Both saw the doubt in each other's eyes. However, at this moment, Yan Lu no longer cares about Kai Yang and Zuo Zizing. The broken dragon's blood armor even took away Yan Lu's own power. If it can't be stopped, Yan Lu will soon lose even the power of Grandmaster rank. Roar! A roar of a giant dragon suddenly came out from a crack in the ground. Chapter 495. Changes. God-level store manager system. Chapter 496. There. Dull roar, like a drum, beats Yan Lu and the others. Pudash, Pudash. Yan Lu, Kai Yang, Zuo Zizing, all are spared. All together spits out mouthful of blood. Pause. The dull roar sounded like a heavy hammer, fiercely slammed on the three of them, directly blasting them out. The ground began to collapse, as if there was a bottomless abyss beneath the ground. Countless rocks were swallowed by cracks. Only a crack that looked like a huge mouth in the abyss was left. Just when the three of them thought it was over, a more terrifying roar came from the crack. Roar! Along with the roar resounding across the sky, a terrifying species burning with cold white underworld flames all over the body, waving huge wings, from the cracks flew up. Then he rose into the sky, staying in the air, looking all around. The shadow that obscured the sky was cast down. Yan Lu and the others widened their eyes and their pupils shrank suddenly. What is this? No, it's impossible. Under the ruins of Dragon, it's still buried such a terrifying thing. The terrifying species that stayed in midair waved its wings, with a substantive fire burning in its eye sockets, coldly looking at the three people on the ground. The terrifying imposing manner hiding the sky and covering the earth shrouded. The three of them were so oppressed that they couldn't even speak. They could only grit their teeth and spit out two words between their teeth. Bone dragon. That's right. The terrifying species flying out of the crack is a bone dragon. That is the legendary species that can be compared with dragon race giant dragon. It is the remains of the heroic rank giant dragon after the death. Because of extreme resentment, unwillingness, and obsession that can penetrate life and death, it is a species that can be born. This is an extremely rare species. Even in the annals of dragon race, there are few records of bone dragon appearing. The battle strength of bone dragon is definitely not weaker than the battle strength of its lifetime. In other words, once the bone dragon appears, its strength, the lowest, will also be the start of heroic rank. The bone dragon of this level, even if he blows casually, he can blow Yan Lu to his knees. Even more how? This bone dragon is still the bone dragon buried under the ground of Ruins of Dragon. In the battle between human race and dragon race, I don't know how many human race and dragon race powerhouses were killed. They were all buried under this land. At that time, The overall strength of human race was not as low as it is now. The dragon race dispatched to fight with the human race is the elite powerhouse among the giant dragons. If the dragon race is not restricted by the powerhouse of the human race, and cannot directly take action during the war, I am afraid that the brilliant empire will not leave any survivors. Bone dragon above the sky, a hot breath was expelled from his mouth. The cold white underworld burning on the skeleton replaced the flesh and blood on the dragon body of Bone Dragon before his death and became its current body. In the eye sockets, the group of underworld flames that burned as if it were substantive, and it could be seen from it that it was as cold and violent as an abyss. It is a species born out of resentment, unwillingness and obsession. Zhao doesn't even dare to show up at this moment. Kai Yang also gritted his teeth, desperately holding back the pain, trying not to make a sound, so as not to offend the terrifying species in the sky. Yanlu looked at Bone Dragon even more deathly pale, with unspeakable horror in his eyes. Chapter 496, Bone Dragon Present, God-Level Store Manager System. Chapter 497, You are from the Brilliant Empire. Bone Dragon slowly spit out these words. While speaking, the fire of the underworld surging between the sharp teeth. When Yanlu heard these words, let alone her face was pale without blood, even the blood in her body was half cold, and the whole body was cold. The relationship between dragon race and human race is not harmonious. The anger and hatred of Brilliant Empire for these giant dragons who were killed in the Brilliant Empire is even more unquenchable. Lord Bone Dragon, when, back then, the grievances were the grudges of our ancestors, we might as well let it pass. Yanlu's teeth trembled. Brace oneself, stammering. Speaking of in the past, the dark fire in Bone Dragon's eyes jumped suddenly. If it's just me who died, it would be just a sorrow, but why do you harm my daughter? Bone Dragon said at the same time of this sentence, the dark fire on his body skyrocketed. His tone was even more stern and icy. Yanlu listened to Bone Dragon's words. The blood in his body was already cold. He didn't expect that this Bone Dragon was actually the youngest son of the Dragon Emperor before his death. Prince of Dragon Race. Probably among all the dragon races that died in the territory of Brilliant Empire, Dragon Race Prince has the deepest resentment towards Brilliant Empire. Damn it. Yanlu knows that there is absolutely no hope of relaxation between himself and Bone Dragon. The desire to live drove Yanlu to lift up all the battle chi in his body and flee away from the Bone Dragon. The Grandmaster Ank's battle chi was all on display, making Yanlu's speed as fast as lightning. When only a black shadow flashed by, the person had appeared 100 meters away. It's not enough. Faster, faster. Yanlu knows the terrifying point of Dragon Race, and now he ran away, only hating himself for too less growth. Legs. Kai Yang and Zhao were dumbfounded. This kind of speed is much faster than when I was fighting before. Yanlu simply didn't put us in his eyes before playing with us. Although Kai Yang doesn't want to admit it, Yanlu's strength is indeed above him, especially after eliminating the Dragon's Breath curse and getting Dragon's Blood body refinement. The strength has been even improved. Run away. You damn guys will only bully the weak and run away. When Bone Dragon saw Yanlu running away, he suddenly became extremely angry. With a big mouth, the terrifying Dragon's Breath came out. Mixed with the Dragon's Breath of the Dark Fire, the formidable power becomes more powerful. The speed of the Dragon's Breath is far higher than the speed of Yanlu's escape. I saw the cold white fire flashing, and Yanlu, together with the ruins under his feet, instantly turned into nothingness. I didn't even hold on to the rest time. Under the Dragon's Breath, everything goes to nothingness. Grandmaster Ankh, it is impossible to block the breath of Bone Dragon. When Kai Yang and Zhao saw this scene, they were already terrified to the extent that their hearts were cold and their eyes turned black. The cold sweat behind me has already wetted my clothes. Even Yanlu can't stop the breath of Bone Dragon, not to mention that the seriously injured Kai Yang and physique are not comparable to Zhao in the Battle Chi class. As long as Bone Dragon is unhappy, the two of them will become dead souls under the Dragon's Breath. However, After Bone Dragon got rid of Yanlu, he didn't watch Kai Yang and Zuo's Izing again, but instead looked at this piece of ruins of dragon. Kai Yang and Zuo's Izing were afraid to speak in the ruins. I can only pray silently in my heart. Bone Dragon has forgotten them. You can click the favorites below to record this time. Chapter 497, Under the Dragon's Breath. All return to nothingness. God-level store manager system. Chapter 498. Is the brilliant empire dead? Father did it. If he released me from Dragon Island back then, how great it should be. Bone Dragon flapped its wings and stayed in the sky, seeming to remember something. I can't feel the breath of dragon race. No, I must find a suitable trustee as soon as possible. Bone Dragon looked all around, flapped his wings violently, towards ruins of dragonfly away. Only Kai Yang and Zuo's Izing are left sitting on the ruins, looking at each other in blank dismay. The direction in which Bone Dragon flies seems to be Cloud Mist City. At this moment Cloud Mist City is still a peaceful scene. Since the Grand Master rank demonic beasts in Cloud Mist Forest divided their territories, they will no longer attack mercenaries and caravans entering the forest for no reason. It's because of the Grand Master rank demonic beast, which makes Cloud Mist Forest more prosperous. The demonic beast forest with the existence of high-rank demonic beasts usually attracts more demonic beasts. After all, the existence of these high-rank demonic beasts also provides protection for the low-rank demonic beasts of this demonic beast forest in disguise. Let those mercenaries and hunters dare not hunt and kill low-level demonic beasts. With the prosperity of Cloud Mist Forest, the Cloud Mist City built by Cloud Mist Forest has become more prosperous. And in a small alley in Cloud Mist City, inside the Luo Sheng shop. Boss, long time no see. Sire, long time no see. Both Yingzhu and Ying Feng. He ran into the store and greeted loudly. Being held by my old master and bored in Imperial City for a long time, the two of them were bored. It turned out to be you two. Come in and take a look. Luo Sheng glanced at the two, greeted them, and leaned back on the sofa. Hello. Xia smiled in return. It's really long time no see. I thought you would have fun at home after you go back. So happy that you don't want to come over. Ling Xiao held a bucket of instant noodles and joked to the two of them. It's not that we are locked in the house by my old master. We are not allowed to come out. Ying Feng couldn't help but start to suffer. Don't say a few words. Ying's pinched Ying Feng immediately and reminded him in a low voice. But it is too late. Outside the store, a tall, sturdy, energetic, white-haired, but not old-fashioned old man walked in with the opening of the Dragon Walk Tiger steps. Although he is dressed in casual clothes, he still has an imposing manner that is not anger and prestige. Boy, you just said I wouldn't let you out. Why, is it embarrassing to let you stay at home for 2 more days? Ying Qiang walked to Ying Feng and stared. Master, grandfather, how dare I can stay at home for 2 more days. I am too happy to have time. Ying Feng complexion changed, said flatly. HMPH, glib tongue, it's better to be a snow girl. Ying Qiang snorted. Grandfather, don't talk about Xiaofeng, male children prefer to go out and wander around. Ying's greeted him immediately. Ying Qiang waved her hand and said, I know, that is to say. He said a few words, lest he does not return home all year long like your dad and your big brother. Grandfather, dad and big brother are also leading soldiers to fight. How can they come back when they come back? Ying's said with a smile. Old master is actually complaining. The elders of whose family don't want their children and grandchildren to be full, and children and grandchildren around the knees, enjoyed the happiness of family. It's a pity that Ying's family was born in the army, and Ying's children and grandchildren have spent many years on expeditions outside the home. Chapter 498, Store Manager, Long Time No See. God-level Store Manager System. Chapter 499. It should be grandfather. Ling Xiao watched Ying Qiang enter the store and said hello immediately. Ying Qiang is a character of the same generation as Ling Xiao's grandfather. In terms of seniority, Flame Sovereign Ling Ao should also be called an uncle. On top of the court, the rank of monarch and minister is heavier. It's Ling Xiao, you're good. The imperial city is very busy, but you hide here to enjoy the leisure. Ying Yuang laughed and said, huh? Is there such a thing? Ling Xiao stayed in Cloud Mist City for a long time, and was somewhat out of touch with the imperial city news. Not many people know about this matter. In fact, it is not looking for you. You don't have to worry too much. Ying Yuang didn't say anything, which means it is indeed not a major event. And Old Master didn't want to say. Ling Xiao didn't dare to ask. Okay, girls, take me to see this store. I want to see what good things are here. It's worthy of you talking about every day at home. Ying Yuang also remembered the business of coming to Cloud Mist City this time. Ying Yuang originally wanted Ying Zhu and Ying Feng to stay in Imperial City for a few more days. After all, I just finished participating in the Academy Grand Competition and won, so I should stay home and celebrate. It's just that Ying Feng every day always talking about the store in Cloud Mist City, which rouses the interest of Old Master. In his opinion, what is worth talking about in those border towns? The imperial city of Desolate Origin Empire is the most prosperous city-state. Obediently and honestly stay in the imperial city. There are more places to have fun. Okay, grandfather, come with me. Ying's first took Ying Yuang to the shelf area. Although there are often new products in the Luo Sheng store, if you don't understand anything, just ask Xia directly. With Ying's introduction, Ying Yuang's face became more and more shocked. Ying Yuang came out of the army. In the early years, he was a famous general when he fought in the north and south with the emperor. For the equipment and medicine pill on the shelf, just listen to Ying's introduction to understand how valuable these things are in battle. If the soldiers can be equipped with these equipment and medicine pill, it will definitely increase the battle strength at least twice. Snow Girl, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Ying Yuang asked somewhat unbelievably. After all, just listening to the description of these products, even those top forging masters, it is difficult to create these equipment. And the magical functions of many weapons and armors sound more like an alchemy treasure rather than a piece of equipment made with forging master. Those medicine pill are even unheard of. But if Ying's effect is not exaggerated, these medicine pills are definitely more than twice as powerful as those expensive alchemy potions. Only the uninterrupted healing effect and the speed at which the effect is exerted, it is necessary to throw away most of the alchemy potions. Grandfather, the things in the boss shop will only have better results, and there will never be falsehoods. Ying's said very positively. This is the unified point of view of all the customers who have been to the store. The goods in the Luo Sheng shop are as long as value for money and excellent value for money. It will never make you feel that you are losing. Even if the price is really black-hearted at first glance, when you compare the effect of the product, you will feel that the previous seemingly black-hearted price is definitely a price of conscience. Weapons, armor, medicine pill. These things are all good things with a price but no market. Ying Yuang looked at the goods on the shelf and said excitedly to Chapter 499, I want to see what's good about it. God Level Store Manager System Chapter 500. If the soldiers of Desolate Origin Empire can be replaced with these weapons and armors, a certain amount of medicine pill will be distributed. Ying Yuang can guarantee that the army of Desolate Origin Empire will definitely be an invincible army, allowing the surrounding forces to become terror-stricken at the news. It's a pity, let alone whether the inventory of these products is enough. Just look at the price marked on the shelf. Ying Yuang knows that even if the treasury of Desolate Origin Empire is emptied, it is impossible to equip all soldiers with these weapons and armors. Even more how? The national treasury is also impossible to allocate only military expenses. The Ministry of Officials, the Ministry of Households, the Ministry of Industry, the Ministry of Criminal Affairs, and the Ministry of Rights are all waiting to spend money. Among them, the Ministry of Industry is a big money user. AI, what a pity. Ying Yuang couldn't help sighed. Although Ying Yuang is no longer leading the army, as Empire's guardian great general, Yin Qiang wants to make Desolate Origin Empire's army stronger from the bottom of his heart. Only when the military force becomes stronger, Desolate Origin Empire can become more prosperous. Grandfather, there are other things. Ying's can probably guess why Ying Old Master sighed, but she didn't have much to say. Let's take a look at other things. Yin Qiang's view of this small store has also changed after seeing the shelf area. I really underestimate the world. In such a small border town, there will be such a magical shop. I have to say that this shop does have something worth talking about. If it wasn't for Spirit Crystal not enough, Yin Qiang would like to empty all the goods in the shelf area directly. Grandfather, old sister, come here soon, I found a good thing here. Wait for Ying's to bring Yin Qiang out of the shelf area, Ying Feng shouted right in front of the pet card changing machine. For Ying Feng? No, it should be said that it is a very novel thing for people who have never seen a pet card and know nothing about summoners. Pet card. After Ying Feng copied Xia's introduction, Ying's was still a little confused. Yes, I just drew the pet on this stand. Ying Feng haha laughed and took out a pet card, and then waved the pet card. Come out, Death Knight. This sentence is not necessary before summon pets, but I don't know why. Every person with a summon pet will subconsciously yell out this second sickness sentence. Luo Sheng can only understand this as who didn't have a second grade when he was young. As Ying Feng's shout fell, a black hair appeared out of thin air in the lobby of the store. Immediately afterwards, the black air spread to all around, instantly forming a gate nearly 3 meters high. What is this? Yin Qiang Old Master deserves to be a tycoon who came out of the battlefield. Even after so many years of recuperation, his vigilance is still not seen. The faint suffocating aura from the door condensed by black energy was immediately noticed by Yin Qiang. This kind of evil spirit comes from the condense of death. Before Ying Feng could speak, the bone horse in armor showed his head from the gate. Immediately afterwards, there was Death Knight riding on a bone horse, wearing heavy armor, holding a night-long spear, only under the visor of the helmet, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes. As Death Knight came out of the gate of black energy collapsed suddenly. Then it turned into a thick black mist, lingering around Death Knight. Chapter 500, Who didn't get a second grade when he was young?